There was no delay to be had. Although the battle royales would take place simultaneously, it was impossible to expect full coverage of 1,000 different battles. That said, space was not an issue. In an arena that could house tens of millions of spectators, it was not lacking in any areas. The first round of battle royales consisted of 1,000 separate groups of 50. They were split into 10, thus allowing for 100 separate battle royales to happen simultaneously. The monitors allowed for each one of these to be parsed, allowing the viewers to decide which battles were most interesting to them and which ones to focus on. The groups themselves were divided with rankings in mind. It would of course be unsatisfactory for powerful experts to have early exits due to tough groupings, so that was kept in mind. However, Ri didn't very much like this rule. Because she was top 30, she wasn't grouped with any other high-ranking members, meaning she never laid eyes on her enemies, but that only fueled her anger more. The crowd watched in awe as 10 black tails whipped out from Ri. She showed absolutely no mercy as she tore her way through her competition. The commentator for her group was at a loss for words. There were supposed to be 10 remaining in the group, so why was there only one standing? And even worse, she didn't seem happy with the result. Because of this, the ref had no choice but to guess who had happened to be the last 9 Ri took out before she leaped off of the stage. Ri's performance caused many eyes to land on her. Her beast form had a primal and savage aura to it that attracted people. But, at the same time, she was an otherworldly beauty. It didn't take the audience long to figure out that Ri was the 6th beauty the elder had alluded to. People clamored to learn what her name was but were bricked-walled by a simple number. 68279. And this 68,279 became as dear to their hearts as 5 other numbers. Much like Ri, Madeline was filled to the brim with anger. She couldn't speak or access her music will, but her celestial intent ended the battle in a near instant. The moment Madeline unleashed her intent level will, even her master shot up from her seat. Esther had no idea when Madeline had learned an intent. And, worst yet, she had no idea what that will was. When had Madeline not only learned a will she had no knowledge of, but also leveled said will to an intent? This was too ridiculous. Madeline's performance shook many to the core. Her parents had no idea how to feel. This was their child, and yet she hadn't spoken to them in months. It was clear that something was different about Madeline right now, but they couldn't even bring themselves to even attempt to approach her. All of this said, those who were perceptive immediately noticed something else. Madeline and Ri had, without a doubt, been holding back. None of the people in their bracket had died despite their overwhelming victories. But, more interestingly, Madeline had faint purple flames wrapping around her that permeated a heat that everyone had to pay attention to. And Ri? A dense blackness had layered her every step, and yet she had only used ice and sword will to finish off her opponents. Just what were they holding back? It was suffice to say that the images of Madeline and Ri were burned into the hearts and minds of everyone. But there were other outstanding performances to take note of. Prince Elwing Belmont, Lionel's younger brother and the first Belmont that Diane had ever come into contact with, performed well. He, as a prince, had to maintain an air of cordiality, and as such wasn't as domineering with his victory as Madeline and Ri. He remained standing along with 10 other participants, but it was clear that he was a cut above the rest. His red and blue flames that showed faint signs of combining were a much too domineering dichotomy of heat and cold for his opponents to handle. Those members of the top 20 were particularly dominant, though. Experts like Iris Ipsum and Clarice Grimbold didn't even have to lift a finger. They sat in the skies as elegant beauties, waiting to see if anyone would attack them. But, of course, no one did. The second round of the battle royales was entered into smoothly. The crowd was excited to see whether or not these rounds would be just as easy for those unprecedented geniuses. And, in the end, they weren't disappointed. It seemed like those who were meant to win always did. However, with less people and battles to focus on, the crowd began to pick up on some diamonds in the rough they had missed out on during the first few rounds. For one, there was the beautiful olive-skinned girl who seemed to glide through her competition. Her fighting style was odd and non-confrontational, which is likely why she had been missed in the first stages. But, with less people, she was becoming more and more prominent a figure. Seeing this olive-skinned girl, A woman that looked very much like her in the Planet Naiad section tried her best to refrain from trembling. She had spent the past years learning to hide her emotions, but seeing her daughter right in front of her, narrowly escaping the stabs of swords and swings of maces, it snapped a dam in her that she had been holding back for just as long. But then a cold voice came in to pour a bucket of ice water over her, as though this was exactly what it was waiting for. "So that's your bastard child, hmm?" The voice entered directly into her mind, causing her face to pale and blood to flow from her nostrils. Then out loud, the voice said words that Delia's mom dreaded to hear. "It's her. I want her dead by the end of the 3rd round." Delia was completely oblivious to the command for her death. Instead, she continued to fight as though nothing had changed. Her sword style, something that she had refined again and again along with Madeline, was elegant and glancing. She often practiced under Madeline's playing not only because the tunes gave her a revitalizing and focused feeling, but also because she did her best to model her sword play after a dance. Patieniva, in the ancient Planet Naiad language, or something Diane would probably label as reminiscent of Mortal Realm Spanish, was very roughly translated to leaf covered in snow. As Patieniva had said, oftentimes it was the duty of a Patieniva to find the meaning of the words. Although Delia had yet to come to a full understanding, there was no doubt that it subtly influenced her in many ways, including her swordplay. In the end, with little more difficulty than the first round, Delia glided and parried her way through the second round, thus earning a place for the 3rd battle royale. Seeing Delia move on, and so easily, Oliver and Jessica could only bury their complaints. Neither of them had made it out of the first round, something that Ali Sapientia had expected. But it was still very much surprising to see Delia, someone they both had seen as a junior sister, surpass them both, especially with her being much younger. Aside from Delia, there were others making a name known for themselves as well. Kedlam Pakel, a young man Diane had met long ago, was one such character. That said, Kedlam was not as little known as some others considering he had earned a spot on the top 100 cumulative rankings. However, what drew people to him wasn't the fact he was unknown, but rather his young age. Kedlam was just as young as Ree and Diane, and yet his performance was more domineering than Ree's. The difference? He made no use of weapons or wills. His red-tinted skin flexed under the high sun's light as his fists unleashed a flurry of power. Simply by relying on the prowess of his body, Kedlam tore through his competition, his face serene and his breathing relaxed. It was as though this was an expected outcome for him. He was a Pakel. He was destined for victory. Aside from Kedlam, however, the Ragnar God clan's twin first-in-line geniuses were making their mark. Thor and Vidar, each in their respective battles, lit their fields up with arcs of lightning. Their so-called competition stood no chance. Vidar took a sick pleasure in this, cruelly paralyzing his victims before charring them from the inside out. There were no rules against death in this tournament. In fact, it was almost encouraged. The harsh reality was many stepped into this event knowing they would never step out. In the end, the second round was almost anticlimactic. Aside from the few groups that didn't have ranked competitors or far and away favorites, every round ended smoothly. Even with the ridiculous number of warriors, both the first and second round only took about 5 hours, leaving a still steady stream of daylight. Haha. The first 2 rounds of our battle royale did not disappoint. Elder Air's voice boomed as the last warrior fell. Our planet Earth put out a strong showing. Although it's a secret as to who's who, sure, those smart ones of you might have good guesses by the techniques they wield. The elder played the crowd, winking, bowing and waving. That said, putting my bias aside, the other 4 planets are not lagging behind in any way. The race is tight, and it just might be a photo finish. I have some good news. Because we've done so well on time, we'll be able to keep this 3rd round to only 5 battles per section. Bidding will be opening up soon for the final group stage, so it's best you all keep your eyes peeled for your favorites. Cheering erupted. This was the best part of the World Tournament. If you managed to find a hidden gem, you could be set for the rest of your life. If Diane was there, he would have likened this to when the lottery hit its peak after a few years of building. Everyone knew their chance of winning was slimmer than slim, but that didn't stop nearly the whole population from playing. We started with 50,000, and now only 500 of you remain. Who will advance? Who will despair? Only time will tell. Rest well, warriors. Very soon, you'll step into the arena for what for many of you may be your last battle. Away from the arena and within Diane's spatial ring, something odd was occurring. Arios stood behind a demon general named Kita. She was actually one of the demon generals of the lower essence gathering level that Diane had named to be one of his vice commanders due to her grasp of music will. Oddly enough, Arios wasn't the only one who stood behind her. Tens of demon generals of a similar level placed their hands on her back, and when her back ran out of space, the next demon generals would place their hands on those who were attached to her, and so on and so forth. In the end, the weird arrangement of palms to backs fanned out to include about 100 demon generals, all seemingly focused on one task. In front of Kita lay Diane, still seemingly unconscious with the elven tome lying flat on his chest. Well, seemingly unconscious was exactly right, because anyone who paid any real attention would have noticed the growing smirk on his face. Diane didn't know what was happening at the World Tournament now, but he didn't need to know for his blood to boil. There were so many cowards scheming against him, so many fools who overestimated themselves, deeming to test and question his qualifications. Just the thought alone made his heart beat slow and steady, carrying a forcefulness that traveled to the ears of those around him. Delia sat alone in the stands surrounded by hundreds of other nervous participants. She hadn't come with anyone, since her father had disappeared again, and the area was far too large to find those she knew. After all, it was a stadium that housed tens of millions of people. She didn't even have any idea who knew she was fighting and who didn't. Because of the size of the arena, it could hold hundreds of battle royales at once. However, it didn't for the sake of entertainment and allowing the audience to take in as much action as possible. This meant that Delia's group would often be a kilometer or more of distance apart from any other battle royales taking place at that time. Maybe the worst part about this was how difficult it was to tell who was fighting when for casual spectators. Clans had access to the numbers that corresponded to participants and as such could know when their contestants were participating. But Delia didn't have this luxury. In the end, she could only search the monitors for her own number so she knew when she would be fighting. Other than that, she couldn't contact anyone. She could only hope that she would eventually be grouped together with someone she knew so that they could head to a seating area together. The only exceptions to this rule were those outstanding characters that the monitors often focused on. The 6 beauties were often the subject of much love, so the monitors often showed their appearances, making sure that the crowd knew when they were fighting. The same was true of the top 20 rankers, of course not including the top 10 or 11 that were sitting out. Then there were miscellaneous and rising stars like Kedlam, Vidar, and most definitely Thor. Ava was participating in the World Tournament as well, and she too had made it through the first 2 rounds. However, the more she searched out for Tammy, the less of her she found. Tammy was Ava's entire motivation for this tournament. Ava had been dead set on getting revenge with her own hands for her supposed best friend's betrayal. But it seemed like Tammy had purposefully decided not to participate, instead watching her elder brother Thor sweep through his rounds with his usual deadpan expression. This only made Ava all the more angry. Her twin blades, only a bit shorter than Arios, swirled in her delicate hands and her blazing red hair waved wildly in the wind. She wasn't nearly as domineering as the others, but she was still amongst the best meridian formation experts and, as such, managed to climb her way to the top 500. That said, there was another motivating factor pushing her along with Delia. Neither liked how Diane was being treated. They had settled on the same solution as Ree and Madeline. They were going to rank as highly as possible to find an opportunity to refute everything they had heard. And the only way to do this was to perform outstandingly. Delia's thoughts were interrupted by the flashing of the number plate she had received at the beginning of all of this. It seems it's time. Delia was among the first group of 5 battle royales to go out. She knew this was a good opportunity for her friends to spot her. This round was to narrow 500 to 200. Afterwards, there would be a massive battle royale of 300 to decide the last 790. However, no one wanted to be a part of that final group. Although it wasn't said, unlike the previous rounds, this final round would have extra obstacles that the others hadn't had. This final round was painted as a final chance. But in reality, it was a massacre. It was cruel and simply not humane. Delia, though, didn't seem nervous. She was giving off a constant and radiating cold even in her base form now. It seemed as though her constitution would burst out at any moment. The truth was, Delia couldn't even tell which was the real her anymore. But what she did know was that her constitution was her ticket to her final round. Just 24 enemies left. Delia lightly jumped and landed onto a large white platform. It was an odd construction because the platform itself actually hung on an array as opposed to being planted onto the ground. It was likely to test for outs, which was essentially to eliminate those who fell out of the arena without the bias of refs. This was again another testament to the fairness the Cavasitas wanted to show. That said, outs wouldn't be how they decided the final rounds, it was only to make the battle royales quicker. The crowd began to cheer much to Delia's confusion. But when she looked around at her opponents, she immediately understood. One of the 6 beauties, Kami Aiko, had lightly landed on the same platform as Delia. She was a seductive beauty with short bob-cut hair. She wore a short kimono, but it seemed to deviate wildly from the usual conservative and silhouetted focus of the usual kimono. Hers was a light blue and was so short that her legs were nearly in full display. Aside from that, the sleeves were so long and drooping that not only were her hands not visible, but they also surpassed the length of its skirt. The only semblance of an arm that could be seen was by the short blades that were just barely in view at the ends of her sleeves. The crowd reacted almost violently to the appearance of this beauty. But then, boos started to rain down almost immediately with the appearance of a young man with pale gray to green hair. It was hard to tell. He landed right beside Aiko and grabbed her waist domineeringly, almost as though to let everyone know that she was his. That said, his move didn't go over so well for him as a blade found its way mere inches from his throat. Hey, we have the same goal, don't we, beauty? The young man chuckled as he jumped away under the boos of the crowd. How could you treat someone from your own planet such a way? We should be comrades. Watch your hands, Elric, or I'll be sure to tell Jace about this. Aiko still had smile on her face, but it was decidedly cold. Her delicate features seemed more dangerous than they should be. The Clyte brothers share all things. Elric patted his chest righteously. Why shouldn't I be able to have a taste of my brother's woman? Keep talking and see if I don't cut your tongue from your mouth. Aiko turned away. Delia's brows furrowed. Not because of the interaction. She couldn't have cared less. But the Clyte name was something she very much had reservations about. Was this the same clan that took her mother away? Was her mother here? Was she watching? Delia's eyes darted around as though to look for something, but she suddenly felt a chill creep up her spine. When she looked up, she found 3 cold gazes on her. One made perfect sense. It was a sister from the Niveus sect. In fact, it was a senior sister who had just recently stepped into the essence gathering level. Delia didn't have much of an impression of her, but she didn't know that she called herself Lilac. But what truly confused Delia was that the 2 members of Planet Naiad that had been arguing before, Aiko and Elric, had focused their gazes on her as well. Everyone in their group seemed to pick up on this, only the crowd seemed completely oblivious and continued to cheer as loudly as before. The referee for their battle royale noticed this as well, but there was nothing he could do. These were the cards she was dealt. If she didn't want to deal with it, she still had the option of jumping off of the arena. But the question was, would she have the time? Why do you think King Clyte wants her dead? Elric didn't bother concealing his voice. The truth was that the signal to go had already been sounded, but the 20 or so other participants immediately sensed the tension and wanted to hold back to see how it would unfold first. After all, in a battle royale, if they attacked recklessly, they could end up in a disadvantageous situation. You know it's because King Clyte doesn't like the former king. He wants to wipe out his whole lineage. Aiko responded calmly, brandishing her blades. That's so lame. She's a cutie. Father should let me take her as a concubine at least. Wouldn't that be more disrespectful? Elric didn't seem to have a weapon, but he strolled around the arena freely, even winking at some of the other female warriors on the stage. It was clear he didn't take these rounds seriously. Seeing that 2 people already wanted Delia dead, Lilac didn't see a reason to act so soon. She had been going to find an opportunity to hurt Delia later on, but that was only to humiliate her. Despite what their matriarch said, Lilac didn't believe Delia deserved death. She only wanted to teach her a lesson. It also helped Delia's image in her eyes, knowing the type of person Evelyn Nivius was. Lilac had little doubts that Delia had been wronged. But, if she didn't act in accordance to the orders of Evelyn and punish Delia, it was likely that she'd be kicked out of the Nivius sect. No one understood why Evelyn was so highly valued by their matriarch. She wasn't even the best genius they had, and yet she was the first-in-line genius. But, what they did know was that her words couldn't be refuted. The Nivius sect, like Diane had learned long ago, was a sect that allowed women with constitutions to join. Often, these women were from much poorer families, and this was deemed as a good opportunity for them. No matter how much Lilac sympathized with Delia, she couldn't disobey, or else she'd be booted from the sect or even worse, killed. It's clear that this is beyond tying loose ends. The Pashaniva family clearly did something irredeemable. Aiko spoke nonchalantly. But what she didn't know was that her words broke something in Delia. A flash of cold filled the arena, causing Elric to freeze, a serious look replacing his carefree demeanor. "Where's my mother?" Delia's words were no longer rational. She should have known that this would have led nowhere. It was clear, even, that these people didn't know anything about the true situation. But hearing her father's name being thrown around, Delia knew all she needed to realize that these were her enemies. In the stands, the first to notice this change in Delia was Eli. Because his sister had asked Ree to come, he had followed along to make sure nothing happened to her. In fact, Eli was probably the only one who had noticed Delia. Ree and Madeline were too focused on their anger to care for any battle other than theirs, and the old Focus Academy members were tending to severe injuries they had sustained in their losses. On top of that, no one would ever think that Delia would even reach this far. Just a few months ago, she was barely a Meridian Formation warrior. This was too drastic a change. "Venus?" Eli whispered, "There's something wrong." Venus' brows furrowed. Ever since his days at Focus Academy, Eli had been a distant admirer of Delia, even calling her princess when she was never really that. Because of this, Venus knew that Eli likely knew Delia well enough to tell if there was something wrong. But, even she found it odd. "She's too cold to be Delia." This was Eli's only explanation as his eyes focused on the monitor above them. He clenched his fists. "Be careful." Delia, though, couldn't hear Eli's words. Even if Eli had been right next to her ear, it was likely that Delia would have completely tuned it out. Her emotions were teetering on an edge, and her eyes kept flashing such a cold shade of blue that even the arena beneath her feet was starting to ice over. "If you don't want to die, get off the stage. If you dare stay, don't blame me for what happens." Delia's words were faint as a sword materialized in her hand. In the Planet Naiad section, King Clyte's eyes narrowed. "Absolute." "How?" "She's too young." King Clyte immediately knew he had made a mistake in calling for her death. Aiko and Elric were talented, but they weren't even cumulative rankers because they were too young. They wouldn't be a match for such a path. However, this didn't perturb the king at all. "You want to play, HM?" A light chuckle escaped him as he glanced to find a small ray of hope in his supposed wife's eyes, causing a sinister smile to appear on his features. Waves of hard winds raged around Delia. Her hair iced over, becoming a blinding white as her skin paled. Her every step became the focal point for a new tempest of gales, sending shivers down the spines of her competition. Half of the warriors immediately leaped off. This wasn't something they could handle, and they knew it. It was in their best interest to try for the final round. Although many others tried to stay to see if they could be the last to stand with her, they soon realized that such an idea was ridiculous. Why? Because Delia had locked in place two people, Aiko and Elric. In the blink of an eye, under the shocked gazes of a crowd, the underdog that was Delia had become a bright and shining star. She slowly approached the two who were shivering in their own right, unable to control themselves as she repeated herself again. "Where's my mother?" Delia's words didn't make sense to them. They had no idea what was happening. What mother? And what did that have to do with them? "Since neither of you want to talk, I'll start cutting off limbs." Delia was nothing like herself. She was being cold and calculating. She knew very well that if she killed one of them, the competition would be over because only the three of them were left. She couldn't afford that. This was her only clue. Lilac watched this scene unfold from the side of the arena in a daze. She was an essence-gathering expert. Granted, she was barely considered a 6th grade expert. But still, why was Delia able to dispatch of her so easily? In fact, that wasn't even the case. Lilac hadn't even fought back. She felt like it was futile, as though the outcome was already set, as though it was already absolute. Delia flashed forward, brandishing her sword. Her steps were light, and the rings of blue that blossomed from them had an elegant beauty to them that distracted those watching from how deadly they were. Aiko and Elric readied themselves, struggling to knock the cold out of their seized muscles to attack. However, something began to itch at the back of their minds, something that was telling them that resistance was futile. Unwittingly, a manifestation bloomed behind Delia. This wasn't a manifestation of the soul, but rather it was proof of her unique body. Much like Dian had when he first absorbed demon Qilin blood, Delia manifested the spirit of her bloodline. A queen of hell appeared, wearing an eerie black and flowing dress. She wore a laced veil of black as her striking white hair flowed ethereally. The eyes of everyone had completely forgotten about the other 4 battle royales taking place at that instant. There was only Delia and her blade. Aiko and Elric stood no chance, until Delia froze. A piercing voice entered her mind, causing her to cough off blood on the spot. "Allow yourself to be killed, or your mother dies." Everything seemed to happen in slow motion, but Delia's mind was racing. Aiko and Elric's movements were so slow to her that she felt as though she could dodge them at any time, and yet she felt conflicted. Something inside was screaming logical deductions at her. Her mother was long gone. How could she possibly know whether she was alive or not? And how could she guarantee that even if she was alive, that she would continue to be after Delia died? And what about this voice? Just who was it? Also, why wasn't anyone reacting to an outside influence interfering with the proceedings? That clearly meant that the actions of this person were being covertly accepted, and thus wasn't that all the more reason for Delia to ignore them? After all, that meant this person had to work in secret, because if they pushed the line too far, what they were doing wouldn't be allowed anymore. If they could have pushed it as far as they wanted, why hadn't they just killed Delia by infiltrating her mind instead of just making her cough of blood? It was clear they had to hold back. All logic pointed toward Delia not listening to this voice. Just dodge the swords and kill these fools. You can avenge the death of your mother later, but if you're dead, you would have lost the opportunity. Delia's constitution and path seemed to whisper in her ear. The path of the Absolute doesn't allow negotiation. The Ice Hell Queen is a ruler. Since when did she bend to the demands of others? Unbeknownst to Delia, Paishaniva had hidden himself in space to watch the struggle. This was the struggle that he too had gone through. However, Delia's was on an entirely new level. Paishaniva hadn't had any idea that his daughter had the infinite Ice Hell God constitution. At first, he had only thought that Delia had an affinity for the Absolute like he had. But he was clearly wrong. The infinite Ice Hell constitution brought the problems of the Absolute path to a new tier. The Absolute path itself already threatened to remove all of your humanity. It was a path that if you wanted to progress in, you had to throw away all of your emotions, all of your thoughts of servitude and empathy. Anything of the like had to be done away with. When you then piled the infinite Ice Hell constitution on top of this, you brought together 2 things that were perfectly in sync. A constitution and a path married to each in complete perfection. However, in the end, it was still a choice. Paishaniva had chosen to abandon his wife for power. He didn't sleep or eat well. In fact, he had become an entirely new person, until he finally realized he had chosen the wrong path. The truth was that Paishaniva hadn't chosen power for a selfish reason. All those years ago when Ri's mother had saved him, he had been brought into an all-new world, a world where the fate of their entire universe hung in the balance. If he wanted to help, he needed power. So he sought it out in the only way he knew how. And now, it was his daughter's turn. How would she choose? What path would she go down? Delia struggled. Attack! Her mind screamed. There was no time, she had to choose. If she didn't move now, she was really die. What mother? Delia thought angrily. You mean the woman that abandoned me in my youth? I can't even remember her face. Why should I give up my life for her? Paishaniva could only sigh as he watched his daughter make the same mistake he had. He had hoped that she would be different. Delia was such a caring and naive soul. She always wanted to see the best in everyone, even when that led to her being on the losing side. There was a point in her life where she had done her best to fake a cold exterior, but anyone who knew her knew what she was really like. Delia lost her mother. Then she lost her father, who was supposedly present, but not at the same time. And then she lost her best friend Maying. And then her big sister, Madeline, went off for months at a time, never truly leaving them with the moments they used to have together. And now she had finally found a path to power. With this path, even if she lost her mother, she could train to avenge her. Even if she lost her father, she could train to avenge him. She could go and save Maying with her own two hands. She could be powerful enough that Madeline would never have to train on her own again. This power, I need it, even if I have to cut off everything else. Delia seemed to have made a decision and shifted her weight to ignore the words of the expert who had tried to sway her decisions.
This is your path, Patient Eva thought solemnly. The cheers of the crowd were deafening. They loved seeing such a domineering display of power, and in what seemed like an instant, Delia had wiped out all competition but two.
Suddenly, Patient Eva's ear twitched. As a celestial-level expert, his sensitivity to things were on an entirely other level as compared to others, especially when you consider the control over your body energy cultivation gives you.
Even in a stadium filled with tens of millions of people, Patient Eva heard fervent shouting coming from one boy, a boy he happened to recognize. Eli didn't know what he was doing, but he knew that something was wrong. Something felt off. This isn't you, Delia. A small smile played on the features of Patient Eva as he listened to these words. Maybe since I can't get to my daughter. You can. With a wave of his hand, a small bit of imperceptible celestial will gripped onto the sound waves of Eli's words. Using the same method of communication essence-gathering experts could use, Patient Eva transferred the words of someone else instead of his, directly into Delia's ears. All Delia saw was a sheet of white. She had entered a new world and there was a singular door before her. She had the feeling that this was the last percentages of her constitution. All she had to do was step forward, and she wouldn't even need Diane's pill. She'd have reached perfection on her own. She reached for the doorway in the land of snow, prepared to take the last step toward power. This isn't you, Delia. The words hung in the air. Delia's movements froze. In the outside world, all anyone saw was Delia's sword stop in the air, seemingly unwilling to pierce through Elric's advancing figure. Her constitution disappeared, returning her usual beautiful olive skin and warm hazel eyes. Delia closed her eyes as Aiko and Elric approached. She felt no pain as Aiko's steel blades tore through her once flawless skin, and she didn't flinch as Elric's fist of wind threatened to tear her torso in half. The crowd was stunned. At this point, there was not a single person who hadn't witnessed the battle. It was too attention-grabbing. Madeline was still not being allowed to move freely by her master, and Ree was much too far away to do anything. They could only watch as a girl they saw as their own sister fell from the stage. But Eli saw something completely different. He saw a girl he had only just admitted he loved finally at peace. He saw an angel falling with a serene smile on her face. Delia landed on the hovering array before being rejected out of the space. Usually, in a situation like this, it was up to the clan members of the losing participant to help them off of the field. And in cases of death, which it seemed like this was going to be, it was also up to the clan members to act accordingly. But there was obviously no one ready for Delia. She had come alone. Ree immediately got up to run toward Delia and help. But she was stopped by Clarice Grimbold. Where the hell do you think you're going? You've embarrassed our race enough. Interaction between different clans could be seen as swapping information about numbers. I forbid you to go. Who the fuck are you? If you don't get out of my way right now, I promise I'll cut you down where you stand. Ree didn't have the time to deal with this nonsense. No interaction amongst clans? That was technically true, but who cared about something like that now? Was Ree supposed to allow someone she saw as a sister, someone she knew Diane cared about, die just for some bullshit ranking? In the Sapientia skybox, Madeline wanted to thrash wildly, but the lock on Saint energy her master had placed on her was so domineering that she couldn't even whimper. Madeline's eyes blazed along with purple flames, but that was when Connery Sapientia stepped in. You've embarrassed our clan enough. Do you think I didn't notice how purposefully confrontational you were during your battles? What happened to what I told you about the image of the Sapientia? Consider this punishment. Don't think of crossing me again. A blanket of celestial energy completely stifled Madeline. She couldn't even circulate her wills anymore.
celestial energy was just too domineering. The rest of the Sapientia could only watch as tears fell from the eyes of their first-in-line genius. So, she controlled the only thing she could. She closed her eyes, unwilling to watch anymore. However, would Patieniva really allow his daughter to die?
She had been the first Patieniva in history to take the right first step. She didn't need to correct her path years down the line, or abandon her spouse, or be responsible for the destruction of her clan. She had leaped over all of those hurdles, and Patieniva was proud. A gentle wisp of celestial energy found its way to Delia. Then he sent the emblem of Focus Academy to Eli, who was already begging to be allowed into the arena. The energy sustained Delia's life.
But Patieniva had to be careful not to give her too much, or else her body wouldn't be able to handle it. Because Patieniva had registered Delia under the Focus Academy name, Eli and Venus were finally allowed in. They were slow. In fact, it took them hours to reach Delia because of the sheer size of the stadium and having to go around many large arenas. But they eventually made it. Ree had received a message from Patieniva long ago saying that Delia would be alright. So, she had dropped the matter with Clarice. Clarice, however, had obviously not heard this message. To her, Ree had given up because she was too weak to face her, so this gave her back the confidence she had lost. Just before, it had really seemed like Ree would have killed her, and she would have stood no chance. But she was in the top 20. How was that possible? Snorting, Clarice went back to her spot. At least you know your place. Ree didn't respond. Not because she didn't want to, but because she knew if she did, she wouldn't be able to hold in her temper for any longer. Had Delia's father not been here, what would have happened? If she had to waste time fighting this bitch, wouldn't Delia have died before she got there? Venus and Eli's cultivations weren't strong enough to cover such large distances, as evidenced by the fact round after round had occurred before they managed to get to Delia's body that had been set nearby other injured victims.
Lilac had wanted to help Delia, but she immediately felt the piercing gaze of her matriarch. She had no choice but to let it go. As for Aiko and Elric,
they were shaken by the experience. They felt that their lives had been on a platter, and yet someone or something had saved them. When they returned to the planet Naiad section, they received praise from their king as though Delia's death was now inevitable. Delia's mother had considerably paled.
She knew her own death would likely come now that King Clyde had seen to it that she witnessed her daughters, but she didn't care about that.
If anything, she welcomed death now. In the Sapientia section, Madeline's eyes opened to find that Eli and Venus were struggling to carry Delia out of the arena. There was nothing she could do with Connery's energy locked onto her. All she could do watch Delia's seemingly lifeless body. She had lost a sister and she couldn't even do anything about it. Madeline didn't know what Ree knew.
If Patieniva had sent a message to Madeline, even though he was more powerful than Connery, with Connery's soul strength, he would have picked up on the message.
Patieniva didn't want to cause such issues because he still had to keep himself hidden. As such, he hadn't been able to tell Madeline that Delia would be alright. Sending a message to Ree was still possible because Ree wasn't sitting amongst elven elders like Madeline had been forced to. Madeline's eyes made their way down to the numbered array plate she had received. It seemed like the final round would finally be her turn. Her emotions were in chaos. If she ran from this fight, she didn't know what else Connery would do. What he hurt Diane. What about her family?
Madeline didn't even look at Connery as she felt the celestial energy release her. She had to suppress her emotions. If she let her anger take over, she would ruin the image of the Sapientia more and only make Connery more angry. But she was struggling.
Delia. Tears threatened to spill out of Madeline's eyes as she flashed away and toward the stage. In the elven section, Ree had also let her emotions stew. These rounds were taking the longest, and it was already time for the final section to go before she was finally called up.
She slowly got up, too angered to bother with anything else as she flashed forward and toward the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is our final round. We've seen the best of the best duke it out. We've seen the smartest prevail. We've seen stunning upsets filled with undue shock. But now, this is the moment that concludes it all. Ree and Madeline settled onto the respective stages. Their eyes closed and their energies focused. The crowd cheered at the top of their lungs as soon as they saw the final brackets. What a matchup this was indeed.
Ava sat in the skybox along with the Sicarius and the Belmonts, still pissed with Tammy's cowardly actions. That said, she still focused her attention on the stages, scanning through the last 5 sets of battle royales. But when she saw what had the crowd so excited, she froze. Oh no! Ree opened her eyes, her hair darkening and her tails manifesting from thick ethereal energy. Her pupils focused into slits and her canines lengthened. A bestial aura dripped from her, an unconcealed bloodlust permeating through the air. She had found someone she hated down to core, and she wanted nothing else but to tear this person apart. Madeline's eyes opened, her tight white qipao barely rustling in the wind as her purple hair became coated in a streak of dense violet flames. She wasn't holding back anymore. She had lost the battle to control her emotions, and her faith seed, something she had had for less than a few months, was raging wildly. Somewhere off in the shadows, someone smiled a toothy grin. Their plan had finally come to fruition. The ultimate pain was set in store for them. It seemed as though this was no longer a battle royale, but a challenge between two. The 23 other contestants watched with bated breath, content to stand on the edge of the arena while they clashed. Ree and Madeline weren't on separate arena floors at all. Instead, they faced each other. One grieved the loss of a sister, the other pissed about an attempted murder. Both angered by the disrespect of a husband, and none the wiser. Ava? What's wrong? Riley, Ava's elder half-brother, noticed that Ava had grown pale. He immediately thought that something bad had happened. Uncle Belmont? Ava didn't think she had time to explain, so she immediately turned to King Belmont, someone she had seen as an uncle since her youth. We need to stop that match. King Belmont turned a confused gaze toward Ava. Little Ava? What do you mean? You know I can't do that. But Ava bit her lip. She knew her request was impossible. By the time she got there, the battle would likely be over. It was impossible for anyone without at least Saint-level cultivation to move to any point in this arena freely and in an instant. That was on top of the fact the area about the arena had become a no-fly zone. If they allowed just anyone to fly over the arena, then wouldn't all of the spectators who had essence gathering and above cultivation move in for a closer look? Only people who were as obscenely powerful as Patieniva could circumvent this rule by hiding in space. Either that, or you'd need a concealment array powerful enough to fool experts, something Ava obviously didn't have. And, even if she did, she was still on just 17 years old. It was perfectly reasonable for her to still not have stepped into the essence gathering level. She wasn't as much of a monster at cultivation as Madeline. What's wrong, Little Red? Ava's father furrowed his brows, just as confused as King Belmont. Ava shook her head. Was she supposed to tell them that she wanted to stop this match because 2 of Diane's fiancés were about to fight? Was that even enough justification? To Ava, this was of unprecedented importance. She had seen what happened to Delia, although she too hadn't stepped in. This was mostly because Ava hadn't ever had a close relationship with Delia. So she had assumed that someone else would help, namely Madeline. But, as time passed, Ava noticed that not only had Madeline not acted, but it was in fact Eli and Venus who had, 2 people she had shared life and death with. Seeing this, Ava immediately knew that there was something wrong with Madeline. For her to not come personally meant that something big was stopping her. Knowing that, Ava knew that Madeline wasn't in a good mind state. Couple that with the fact she was also aware that Ree had never met Madeline before, and Ava knew that this wasn't a good combination. What if Madeline lost her temper and did something she'd never be able to take back? Ava had met Ree during both of their first campaigns and had a good impression of her. Ava also, despite not having a close relationship with Madeline either, had a good impression of her as well. But what really made Ava react so violently was the fact she truly cared for Diane as a friend. Diane was someone who had put his life on the line for revenge for her. She didn't want to see 2 people he loved fight each other when they clearly had no idea who the other was. Will you be able to fix this one? Ava gripped her fists at her knees, taking deep breaths as she felt her mother's arm wrap around her lovingly. I'm sorry, little Ava, I'm sure you have a good reason for wanting to stop this match, but I have to think about the crowd as well. This world tournament is meant to be a showing of how anyone can rise up should they be talented and work hard enough. If I make unilateral decisions that displease the crowd, it will spit in the face of this. King Belmont sighed.
He meant his words. As a king, he had the ability to change whatever he wanted. But if he went against the grain too forcefully, that would have drastic consequences. Losing the favor of the population is usually how a royal god clan's power could be passed on to another who had gained said lost favor. King Belmont had too many important things planned to allow this to happen, but he had noted something else. As king, he also had access to information that others didn't. He was fully aware that there were 2 members of the top 30 in that single group that should have been avoided at all costs. Although there was an element of randomness to the selection of groups, each selection started by separating out the top competitors from each other, so as not to allow any spoiled entertainment for the later rounds. This also ensured that no one worthy was eliminated too soon. The fact that both Ree and Madeline were in the same group only meant one thing. Someone had planned this. I guess your tests just keep coming. HM? King Belmont thought to himself. Away from the stadium and within a spatial ring, something great was finally happening. Kita's delicate face beaded down with sweat as her soul felt like it was on the brink of collapsing. But every time she felt as though she had hit her limit, she felt another stream of soul energy filter in from the surrounding demon generals. The Florence family technique blossomed in the air as Kita felt like she was finally taking the last bits of Diane's affliction away. The more she worked, the deeper her appreciation for their successor became. This was a technique that Diane used on his own near effortlessly. And, to top it off, despite not sharing any elven bloodlines, he had learned it in mere days. It had not only taken Kita 2 months to learn this technique despite having been proud of her soul talent before, but she couldn't even sustain it fully on her own without the help of tens of other demon generals. However, this was what Diane had been banking on. Ree was correct in seeing the Florence family technique as a solution, but the problem was that it would have taken too long for them to learn. By the time they came to pass, Diane would have likely been beyond helping or even dead. The problem was that his plans seemed to have been falling through even when Kita came rushing over, happy to have finally earned the Florence family manifestation. To begin with, Kita had good soul talent. This was seen by her ability to learn music will, a will that was exceedingly difficult to grasp. Without good soul talent to be able to communicate efficiently with the world around you, learning music will was nearly impossible. So, Diane hadn't been surprised that Kita, one of his chosen vice commanders, had been the first to master the technique. That said, it became very obvious very quickly that Kita couldn't sustain the ancient elven techniques for the necessary amount of time. Although she was helping Diane along with his eradication of the technique at their pace, it would have still taken days more before Diane could break completely free, especially with Kita's frequent breaks. So, Diane had taken a risk. He manifested a clone to quickly explain his idea, and luckily, Kita quickly grasped the concept. But then another problem arose. Diane's original plan was to have the demon generals share their soul power like he and Ree did. This required a base level of trust, something they should have had after fighting so many wars together. But aside from that, it also required expert-level control, a level of control that increased manifold for each additional demon general that helped. In addition to this, to lower the level of difficulty of melding souls, the soul strength of the demon generals had to be similar. Knowing this, only lower-level demon generals were of any help. At first, Diane and Kita had only wanted the help of one other demon general. That would have kept the difficulty at the lowest level possible. But it became clear very quickly that this wouldn't be possible. Even 2 demon generals couldn't replicate Diane's efficacy with the ancient elven techniques, something that they found absolutely ridiculous but was true nonetheless. What the demon generals came to learn was that their successors' soul strength far outmatched theirs. Diane had a saint-level soul, while the lower-level essence-gathering demon generals still had meridian formation-level souls in most cases. They simply couldn't compare. This didn't mean that Diane was more powerful than his lower essence-gathering demon generals. After all, they still had their own powerful wills, their energy cultivation, as well as their body cultivation. But when it came to soul cultivation and techniques, Diane was unmatched. Unfortunately, with this being the case, Kita had no choice but to keep adding to the amount of demon generals in their palm-to-back formation. However, she had been capped at 3. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't control any more than the output of 3 more demon generals. This, of course, was still much faster than her alone. But in the end, it wasn't fast enough. It would still take a few more days at that rate.
But that was when Diane sensed Arios outside of the ring. When Diane had first come to the Elven Kingdom, he had tried to send out an array through the dimensions. This had ended with his being knocked unconscious for months, but it had also proved that even at that lower soul level, Diane had the talent to send his soul power out through dimensions. However, sending out your sixth sense through dimensions was obviously an easier task than drawing an array through dimensions. When Diane had seen that the problem Kita was having was soul control, he immediately knew that Arios was the solution to the problem. But the issue was that Arios wasn't here. He had been sent off to his family. And he couldn't use Alatar's soul control because Alatar was still a step weaker than Diane's demon generals, since he was still in the meridian formation stage, which meant his soul was even weaker than that. Hoping against hope, Diane diverted small bits of his sixth sense to check the situation outside of the ring. He wanted to get out to the world tournament as quickly as possible. He was itching to battle and to see Madeline. In the end, Diane's efforts had been rewarded and Arios came. At first, some might have been confused. Why would Arios fix their soul control problems? But Diane didn't have time to explain it to them. All he said were a few simple words. "You're in charge of soul control." Then Diane's clone disappeared. A few of the smarter demon generals immediately caught on. Amongst those of similar soul power to them, Arios was without a doubt the one with the most soul control. Why? Because of the Sicarius family death technique. Arios had the ability to quite literally cut his soul off from his body and fake his death. This was a technique that Ava had also used in an attempt to escape Ball. But Arios' proficiency was on a completely other level. He had used it when Tammy had attacked him in the Elven Kingdom. This was because he could tell that Tammy was struggling with something inwardly, so he had chosen to make it easy on her. This was of course on top of the fact he had a good impression of Tammy and they had had a good relationship. What Arios didn't know, of course, was what Tammy had subjected his little sister to. This aside, the Sicarius family technique required soul control of an unprecedented level. Arios, being able to completely disconnect and then reconnect his soul from his body, was without a doubt the best option to control the souls of so many. And Diane was proven to be right. Soon, tens of demon generals stood together, fueling Kita and curing Diane at a rate not seen before. Just hours later, Diane's grin came coupled with the fluttering of his eyes as he woke up. Seeing hundreds of pairs of eyes looking at him with a mixture of happiness and awe, he smiled. "Thank you." After months of not using his voice, it came out hoarse. But he got his message across. Kita blushed profusely. Unlike many of the other demon generals, she was quite shy. In fact, when Diane had chosen her as a vice commander just because of her music will, it had been questionable. These were the same question Kita had dealt with all her life, especially when the demon sage had chosen her as a demon general. But she pushed through it. That said, she couldn't help but blush under Diane's kind words of thanks. "There's no need to thank us, successor." Kita kept her head lowered. Ugh, Diane tried to get up but immediately slumped back downward. Arios slipped by Kita's shying figure to kneel beside Diane, a serious expression on his features. "Don't move," he said sternly. Arios slowly lifted Diane's arm from his side before sucking in a deep breath. After months of focusing on flushing Diane's body of the odd red crystals, there had been no opportunity to handle the wound that had caused it all in the first place. "I'm not doctor, but green skin isn't healthy, right?" Arios cringed. The idea of a martial artist becoming infected was ridiculous. It wouldn't happen. Or, at the very least, it shouldn't. Diane winced as his arm was raised, but gently pushed Arios away anyway. Leaping upwards, Diane took a look at his side. The wound itself was narrow and only about 3 inches wide, but Diane could feel that it was very deep. The green Arios was referring to was the sickening green veins that pumped to and from the wound. Diane could tell that it wasn't infected because there was no pus. In fact, the veins were probably his body's way of rehabilitating itself. When a person was injured, a flood of blood would come to area carrying all sorts of this needed for curing. Usually, that would also come with swelling. But Diane's body hadn't been able to swell because it was crystallized. In fact, his veins only just now began to pump blood properly, causing a stream of blood to begin to slide down his side. "I don't have time for this."
Dian circulated his aurora and energy cultivation. Wounds became more difficult to heal the more powerful the attack was and the more powerful the body was. Unfortunately, Dian's body had recently become much stronger, and the attack he had suffered was without a doubt powerful. The good news was that he now had a saint-level soul, so his aurora worked at unprecedented speeds. The bad news was that it would still take a few more hours. But he didn't care. Dian's finger lit itself, causing a blaze of fire to send flickers of heat into his surroundings. Barely gritting his teeth, he brought the flame to his wound, sealing it off and stopping the blood. Hida blinked. Successor, if you do that before we check for internal injuries, you may bleed out from the inside. Dian nodded. You're right. Under the shocked gazes of the demon generals, Dian's torso began to glow. Arios could only shake his head. He only knew a handful of people who would light their insides with fire will like this when there was a better solution to be had. The demon sage and Dian happened to be two of them. Maniacs! Dian chuckled as his eyes flashed with purple gold. Sorry. Can I trouble one of you to bandage me up? A long and thick length of cotton bandages appeared in Dian's hand. Arios sighed. You'd better be able to make them pay for what they've done in this state. A flash of seriousness crossed Dian's eyes. For Arios to say such a thing, it was clear that something had happened. If I didn't give them this handicap, this tournament wouldn't even be suspenseful. In the stadium, the crowd's noise was booming louder than before. The 23 other members of Ree and Madeline's Battle Royale each found an edge piece to stand on. With the platform being so large, there was hundreds of meters of space between Madeline and Ree, and therefore them and the two of them. Madeline was silent. She didn't know why, but this girl in front of her was clearly powerful, but at the same time she also had endless amounts of bloodlust aimed toward her. Did I take out one of your friends? I could care less. Madeline's own anger was boiling and being targeted for such a petty reason when she had gone out of her way to not severely injure anyone was pissing her off all the more. Flames of violet began to coat her dress, and yet it somehow didn't singe it at all. In fact, the spiritual level treasure began to resonate with Madeline's flames, seemingly dancing along with the flicks and flares of purple. Ree began to walk forward, brandishing her sword in her hand. Her hair was a jet black and her tails were just the same. All 10 of them whipped violently in the air, sending shockwaves of void will with their every movement. Although Ree was angry, she remained cautious. If this really was someone who could hurt Dian, then she was without a doubt powerful. However, Ree had risen to a point in that past 2 months where there was little doubt that she at the very least rivaled Dian before his Saint Soul buff. And even if she didn't, Ree was not the type to back down from a fight. Why did you do it? Ree's voice came out in a growl. It was bestial and commanding. She had to know why they had been targeted. What was the purpose? Madeline's frown only deepened at this questioning. She couldn't speak. How was she meant to answer a question? Especially when the question itself pissed her off. Why did she do what? Wasn't it her job as a contestant to fight? Was she supposed to let others win? What was wrong with this girl? Seeing Madeline scowl, Ree's anger deepened. But she decided to try one more time. Something about this felt off to her. Are you aware of who my husband is? Ree probed with another question. If this girl answered no, then Ree could settle on the idea of this having been a ploy of some kind. She had already asked Eli whether or not Dian knew a purple hair and eyed beauty, and Eli had answered no, but there were a myriad of other possibilities. Even Ree's hair color changed depending on her form. Could she really make a conclusion based on something like that? But Ree never got her answer. Madeline was fed up. At least you husband is here. Something in her snapped as the words raged through her mind. She had no one to lean on. Her sister had died. Her parents weren't as supportive as they should be. This was the day, after 2 years, that she was supposed to finally see her husband, and yet all she got was being locked down and practically under arrest, all while she had to watch helplessly as he was slandered. And now this girl was mad at her for simply winning her bracket? What kind of bullshit was this? Madeline flashed forward, her flames coating her palms as she executed a fanning technique. Brilliant peacock feathers sprouted from her back, coloring the skies with beautiful greens and golds, but especially purples. This was the first of legacy techniques Madeline had gained from Amethyst. It was usually a technique for males, but it had been adapted by Amethyst to circulate a different pathway and complement Een. Peacock Queen's first feather, delicate palm. Ree's eyes flashed in anger.
Ice petals dance, first petal, ice rain. Her sword flashed forward, a magnificent lily of ice appearing behind her. The clash was beyond words. A tempest of flames and ice raged through the arena under the erupting crowd. The beauty of Peacock's feathers shimmered under the oppressive cold, rebuffing it with its own intense flames. Ree's ice petals rained down shards of ice coated with sword will, wanting to tear through everything in its path, but instead being engulfed by a massive wall of purple fire. Blinding northern lights colored the skies above the arena as sword met palm, neither giving way. Madeline's deep purple eyes held a deep-seated anger as she stared into Ree's blue-silver slits before they both leaped backwards. There was no moment of rest and there was no room for talking. Ree's ice petals continued to rain from the skies, attacking Madeline's peacock feathers as they manifested. Shocking booms resonated through the skies as the stones and metals that made up the arena were torn away, melting in the heat before being frozen over, just to melt once again. Madeline's heart burned with rage as her palms flashed outwards again and again. She was no longer holding back, but she felt as though her attack potency was being sucked away by the mysterious black will of her opponent. Ree's void will flashed with her every step, her tails shooting beams of ice at Madeline's forming feathers, stopping their attacks midstream. Neither woman backed down. It was a clash for the ages, and the audience could only watch with bated breath. Not enough. Both thought these words at the same time, unleashing their god constitutions in unison. Ree's manifestation bloomed, a dark and sleek kitsune forming in the air, as a crown of radiating gold and jewels fell perfectly into the gem on its forehead. A black gold energy began to drip from Ree as tattoos of gold raced across her tails. Even her jet-black hair became coated with the ethereal aura. Madeline, though, lost out in no way. Her constitution bloomed, radiating out unmatched purity as crystalline lights began to rain down around her. The crowd's cheering became a hushed silence. Two otherworldly beauties faced each other. Was a title amongst just the 6 beauties enough? Did that give these girls their due? One was dark and bestial. She was petite, but her curves and figure were nothing less than perfect. Her long black hair waved in the air, contrasting her gentle-looking light blue dress. The other was light and heavenly. She was the taller of the two, but her body filled her in flawlessly. Her chest was ample, and her hips were wide. Her purple hair, matted in twinkling flames, gave her an ethereal feel. They were both goddesses that descended from the skies. Outside of the stadium, Diane was leisurely walking along with Arios and Thaddeus. He didn't feel the need to bring any more demon generals, that would just bring undue attention. But he froze as he saw something ahead. Eli, Diane flashed forward, ignoring the pain on his side as he made his way to the struggling Venus and Eli. When he saw Delia's state, he could only frown. But what really got to him was how difficult it had been for Venus and Eli to carry them all of this way. It was as though they were really mortals. Eli had never stepped out of the second foundation stage because he hadn't had any opportunity to train in the last 2 years. And it seemed like Venus cultivation had regressed from her lower meridian formation cultivation. Or, at the very least, she hadn't had the opportunity to replenish her depleted energy as a slave. Right now, they were both as weak as any mortal teenagers from the human world. Seeing Diane awake, a flash of happiness appeared on Eli's features. Diane, we need help. Delia hasn't been conscious for hours now. She took multiple wounds during her fight. Diane nodded, taking Delia from Eli and placing her on an array to hover in the air. After scanning Delia, Diane's head cocked to the side in confusion. She wasn't hurt at all. In fact, something inside of her was shifting and changing, seemingly for the better. Seeing this, Diane looked up to see the frail Venus and smiled. Venus, I'm glad to see that you're doing better. Venus smiled shyly and nodded in acknowledgement. Over the past 2 years, she had lost a significant amount of weight and it was clear that her cultivation had suffered. But she was thankful to be free now. She had never brought herself to blame Diane. How could she? He had been trying to do what was right. If anyone should be blamed, it should be those horrible Ragnar and Cavasitas clans. Will she be okay? Eli asked nervously. From what I see, she's not hurt at all. I'm not sure what's going on, but it's likely the next time she wakes, she'll feel better than she ever has. Diane reassured Eli. Hearing this, Eli sighed in relief. He had examined Delia personally when he had finally made her way to her but couldn't find anything wrong. Hearing it come from Diane made him feel even better. Tell me, what exactly has happened so far? Eli quickly explained the tournament system and how they were in the second to last round now. He then explained what had happened to Delia, which caused Diane's brows to furrow. She just stopped mid-attack and coughed up blood? Diane didn't like the sound of that. But what made it worse was that when he asked Eli who Delia's opponents had been, he said he didn't know. They changed the rules this year, Eli explained. They said in the interest of fairness, no names would be called out. Suddenly, Diane thought back to the Madeline in disguise who had attacked them. Could it be? Diane was liking this less and less. He hadn't thought about it before, but the Madeline that attacked didn't have her normal hair or eye color. In fact, she hadn't even worn glasses. Was that really how Madeline looked now? If that was the case, there's no way Ree would be able to recognize her. And Madeline, the last time Diane spoke to her was before he knew Ree was a kitsune. If they clash and Ree uses her kitsune form, Madeline wouldn't be able to tell it was Ree either. Diane was beginning to panic. Is this really what they want? But suddenly he had a thought that made him calm down. And eventually a smirk replaced his apprehensive features. Let's go. Diane smiled at the siblings, pointing toward the large stadium ahead. You're bringing Delia too? Eli asked worriedly. Of course, she has to make it through the final round too. Diane winked, not explaining any further as they made their way forward with Arios and Thaddeus following silently. In the arena, there was only a single fight left raging. Madeline and Ree were so fast that they seemed to be gliding through the air, never once touching the ground for even a split second. Ree's black gold tails whipped against Madeline's peacock feathers, causing domineering shockwaves of ice and fire to reverberate through the bustling arena. Still not enough. Ree's mind flashed as she stepped into a void, appearing to Madeline's back and striking her sword forward. Madeline reacted immediately, discreetly coating her palm with celestial intent and covering it with a wall of flames, parrying Ree's sword to the side and stretching her other hand toward Ree's throat. Ree seemed unperturbed by this action, welcoming the palm with a black hole of void and rebounding it away from herself. Madeline glided backwards, wind while coating her feet as her chi-pow fluttered ever so gently. Tree of life and death. Ree whispered these words, causing a tree of obsidian to appear in the air. King Belmont gripped his chair at this sight, sending his gaze toward Big Red only to find his pair of eyes already looking toward him. Their daughter. King Belmont felt stupid. How had he not made the connection when he saw the tails? The problem was that 10 tails didn't match any legends the kitsune had. And, worst yet, Kawa had never mentioned a kitsune with black tails. King Belmont had assumed this girl was something else. The last King Belmont had heard of King Acacia's daughter, King Acacia himself had informed him that she was pretending to be his brother's daughter. So, when King Belmont saw this Ree character registered as the elven princess, he hadn't made the connection between the two until now. Both of them. This boy. King Belmont didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How many years had he and King Acacia been dear friends, and how many years had they spoke of their children marrying? All of that was flushed away now. The only reason King Acacia wasn't as famous as King Belmont and Big Red was because he hadn't been able to participate in their generation's world tournament. Why? Because his manifestation was so powerful that it had taken centuries to manifest. The Elven Kingdom, despite having unlimited quotas, never bothered to give him a chance until he proved they had no choice. Ree, however, was oblivious to all of this. Her family's ancient manifestation bloomed magnificently, sending roots of obsidian careening toward Madeline's delicate figure. Waves of heat radiated from Madeline as she watched the roots approach. But they seemed to tear through even her violet flames. Not enough. Madeline sent her mind inward and toward the faint flicker of a faith seed she held. And then, a sight of unmatched glory was presented. The cry of a phoenix rang through the arena, a domineering bird of violet flames appearing to engulf Madeline as she charged through the obsidian roots. Ree winced as she felt the manifestation tear apart under the relentless flames, but she also felt Madeline greatly weaken as bits of her technique were absorbed.
Lionel watched this with a deadpan expression. But the way he gripped the armrests of his throne told a completely different story.
That has to be mine. The blinding light of the phoenix tore toward Ree. It was at this moment that many realized that Ree and Madeline were the only ones on the stage. In fact, their so-called competition had been blown away after their first few clashes. And yet, no one had said a single word. It seems those pulling strings wanted this continue until someone was hurt. Taking a deep breath, Ree's meridians started spinning viciously. The energy in the air seemed to be water, and Ree's body was a funnel accepting it all.
Abyssal ray, void's wrath. Ree crouched to the ground, her tails pointing forward as a beam of dense blackness converged from each of them into a single entity. The breath of the crowd seemed to be taken away. One side held a dense darkness, seemingly ready to swallow everything whole.
The other side carried with it a blinding light. Both were beasts, but each held a completely different atmosphere to them. And then, they clashed. A tempest of blacks and purples rolled through the air, causing an explosion of untold magnitude. The arena itself seemed to disappear as the array that hovered it in the air completely shattered in on itself, unable to hold the weight of anything any longer. The crowd could only watch on the edge of their seats. Who won?
Ree and Madeline stood facing each other, each somehow just as flawless as they had began. They looked each other in the eye silently for a long time before each of their eyes shifted to the other's collarbone. In their last clash, the violent gales of wind had torn apart the stage they stood on. But it had served another purpose. Ree began to laugh. You were using celestial will. No wonder. Madeline couldn't speak, but that didn't stop her from moving. She reached Ree in an instant and didn't hesitate to embrace her, even to Ree's surprise. Ree's eyes widened, but she eventually settled in, wrapping her arms around Madeline's trembling back.
It was clear that Madeline needed someone to hold on to right now. For her to have been so angry earlier, Ree knew something must have happened, although she didn't know what. To Ree, Patient Eva had given Madeline the same message she received. The crowd watched in confusion.
It wasn't as though they minded two beauties hugging, but they didn't understand how they had gone from fighting to suddenly being the best of friends. For entertainment purposes, special arrays were always set in place to allow the crowd to hear the voices of those on the competition floor. So, Ree's words only made them more confused. Madeline backed away, wiping the tears from her eyes. Her eyes once again focused on Ree's collarbone as she stretched her small hand toward it to gently hold a simple silver necklace. Trying her best to hold back her tears and knowing she didn't have a lot of time before her master came to get her to bring her back, Madeline pointed toward her throat, trying to get her meaning through to Ree. In the shadows, red crystals exploded again and again, frustration coloring their face. They were so close.
I'm sorry, little sister. I'll find another way. Big sister Madeline, what's wrong?
You can't speak. Madeline nodded vehemently, but this news sent the crowd into an upheaval. What was going on? Why couldn't she speak? Who did that to you? Ree's anger built up again. Madeline was a sister to her now. Who dared hurt her in such a way? Madeline. A stern voice sounded as Esther appeared from seemingly thin air. Hearing this voice, Ree immediately stepped in front of Madeline protectively. But this only caused a sneer to appear on Esther's features as she crushed an array plate. Immediately, a concealment array was raised, hiding them from the crowd even as boos rained down. Madeline pulled Ree back, stepping forward with every intention of going with her master. But Ree didn't budge. No. Anything we do from now on, we do together. Ree's words caused tears to stream down Madeline's face. In the back of her mind, Madeline had been worried about whether Ree would accept her or not, because that was just the type of person Madeline was. But this told her all she needed to know. Esther seemed to have lost her patience. Everything that was occurring was only making the Sapientia look worse and worse. She couldn't stay here for any longer. If she hurt Ree, it could be passed off as an injury that happened during the match. She needed to go. Little girl. Move. Esther raised her hand, intent on slapping, but that was when the worst thing Esther could have imagined happened. The array shattered and a large hand gripped onto Esther's outstretched hand. The optics were terrible. There stood a crying Madeline, a frowning Ree, and an Esther that was clearly about to hit one or both of them. Who? Esther had never felt so powerless. A massive hulk of a man had grabbed her small wrist and dangled her in the air. You have a lot of guts to be hitting the successor's wives.
Who do you think you are? The words of the man sent the crowd into an uproar. Wives?
Who was the successor? And more importantly, why was Esther Sapientia hitting her own first-in-line genius and the genius of another clan? What was going on? Ree and Madeline, however, were focused on something completely different. A handsome young man with a warm smile had stepped out from behind the hulking figure.
His hair was an arrangement of reds, golds, and browns, but his eyes, a deep hazel green, were so warm and inviting that one could only feel endless comfort and confidence in them. Madeline's lips trembled.
2 years. 2 years. In an instant, Diane stood before his two wives, both of his hand placed on either one of their cheeks. He could care less about the reaction of the crowd. All he saw were the loves of his life.
But then Diane's eyes burned with rage, his aurora blazing as he positioned his hand on Madeline's belly, causing her to blush profusely. Booze began to rain down until Diane's hand pulled back and Madeline began coughing up a dense black fog.
Esther could only watch in horror as the events unfolded. She had no idea how Diane had gotten rid of the pill so easily. Was his array alchemy really at that level? Madeline? Diane smiled. Ree. He tightly embraced them both. I made you wait too long. What is it that you think you're doing exactly? Elder Heir appeared in the air, looking down on the events. It was clear he couldn't allow this to go on.
Madeline trembled under Diane's embrace as Ree too buried herself in his scent. Diane.
Delia. She. Diane pulled back and kissed Madeline's forehead. Look. Diane waved his hand, revealing Delia floating on an array. She's just fine. Did you not hear what I said? Elder Heir's anger was building until he suddenly realized just who he was looking at. It's you. A robust laughter escaped Heir's lips. It seems the coward has come. Coward. Diane's brows furrowed as he looked back toward Arios. Was this the problem he had to make them pay for?
But all he got was a nod toward a monitor. Seeing an image of himself being shit on by farm animals, Diane snorted in laughter before pulling Ree and Madeline both to his sides. Look at that. Don't you think that gives me just the right amount of handsomeness? If I go around looking this good all the time, won't everyone die of shame or jealousy? Ree rolled her eyes, flicking Diane's forehead as Madeline giggled lightly. The crowd didn't know how to feel about Diane's reaction. Was this how someone would usually react to such slander? But, even worse, Diane then proceeded to completely ignore the elder and the pictures entirely, instead grabbing Ree and Madeline each by the hand and spinning them around. Look at you two. Perfection. Diane grinned wildly, grabbing the waists of his wives and bringing them into another tight embrace. King Belmont started laughing uproariously. No one could hear him because of the way their skybox was set up unless he wanted them to, that is, so he really unleashed. How can I hate this kid? Look at him. Ree and Madeline blushed. It wasn't that they minded being hugged by Diane, but in front of so many people was a little much. Finally, Diane set them down, a serious look coloring his features as he looked toward the dangling Esther and then toward the Sapientia skybox. Is she still a master to you, Madeline? Without a shred of hesitation, Madeline shook her head. No. Esther could only look downward, still being dangled up by her wrist. I don't believe I was done with you, coward. Elder Heir sneered. Diane turned to gaze to the skies. Do you think before you speak? How dare you? I'm just asking a simple question. Did you have fun while I was away? Well, let me tell you a few things. The battle between Connery Shithead and me was scheduled for the end of today's festivities, not the beginning. Am I not here now? Diane cut the elder off again, not allowing the crowd to react to him calling the head of the Sapientia a shithead. King Belmont, though, found this hilarious. Didn't I tell you, Lionel? Connery is an idiot, haha. Big Red spit out his drink at Diane's words. This kid is bolder than me. Secondly, even if I didn't show up, so what? You and Connery likely have 20,000 years of life between the two of you, if not more. I just turned 19. You're calling a kid who ran away from a celestial expert a coward? That makes sense to you. The crowd was at a loss for words. He was right. He was a 19-year-old kid. Don't try and spin this.
You cheated. You deserve whatever title we give you. Oh, I cheated, did I? I guess we'll see. Right now, I don't have the time to deal with you. The second to final round just concluded. No?
There's a break right now, you don't need to be here. Diane turned to Esther. Did I not warn you 2 years ago about what would happen if you didn't allow me to see Madeline when I wanted to? Esther grit her teeth. You can't be with her.
You don't deserve her. Tell me more about who is deserving of what. As we stand here, you've already lost her respect as a master. She doesn't even look at you with a shred of admiration anymore. Who are you to tell us what we can do? Esther was at a loss for words. Diane hadn't said anything wrong. How could she refute?
It's clear you need to be taught a lesson. Elder Heir stood in the air, rage building in his heart. When had he ever been so disrespected in his life?
You bring a weak saint here and think you can speak however you'd like?
I'll show you the difference between heaven and earth. Elder Heir flashed forward, appearing mere feet away from Diane, who was still facing Esther's dangling figure. Die! Diane snorted.
Although his body and energy cultivation couldn't keep up, his soul was so powerful that even the movements of saints were slow to him. Seeing Elder Heir's movements, even though he was a peak saint, was child's play. So, knowing he couldn't move to react in time, Diane acted differently.
In reality, Thaddeus was strong enough to clash with this elder. But that wasn't enough. Diane wanted to make a statement. He wanted to make it clear to everyone here that he could really do the things he said. Diane's ring flashed. A massive sentinel appeared. Its armor had changed drastically.
Blinding silvers edged with shining blacks made its armor. Its size was even more massive, stretching 20 meters into the air. It even had a sword by its side that had cracked out of its previous stone covering. Elder Heir stood not a single chance. A massive hand slapped him into the ground, sending shock waves through the arena. It seemed as though hours passed before sound settled and silence reigned in the stadium. Diane shrugged. I just thought I should make it clear.
There's not a single person here that can make me do anything I don't want to. In a section of the arena that housed the Cavasitas and the Ragnar god clans, the reaction to Diane's deed wasn't being received well. Patriarch Cavasitas sat on a throne, his dark hair and eyes frozen in anger.
That was his elder. An elder of his family. That was just disrespected and then swatted away by a child. The dark destruction intent radiating from him threatened to shatter the entire skybox. Everyone remained silent until a hand found a way to his shoulder. That child knows what's best for him, dear friend. Elder Heir isn't dead, only a bit dirted.
And it's clear that this child has some backing as well. Those 2 white-haired guards of his are not normal. Sapientia or not, an elder shouldn't be so easily handled. A man with short, flowing blonde hair and striking blue eyes spoke words of calm to his friend. Well, he said friend. But if anyone paid attention, you would immediately notice that the throne of Patriarch Cavasitas was just a few inches lower than the chair of his so-called friend. What kind of friendship was that?
This person was of course the head of the Ragnar god clan, Patriarch Ragnar. Under the touch of this person, Patriarch Cavasitas immediately calmed himself. Oftentimes, the words of a Ragnar, especially one so powerful, weren't to be taken as suggestions. Back on the arena stage, Diane watched with a small smile playing his features as his sentinel almost comedically picked Elder Heir up and dusted him off. That was just a warning. If there's a second time, it means death, no matter what clan is backing you. Diane said offhandedly.
Elder Heir didn't know how to respond. In that instant, he really felt himself at death's door. He was fully aware that this, whatever it was, wasn't something he could match. Puppets were incredibly rare. In fact, there was not a single puppet master in this universe, and oftentimes whatever puppets there were dormant and unsalvageable. The display Diane had just showed everyone was the likes of which they had never seen. Madeline's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Diane's large back.
It had been so long since she had someone she could stand behind, someone strong enough to protect her. I guess you really meant it. Ree immediately saw the look in Madeline's eyes as she looked at Diane. It was a look she was all too familiar with. Maybe if it had been a few months ago, seeing someone else look at Diane like this would have made her feel protective and reserved. But when it was Madeline, it just felt right. Diane refocused his gaze onto Madeline's master. Suddenly, Connery Sapientia appeared in the air.
He arrogantly looked down on the proceedings, his hands clasped behind his back. His black hair, streaking with lines of white, shifted ever so slightly in the air. But his face remained completely neutral. In fact, a small smile played on his lips. Friend, what exactly is your purpose in taking our esteemed elder and first-in-line genius as hostages? Connery's celestial energy branched out, looking to lock down Madeline and stop her from speaking. What he didn't notice was the smile playing on Diane's face. Madeline's previous tears had been because she was moved by Rhee's words. But knowing that her little sister was safe and that Diane was here, there was no longer a reason to cry. Her purple flames burned her tears away, and in an instant it was as though she hadn't ever been crying at all. Left behind was a beauty of near unmatched perfection and a determined expression. Diane's eyes flashed, counteracting the array that automatically amplified his voice to the crowd. As much as he wanted to embarrass Connery publicly, if he pushed it too far, even the Sapientia might forget all thoughts of image to attack him. And while his puppets could handle Connery, what if other Celestials deemed it right to fight as well? Could Diane handle the patriarchs of the Sapientia, Ragnar, Cavasitas, and whomever else thought it was a good opportunity to take advantage of? He didn't want to take the risk, especially since he didn't have a good gauge on the most powerful experts he was dealing with. Consider this the small bit of face I'll give you. Diane spoke nonchalantly, but Connery immediately picked up on the fact his voice wasn't being projected outwards anymore. How did he decipher the array so quickly? Connery didn't have a chance to speak before Diane continued. Don't think of locking down and controlling the movements of Madeline. If you had paid any semblance of attention at all, you would realize that my puppet is not only stronger than that elder over there, it's also stronger than you. Connery's eyes flashed at these words, his gaze shifting toward the large puppet. He didn't know how to feel. Was it really possible to have a creation be so powerful? Now, you're more than free to test it out if you'd like. But I would advise that you Sapientia have an image to uphold, no? If you start fighting a child like me, where would that image go? You'd go from amiable researchers to tyrants who'd do anything for a research subject. Connery, having finally analyzed the array himself, began to speak. So, what do you propose? He didn't seem too perturbed. In fact, this scheming seemed to fall right down his alley. Simple. I'll make you look good. Well, not good, but at least decent. And Madeline? Why are you asking about my wife? She's no longer a Sapientia. She's a Sacharo. The only reason she stayed with you is because I've been away. Connery's eyes narrowed. I'm not entirely sure what you expected. Diane said faintly. My wife isn't an item to be bought and traded. If it was her wish to go back with you, I wouldn't stop her because I don't control her. You see people as items with usage rates and expiry dates. I see them as people. Let me hear this compromise of yours. Simple, really. I'll even help out Elder Air a bit. Elder Air looked up from his position. He had been standing still ever since Diane's puppet had helped him up. He hadn't known what to do. He had embarrassed his clan. Could he really go back? I'm sure you both were part of this elaborate plan to make my family suffer. So, let's say I forget about that, for now. Diane's eyes flashed. It was clear he had no intention of letting things go indefinitely. But he had to compromise for now. The first thing is I'll let your elder go. The second thing is that I'll allow you to say I backed out of our set competition. Connery laughed. Why would it be you allowing me to do that? Because you know as well as I do that you'd lose. Which is why you helped that woman attack me. Connery's laughter stopped abruptly, his expression warping. Whatever faux confidence he had had was seen right through by Diane. This was serious. Rhee and Madeline stood silently, each to either side of Diane. The crowd was trying its best to see what was going on by reading their body language, but they couldn't make out anything. The reason Connery went silent was because he noticed that Diane hadn't only shut off the function of the array, he reversed its action. Instead of projecting voices, the array was now acting as a sound wall. The leap in difficulty made Connery painfully aware that Diane was right. He would lose. But how did he know that Connery was involved in his attack? Could it be? I'm glad we don't have to do the whole back and forth I didn't do it thing. Truth is, I not only know you were involved, I also know which clan the person who attacked me is from. After all, there's only one that makes use of red crystals that also has motive to hurt me. Connery's lip twitched. Was he really having such difficulty dealing with a child? Diane couldn't have been more right.
The reason the Madeline impersonator had disappeared even under Thaddeus' eyes was because Connery had used a concealment array. Originally, Diane had been fatigued after spending the day curing the Verity. He had overexerted his soul, so when he saw Madeline, he didn't even bother to scan before he hugged her. He missed her too much, but after being stabbed, Diane was on full alert. He immediately picked up the fluctuations of a created array. After that, it being obvious that his attacker had the help of an exceptionally skilled formation specialist. That said, I don't think it's too important right now, right? I'll be paying this person back in the coming stages of the tournament. Connery frowned. You still haven't explained how allowing you freedom from this battle helps me. It should be obvious. I've already said that you would lose. But, aside from that, there's the fact you get to have the moral high ground of a senior. You can say you allowed me off the hook after reprimanding me as a senior. Diane shrugged. This was definitely not Diane's only reason. There was something else he was worried about other than offending the celestial experts, and that was the mystery behind the suppression of array alchemy. Even Diane wasn't 100% certain in defeating Connery Sapientia if he held himself to one discipline. But if he combined the disciplines, it would likely alert the wrong people, especially since Connery was the highest authority the guilds had in this universe. It was likely that he was the connection to other universes' guilds. And this was of course something that Diane couldn't afford to lose. If it came down to it, he would combine the two disciplines because if he didn't, he would become a slave. Something he refused to allow. In the end, it was best for both parties that this event be cancelled. But Diane had to make sure that Connery thought this was an olive leaf he was extending to avoid confrontation and lay low. At the same time, Connery couldn't be allowed to know the true reason why Diane had to lay low, or else he could take advantage. Diane was apprehensive about the celestial experts who were here, yes, but he was even more wary of those moving in the shadows. It was too early for them to set their sights on Diane. After promising himself to take better account of his actions in the future, this was the best course of action. In fact, Diane had already planned this the day he challenged Connery. After all, he had to say something to earn the Verity family's freedom. But, at the same time, he couldn't afford to win this contest. Is that all? Connery asked. There was something missing here. No. There's one more thing. This is where Elder Heir comes in. He's likely already removed my candidacy for the top 10. And because I'm withdrawing from Outbattle, it's almost like I admit to cheating. Well, not really, considering beating you shouldn't be what clears my name, but that's how fools will take it. That's fine. The point I'm getting is that I can't simply be reinserted into the top 10. But, at the same time, I have no intention of skipping out on this tournament. This'll give you more chances to kill me, don't you think? Connery and Elder Heir's lips twitched. Was this boy still trying to toy with them? The compromise here is that you'll directly insert me into the final round of this as a chance to prove myself. Diane smiled, waiting for their response. Madeline tried to refrain from giggling. She had seen that smile too often. Sure, she could tell that this compromise would lead to some scorn for Diane, but how long would that last? And in all the years she had known Diane, how often did he take a loss? Diane began to walk away. It was clear they had accepted. There was no need for him to hear anything else. With a flash of his eyes, Diane hid a smirk as he undid his changes to the array. Oh, and for the record, Diane sent a direct message to Connery and Elder Heir using Windwill. I recorded the conversation. Tread lightly. The veins in Connery's forehead threatened to pop at these words. He soon realized that he had underestimated Diane yet again. He hadn't only reversed the role of the array, he had completely changed its function. Connery was thoroughly convinced of his loss. But that didn't stop him from smiling to the crowd and leisurely heading back to the Sapientia skybox with Esther by his side, leaving Elder Heir to explain. However, Elder Heir never got the chance to. When Diane and his entourage receded, the Cavasitas immediately sent in a replacement elder. That was the last anyone heard of Elder Heir. Diane held on to Ree and Madeline's small hands as he walked away. The smile on his face was so large that Ree couldn't help but roll her eyes. Pervert, Madeline giggled, shifting her hand to wrap her arms around Diane's and laying her head on his shoulder. She finally felt happy. Elder Heir's replacement, Elder Den Cavasitas, was weary about how his predecessor was replaced. But that feeling was overrun with disdain and anger when he heard about what happened. In true form, he began, the Sapientia family has been magnanimous and have performed their role as peacemakers.
Understanding that sometimes the young make mistakes, Patriarch Sapientia has allowed for the youthful demon sage to bow out of his engagements. The crowd was stunned for but an instant before they started raining down boos.
But when they noticed that Dian simply waved his hand and disappeared from view, their anger only increased. He dared use his array alchemy to escape their ire? Their booing only grew louder, naively trying to bypass Dian's silencing array. The young Sapientia first-in-line genius is likely making a mistake of her own by choosing this coward as her partner. This caused the anger of her master, leading to an characteristically unsapientia-like act.
But please understand that she acted out of love and not hate. She only wanted the best for her disciple. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement, siding with the elder immediately, much too easily swayed.
In the end, Patriarch Sapientia has decided to allow their first-in-line genius to make her own decisions. He cares for her like he would a daughter and hates to see her make such mistakes. But he also wants her to be happy.
As such, under the strict requirements that she maintain a close guard on her virginity, he has decided to allow this. Boos rained down toward the direction of where many assumed Dian was walking. They saw him as a manipulator, someone who stole the heart of 2 of their 6 beauties.
A man who was highly undeserving. As you can tell, because of this event, it is no longer possible to keep names anonymous. So we are doing away with this system. However, fear not. This coward hasn't earned his spot in the top 10 again. Instead, he will be forced to fight and earn his spot in the final round, where I have no doubt that the anger of our final contestants will expose him as the fraud he is. Cheers shook the arena, threatening to crack the very earth. They wanted blood, guts, and gore. The remaining participants turned sharp gazes toward Dian's hiding figure. They each had had their own reactions to the idea of Dian cheating, but maybe none more violent than the response of the current number 11 ranker, Femi Geb.
He was a member of Ebony and Yuta's Geb clan and a master of Earthwill. Not only did he have to watch a member of his clan suffer defeat to Dian in Yuta, he also then found out that the same person he already had a burning rage for had been the reason he wasn't in the top 10.
He wasn't the only one who felt that way. Many of the participants were from small families who had worked half their lives to earn their rankings and make their way to the world tournament. And yet, some child had done it with little to no effort?
And worse yet, he had made himself number 1.
No one thought about how difficult array alchemy was. Many found the soul to be completely useless. It was too impractical. Many saw the elves as an anomaly, and even more pointed to the strength of elven bodies as the true source of their power. After all, even Ree had said the body of an ordinary elf was already comparable to an Earth-level constitution. The ire of 2,300 participants turned on Dian. They were determined to not allow him to pass. But even worse, those rankers that had already made it past all each placed their own target on Dian's back. He was public enemy number 1. Take a good rest, noble warriors.
The final round starts in but an hour. Dian, however, refused to lose the massive grin on his face even as he made his way to his Demon Sage exclusive area. Removing his concealment array, he took a good look at the massive sign and scanned through the broken area. Seeing Dian reveal himself, the ire of the crowd came down in full swing. But he couldn't be bothered. Ree and Madeline looked at Dian oddly, almost as if to ask why he had led them here. But Dian only gave them each a wink before his eyes flashed a deep purple-gold color.
Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Dian seemed to work an act of magic. The farm animals were lifted up and taken away to the center of the arena, where Dian didn't bother with them anymore. But then, something even more unreasonable happened. Dian's sword will cut through the air with sharp precision, cutting into the ground and the sitting area. The crowd couldn't help but stifle a laugh as those close enough noticed that Dian's sword will was only of the first level. But those intelligent enough saw that first-level sword will shouldn't have been able to cut into the arena's tough exterior so easily, if at all. Just what was going on?
The crowd could only watch in shock as Dian's wind will tore up a tempest of gales, tearing the part of the stadium that housed his seating area out of the ground. A 15-meter by 15-meter area weighing tens of thousands of pounds lifted with first-level wind will.
Diane smiled. I assume you don't want this back. So, I'll just burn it. A blaze of flames erupted before the eyes of everyone. Those paying attention immediately noticed that Diane had used 3 wills. This was already more than at least half of those present. And that was just the contestants. Those in the crowd were on average much worse than that. But what was more surprising was how powerful his wills were. That wasn't normal. Even worse.
The blaze of red flames turned the large area to ashes in a mere moment, leaving a massive pile of ash directly in the center of the stadium, again leaving it for others to deal with. Seeing the now empty area, many didn't know what Diane's plan was. Did he want to sit in the dirt?
However, that idea didn't last long. The purple gold in Diane's eyes became stronger and stronger as an area much more luxurious than any of the other prepared areas sprang to life. Couches of lush reds and purple, cushions and plants of lavender.
Lavishly arranged food and a glass cage that held flying golden birds and butterflies. It was simply a paradise. But what upset the crowd was the sign above it. Boos rained down as Diane winked at the crowd, enjoying the result of his labor.
Number 1 in the universe. Demon Sage aka Diane Sicharo. Diane grinned even as boos rained down from the surrounding crowd. Thaddeus' uproarious laughter nearly drowned it all out as he heavily patted Diane's shoulder. I like your style, successor. Both the sign and your wives. Well done. With a smile, Diane gently laid Delia to rest on one of the heavily cushioned beds, then motioned for everyone to enjoy. Ree and Madeline, much to Diane's sadness, completely ignored him and left to tend to Delia.
Venus seemed like she would ingratiate herself well with them, so Diane could only let it be. Tell me, successor, Thaddeus leaned in and whispered into Diane's ear, how do you keep 2 at once? Ronica doesn't seem to mind, but River won't let me live it down. She won't even talk to me anymore. Diane's breath got caught in his throat, causing him to cough until tears came from his eyes. Seeing this, Eli began laughing heartily. For the first time in a long time, everything seemed perfect. That said, he still turned a worried gaze toward Delia, something Diane didn't miss. You should be the first person she sees when she wakes up. Diane playfully nudged at Eli. Hearing this, Arios and Thaddeus both raised eyebrows as though something juicy was happening. Eli blushed profusely. What are you saying?
The prank. Delia is too good for me. Diane grinned, wrapping his arms around Eli's shoulders. You might want to think carefully about that. Eli blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Let's just say that. Diane turned a sly eye toward Delia's sleeping figure.
After Delia's change is complete, there might be 7 beauties instead of 6. I only want the best for my friend. Delia can't possibly get more beautiful. Eli protested. Ree, Madeline, and Venus looked up in confusion. Eli covered his mouth quickly, hoping they didn't hear him.
It's settled then. Diane grinned. He knew that Eli didn't care about something like how beautiful Delia was in comparison to others. After all, Eli had spent years traveling to Paishaniva Peak at Focus Academy to see Delia. How could he not have seen Madeline in all that time?
And yet Eli had fallen for Delia. Diane hardly cared about such things either. He had been fully willing to take Ree as his wife before he was even aware of how beautiful she was. The reason, though, he had brought up Delia's beauty was to hint at something entirely different.
Ree, Madeline, and Delia all had one thing in common. They each had a god-level constitution amongst the top 3. Madeline became a world-renowned beauty with the partial awakening of her constitution, although that then led to her sickness. But she became even more of a beauty after it was fully awakened. Ree became a beauty worthy of rivaling Madeline as soon as her constitutions stopped conflicting with each other. And now, Delia's constitution was about to fully awaken. The end result was clear. Maybe it was less important than the power given by a constitution, but the ranking of female god-level constitutions often linked with their beauty. This was, of course, evolutionary. They were by definition the peak of what a female could be, born with peak-level constitutions. As such, every aspect of them also reached that level of perfection. This also explained why elves were such an inherently beautiful race of people. Even their weakest were already born with earth-level bodies, something humans could never match. Normal human bloodlines, that is, faith seeds didn't work like this. That was because faith seeds were the product of cultivation. Although they did have profound benefits to the body, they didn't fundamentally influence one's genetic code. After all, faith seeds were external power sources from past peak experts. What did this mean in the end? It meant that the most beautiful women in the cultivation world were also the most powerful. Having won the genetic lottery, their earth, heaven, and God-level constitutions gave them advantages no one else had. And even further,
this meant that Diane would have to pay extra attention to the strongest beauty in this universe.
Saru Shruti. Will she wake up before the next round? Eli asked softly. Doesn't matter. I'll take her through the next round no matter what. I know this tournament is important to her, so I can't allow her to lose because someone thinks they can lord over her life. Madeline looked up. After Eli's outburst, they had started to pay more attention to what was going on the boys' side of the luxurious living room type area. What happened? I think I have a small idea, Ree answered. Delia's father sent me a message saying that she would be fine and that he'd prevent future attacks on her mind. It seems as though he knows who the enemy is, but allowed Delia to be attacked as a trial. So it's the Clight, Diane and Madeline said in unison. They were both fully aware of who Delia's enemies were. But what they didn't understand were Paishaniva's actions. Neither had any way of knowing how powerful he was, let alone why he'd try to hide something like that. The Clight? Eli asked. Diane remained silent, allowing Madeline to answer. Focus Academy was formed while I was still with the main Sapientia branch. But I still know a few things because of my father. When Paishaniva made the move to create the academy, he didn't hide himself at all. In fact, he even allowed a Kami branch family to be a pillar of the academy, who are obviously a clan originally from planet Naiad, where the Clight are from. That said, maybe the most glaring evidence of this is the fact he never changed his last name like the Storm family did. Being part of the Sapientia family, my father was privy to information many weren't, especially because of my stepmother. So, he immediately made the connection between the recent destruction of the Paishaniva clan and the appearance of Head Paishaniva. When my father asked Head Paishaniva about this, he didn't try and hide it at all. He expressed that he had enmity with the Clight God clan and that he had lost his lover as a consequence. Because Paishaniva was so honest, the pillar families decided to remain in the Focus Alliance.
Well, it wasn't so simple, actually. The main reason was because attacking the clans and sects of another planet is highly taboo.
Which meant that if Paishaniva was ever found out, it would be him alone who suffered and the rest of Focus Academy would be left alone so as to minimize any noticeable impact.
However, there was always quite a few odd things about Paishaniva's actions even aside from the fact that it didn't seem as though he was truly hiding. For one, there was the location he built Focus Academy on.
The ruins of the Celestial Deer sect had been a pseudo-taboo area for quite a long time until Paishaniva came. The second was the Central Pillar Library and the masterful arrays Focus Academy had access to.
For example, the creation array that was used at the opening ceremony and the teleportation array to the Elven Kingdom. Paishaniva always brushed these off as having been left by the previous Celestial Deer sect, but the problem still remains that they shouldn't have been so intact. If they had been, why hadn't they been taken by someone else instead of being left to such a weak academy?
And also, the books in the Central Pillar Library. It didn't make sense for them to exist. Diane has probably told you all some version of this story at some point, but the Celestial Deer sect was completely sealed. So, how did Paishaniva gather books from them? Diane's brain churned more and more quickly as he listened to Madeline's words. As soon as she mentioned the teleportation array to the Elven Kingdom, his memory remembered something else. There was not a single flaw in the teleportation array. And, come to think of it, there was not a single flaw in the creation array either.
The level they were both at was something even the current Diane couldn't put the most accurate gauge on. But it had been thousands of years since the destruction of the Celestial Deer sect. No array should be able to last that long without maintenance. Even the gates themselves closed down for a few months every year to repair themselves. So, the question was how?
How was it possible?
Delia was oblivious to all of the talks around her. The smile on her face had still not faded as she seemed off in her own dreamland. She remembered long hours of training on her peak spent with her dearest elder sister and a lanky boy with sandy blonde hair. He was always so polite and shy, but his demeanor always completely changed when it came to tending to his garden. Every little detail, from taking off his shoes, to spending weeks planning out water routes and plant distribution, to even his focused murmuring as he spoke to himself about what he could improve and what he had done wrong. Delia and Eli never spoke all that often to each other. In fact, Eli was always overly formal. But Delia always found it interesting that despite how flustered he was whenever he saw her or Madeline, he always seemed to completely forget about their existences until it was time for him to wave goodbye to them again. Never did Delia ever think that this boy's voice would be the one that pulled her from a path she would have come to regret. But he had. What she didn't know was that while Eli spent his life diligently analyzing and coming to an understanding of every seed he planted, he had been observing Delia from afar the same way. It wasn't that Madeline wasn't also a kind soul. In fact, Eli could hardly understand it himself. If he was going to fall for someone, shouldn't it have been Madeline? But there was something in Eli's heart as a botanist that told him that Delia needed help arranging the flower that was her. Something told him that she was just a step away from making the wrong move and that he could play a role in adjusting her just perfectly. That fascinated him. Even as Eli concocted medicines for Madeline, he studied Delia. He saw her cold and yet soft-hearted demeanor. He took note of her graceful sword's play, an art that seemed to be predicated on diverting the effort of foes into strength for her. He even took note of how she could transform from a beauty with flawless olive skin to a beauty with the fairest skin he had ever seen. Everything seemed to point toward the same thing, a facade. Delia's entire being seemed to be coated in something false. No, not false. Something that was fundamentally important to her character but still slightly flawed. And that was when Eli saw it, the perfect picture of what Delia was. She was a leaf. Sleek, green, and healthy. The picture of nature and warmth. The epitome of everything life. But she was covered. She had a cold, but delicate exterior. She was a sword of unprecedented sharpness, but still one that chose to parry. She was a leaf covered in snow. Outside of Delia's dreamland, everyone seemed to have settled into a calm rhythm. There was still quite some time before the final round time given because all participants had just fought, so Diane was taking his time to enjoy his wives. Ree had left for a moment to go and ask Primrose, Mithrander, Celine, and Opal if they'd like to come over. After all, the miscellaneous area for ranked geniuses wasn't comparable to the top 10 areas. This was especially true if you were relying on others to be there like the four of them, because none of them had ever taken part in a campaign. So, Diane had coaxed Madeline into leaving Delia be, convincing her that she was fine while winking toward Eli's blushing figure. What happened? Diane sat across from Madeline, holding her small hands in his as he looked into her eyes intently. He hadn't had the opportunity to find out what she had been through, and he felt as though he should ask. A sad smile spread across Madeline's features as she shook her head. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm here with you and little sister Ree. That's all that matters. Diane sighed. Do you wish I treated your family differently? Madeline shook her head again. I still haven't forgiven them. Why should you? A defiant glint shone in her eyes. A few months ago, even my stepmother came to convince me that you were no good. I love them, but I won't accept them if they won't accept you. I want you to know that if it ever comes to it, I won't allow anything to happen to your family. Diane caressed Madeline's soft cheek. We'll save them. And, if they continue to be annoying, we can just lock them in a comfy room with movies and food. Madeline giggled, thinking back to her movie nights with Diane. You didn't finish Lord of the Rings without me, did you? I want to watch it with you and Ree. Diane shook his head. Of course not. I only watched the first movie with Ree. We can finish the rest and the preludes together. But, more importantly, this makeover of yours. I didn't think it was possible for you to get more beautiful. Madeline looked at Diane before blushing. She could never win a staring contest with him. The purity of his eyes always made his words seem all the more real, as though his word was law and it was impossible for him to be wrong. It made even Madeline, someone who heard compliments like that all the time, blush. I have a feeling you already know what happened with this. But, it's a shame I lost my glasses though. Speaking of your glasses, Diane got a serious look on his face. I feel as though Amethyst destroyed them on purpose.
So you know that much, Madeline smiled. She was rarely surprised by Diane now. Honestly, her reaction to Eric's appraisal of Diane had been more longing and excitement than surprise. But why on purpose? That I'm not sure about. But Diane's hand found his way to Madeline's collarbone to gently palm her silver necklace. She didn't destroy this. That's telling us something. So it could either be symbolic or it could be the glasses themselves. In which case, we may need to keep an eye on your family as well. Madeline didn't know how to feel, but she had always found it off that the main Sapientia branch went out of their way to distribute such high-end materials even to the much lesser branch families. From birth, Madeline was assigned carbon-framed glasses. These glasses then had the potential to be upgraded to crystal-framed glasses once a member became proficient with the Sapientia speed reading technique. Then, the crystal-framed glasses could be customized to varying colors. Before Madeline's were destroyed, they had begun to tint purple. Connery Sapientia's, however, tinted green. This was explained as taking the form of a person's aura, and it made sense for Madeline since her favorite color had always been purple. In fact, whenever she wasn't wearing the white transcendent dress Diane gave her, she was likely wearing a purple dress of some sort. However, the question no one asked enough was, why? Hearing the rustling of moving feet, Diane turned his gaze from Madeline to find Ree with a few other elves. Celine and Opal especially seemed to have overly excited expressions on their face as they sent quick glances toward Madeline. Diane could barely stifle his laughter. It seems you have some fans. Madeline playfully slapped Diane's hands away and got up to say hello and be introduced by Ree. It didn't seem to take long for them to become the best of friends. But Diane was so distracted that he almost didn't notice Zalterish come in with them. Diane! This isn't fair. Zalterish plopped down on the couch beside Diane, followed by Arios and Thaddeus, all of whom were looking at Diane with varying degrees of jealousy. Diane looked at his wrist as though he had a watch on it. Well, would you look at the time? It seems like the final round is about to start. Just as they were about to pull Diane back, the booming voice of Elder Den pierced through the stadium, causing the loud cheering of the crowd to erupt again. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final round. But I believe you all know that there's more at stake than just the available positions. This is about the pride of warriors. A pride that has been continuously stepped on by a shameless fool. A shameless fool that took the extended olive branch of the Sapientia family and trampled on it before the public. All monitors panned to Diane's newly formed top 10 area, causing boos to rain down. But all they found was a young man wearing a plain white t-shirt and black sweatpants rolled to his calves. Well, that, and there was a girl sleeping soundly on an array behind him. He seemed oblivious to the anger he had stirred even as 2,300 warriors intent of tearing him limb from limb, ran, flew, leaped and bounded their way to the center of the arena. Turning back toward Madeline and Ree, who had stood with worried expressions on their faces, Diane grinned. If I ask for 2 kisses, how mad do you think that would make them? Ree rolled her eyes even as Madeline giggled. Be safe, they both said. Diane smiled lightly, nodding before stepping into the air with the help of his arrays. But before he could get far, he heard an obnoxious voice from behind him. So this is our supposed prince consort? Our so-called princess is just a fool. But I wonder what pills you fed Madeline Sapientia to get her to agree to be with you. Imagine making this big show just to die. Clarice Grimbold stood beside Fiora with a sneer on her face. Diane raised an eyebrow. Listen, generic mean girl 1 and 2. I advise you watch your mouths. Out of respect for my father-in-law, though, I won't kill the citizens of his kingdom without adequate reason. That said, you should pay attention to the 2 behind you, or else you won't get to see whether I die or not. Not bothering to explain, Diane flew off into the air, finding his way in an encirclement of thousands, all seemingly waiting for the start announcement to tear him to shreds. There seemed to be a drastic difference between them and Diane. They wore armors and wielded elaborate weapons. Some had even already drawn these weapons, ready to fight for the remaining 790 spots. But Diane was the picture of calm. Even as he protected Delia's floating figure, his hands remained in his pockets as his bare feet graced the hard stone of the arena floor. We have one more thing to tell you brave heroes before you fight. The tense atmosphere around the warriors was peaking. Some barely heard the words of the elder even as the crowd's noise increased again and again. As you all know, there are meant to be 2,300 of you. Unfortunately, due to the selfishness of another, this number has been increased to 2,301. This is of course highly unfair to all of you since the spots are being maintained as 790. So, in the interest of balancing the fairness, we've made a new rule. The person to land the finishing blow on the cowardly demon will be automatically admitted into the final rounds regardless of how many there are left. The eyes of the remaining geniuses flashed. Although they hadn't been focused on the words before, they sure were now. In addition to this, a review panel will be watching this match to gauge how you contributed to said final blow. Should you be among the top 100 in inflicting damage to the cowardly demon, you will also receive an automatic spot regardless of how many there are left. Hearing these new fair rules, Madeline and Ree couldn't help but grit their teeth in anger. This was nothing less than forcing Diane to battle all 2,300 alone. The last tidbit is for the audience.
Betting has opened up early.
You can big on who you think will be among this 100 to inflict the most damage, and also on how long the cowardly demon will last. Cheers erupted as the betting monitors started going off wildly. The World Tournament made use of array naming plates to teleport bids to a set location and automatically record them. With the announcement of Elder Den, the crowd had begun wildly bidding. Some big on who would make the top 100 in damage, but most bid on time. In the end, the over-under on Diane length for survival was set to 1 minute. Suddenly, Diane cleared his throat. Just wondering about something, a small smile playing his features. Elder Den turned a sneering glare toward Diane. Would you like to back out?
We won't stop you, of course. Diane snorted. As if, against competition like this. Diane's words sent a new wave of anger through the 2,300 contestants, but he completely ignored that even as the boos of the crowd joined. Am I allowed to bet? Of course not.
If you bet 0 seconds and then quit immediately, won't that be too convenient? Diane laughed. I'm not betting on length of time unless I can bet on how long it will take me to beat them all. Hearing the words of Diane's, even the patriarchs began to sit at the edge of their seats. Was this boy really all talk? Or was he really worth the number 1 spot? Was he being so arrogant to prove a point? King Belmont stroked his dark purple beard, staring intently at Diane's figure. The ranked geniuses watched Diane as well. Aside from those who had seen him in action at Chaos Tower, the others were curious to see if he could really do this. Zabia leaned toward his wife, Ulu.
This is the boy, right? Ulu nodded. Let's see if he can do something other than talk then. It's not as though he can use that tall warrior in this battle. Elder Den snorted here, throwing a betting array toward Diane. This isn't big enough. Diane frowned. No matter.
Just one more question though. Say I bet more than the other bidders can cover. Who will compensate me? After all, the odds are against me something like 1 in 10,000. I'm worried about wasting my time with this bid. Elder Den frowned. As if you can bid more than tens of millions of people can cover. If we include the other 4 planets and those watching, who also have bidding plates of their own, that's even into the tens of billions of people. But, in the event that you have some dog shit luck, the Chaos Bank will cover you. I don't really trust the Cavasitas honestly.
You have something better than that? You. The veins in Elder Den's neck were threatening to burst. This kid had to be riling him up. Even if he bid entirely in Dao stones, with tens of millions of people bidding, even if they only used profound stones, it would definitely convert to hundreds of thousands of Dao stones. Whatever. I don't need your money anyway.
I'm doing this to prove a point. Diane turned his gaze toward 2,300 angered warriors. You all seem to think that if you get angry enough, if you get riled up enough, maybe if you get enough incentives placed in front of you, you'll be able to beat me, Diane's eyes flashed with gold as the bidding plate in his hand expanded to a 10-meter radius. Then, under the shocked eyes of the crowd, Diane began to pour Dao stones, allowing them to disappear in sets of hundreds, then thousands. The breath of the crowd seemed to be taken out. This kid was wealthier than an entire planet. 1,000.
10,000, Diane began to count faintly. 100,000.
1 million. 10 million. I think that's enough for now. The truth was Diane only had a handful of Dao stones left after this. But they didn't need to know that. I hope you all understand what 1 in 10,000 means. If I don't see 100 billion Dao stones after this, I'll start looking down on the Cavasitas. Diane was hoping they could pull it off, actually. 100 billion Dao stones was the equivalent of 100,000 transcendent stones. Something he wanted to see if he could trade for in the future. Now I'll make something very clear. My number 1 rank was earned and you're all nothing but the first step in proving that. The initial shock of the sheer amount of the bet was washed over by Diane's words. So what if he was rich? He was disrespecting their entire beings. He didn't deem them worthy. The truth was that no one there was more angered than Diane. They had trampled over his name, ignored his hard work, and fabricated all sorts of stories to make it seem as though they were the ones in the right.
Diane smiled and shrugged it off, but Madeline and Ree both knew how he really felt. This would be a massacre. The laughter of Elder Den boomed as a message was transmitted into his ears. Listen here. As long as he is defeated, you will each receive 100 Dao stones. This is our guarantee. The competitors shook at the sheer amount of wealth on the table. 100 Dao stones? That was enough to become the richest non-god clan family on Earth in an instant. Diane stepped into the air, hands in his pockets as his entire demeanor changed. Begin! The rage of thousands of warriors erupted into the air. Techniques of fires, winds, ice, earths and waters raged toward Diane. However, Diane barely moved as a massive weapons pagoda appeared at his back. This won't last even 10 seconds, Diane said faintly. Suddenly, thousands of magnificent arrays appeared in the air. The intricate patterns of gold and purple nearly blinded the audience even as the red, black, and dripping aura of the weapons pagoda flashed. Spears of unparalleled power raged outwards from the pagoda's doors, finding their way to each array and becoming perfectly centered even as they began to spin viciously. Diane moved not a single inch even as he calmly watched the thousands of attacks that careened toward him. Connery Sapientia grit his teeth, grinding his throne to dust under the surprised gazes of the Sapientia. He's too powerful. Connery had noticed something anyone with high enough cultivation had. Each and every one of the weapons that Diane brought out of his pagoda matched to his soul level. Meaning, each and every one was a Grandmaster level weapon. This is the difference between you and I. Diane was no longer gazing at the 2,300 before him. His eyes trailed along the ranked geniuses, letting them know he didn't put any of them in his eyes. And then the weapons hell arrays unleashed. It was nothing short of an annihilation. 2,300 attacks were pierced through and shredded to nothing. Brilliant silvers and whites spun viciously from thousands of arrays as a spear of unprecedented power landed before each and every contestant, exploding the ground before them with such force that the stadium itself trembled. 2 seconds had passed. There was only silence in the arena as every present genius could only stare at the spear that landed before them, trembling as their lives flashed before their eyes. Each and every one fell to their knees, bowing their heads and unwilling to look at Diane's figure in the sky. Diane didn't even bother looking at them as his bidding array flashed with his winnings. Diane snorted. Coward, huh? Shock reigned. This was the very first time that many here had seen array alchemy on this scale. Suddenly made them wonder, if this level of skill was used on a battlefield, is it really necessary to cheat? The most glaring point for many wasn't how powerful Diane's attack was. In reality, not only had Diane held back significantly by choosing not to kill them and by not fusing his wills, etc., because of this, the level of power he used could be comparable to many of the rankers. However, that wasn't the point, and Diane was fully aware that those intelligent enough would understand. What Diane had done was on a scale very few could reach. So why, if you could swing a sword or punch a warrior with the same power output Diane just displayed, could you affect thousands of warriors at once? And with such pinpoint accuracy? In most cases, the answer was no. Diane had made his point very clear. I am number 1. Suddenly, Diane's serious demeanor completely changed back to his usual carefree self. Ah, thank you for the money. Diane grinned as he poured the still teleporting Dao stones into his spatial ring. Oh, and my little sister Delia here is taking a nap, but technically she participated. I'm sure that's just fine. As for how you want to fill in the other 788 spots, that's up to you.
Maybe you can slow-mo your playback video and check to see who dropped to their knees last. A light chuckle escaped Dian as he floated away, oblivious to the gritting teeth of those he had been referring to.
In the Pagel God clan section, the red-skinned family had quite a lively air of camaraderie, although Kedlam was a striking contrast. Look at that little brother. It seems you were right about this Dian kid.
It seems you do have competition from those your age after all. Kedlam nodded as he analyzed Dian's seconds-long battle again and again. By every calculation he did, it shouldn't be possible to draw so many arrays, let alone arrays that powerful so quickly. What kind of concept was it to draw thousands of master-level arrays in an instant?
Well, in that fraction of a second, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Dian multiplied the number of master-level arrays on Earth hundreds of times. And he did it on a whim. How have the Ragor been looking this tournament? Kedlam asked.
They've been coasting. It seems like this year they've only allowed Vidar and Thor to participate. I'm not sure of the reason why. Maybe they want quality over quantity. I don't like it. They've been too quiet. Kedlam's elder brother nodded solemnly. Too quiet indeed. In the Planet Nyx section, eyes had turned on to Ulu. Why did you not tell us his soul was so powerful? A dark-skinned woman with short and white Afro-style hair and large silver hooped earrings looked toward Ulu questioningly.
Grandmother, you, the other elders, and husband were setting things in place. And when I originally checked his soul, it was only at the peak of the Meridian Formation or the peak of the Blossom stage. I wasn't aware that he was hiding it. What kind of fool wants to hide his soul talent at such a high stage? If Dian had heard this, he would have likely reacted by scratching his head in shame. He really hadn't had any concept of what a proper soul strength was for a 19 or 18-year-old at the time. So he made a guess. But he guessed very wrong. In fact, in this universe, it wasn't uncommon for even peak saints to be held to the soul cultivation. Are you saying that his soul strength is even higher than that? Matriarch Lebna, Ulu's grandmother, nearly fell from her chair.
As a soul expert, she was well-versed in formations. And, if her memory served her right, the weapon's hell formation was only a lower practitioner-level array which only required a lower blossom stage soul. So, when she had seen him make so many, she had already been ridiculously impressed. There were maybe a handful of geniuses even from their universe that could do such a thing. But, to hear that she had underestimated this child gave her an odd feeling. Grandma, I don't think you'd believe me, but I can't get an accurate gauge on his soul. He's likely at the middle essence stage to the higher essence stage. What Ulu was referring to, unfortunately for her, was when Dian had unleashed his full soul strength at Chaos Arena.
Unlike Connery, Ulu didn't have a concept of a saint soul and didn't know that Dian had already broken in the saint stage. Matriarch Lebna subtly sent a glance toward a quiet and stout middle-aged man with seemingly not a lick of hair on his body. But he too seemed to be studying Dian's figure.
You were right in attaching such importance to him, but it seems like you've failed in your approach. We can only rely on Zabia now. Ulu lowered her head, nodding. Her grandmother, however, was still in shock. Why? Because she had just read Dian's soul as being at the lower blossom level. And yet, her granddaughter, a genius among soul geniuses, had read it at the higher to peak blossom stage just days before. She would never make such a simple mistake. What did that mean? It meant that she, even as the matriarch of the Lebna god clan, even as a celestial-level expert, couldn't see through Dian's soul concealment. This child, is it worth the risk? Or not? Leave it to Zabia for now, Ulla. A deep and reverberating force entered the mind of the matriarch, causing her to nod in acceptance, putting Dian to the back of her mind. They still had a few more days to work with. This world tournament was just the beginning.
The crowd could only watch as Dian leisurely waited for all of his winnings to be pulled into a spatial ring. As one might imagine, the equivalent of 100 billion Dao stones takes a while to teleport, especially when much of it will be made up of saint and profound stones. After what seemed like forever, Dian tossed the bidding array back to Elder Den's stunned figure and headed back toward his area, walking by Clarice and Fiora as though they weren't there. Arios, would you like to go back to your family? Technically speaking, I don't have any plans of leaving Earth until the gates open again. And that's not for at least another half year.
I don't mind you spending all of that time with them. I'll take you up on that offer, Arios nodded. But I was also wondering if we could bring my little sister as well. My elder brother Riley is in line to head the Sicarius family, so he can't leave. Even if we asked, he'd be unwilling to. But Ava's potential is being stifled here. She has a heaven-level constitution, and yet not only has she not put any effort into awakening it properly, she even ruined much of her cultivation for my sake. Diane smiled. I owe Ava a lot, and she's been a good friend to me. Even if you said nothing, I would have asked her. Their mission come the next campaign had nothing to do with rankings anymore. After this world tournament, they would no longer care about such things for a while.
What mattered would be climbing the epistemic tower, and that was an opportunity very few ever got. The fact Diane was willing to share it warmed Arios' heart. Are you leaving? Zaltarish looked up from forming yet another plate of food from Mithrander.
The truth was that martial artists had no need for sleep. As long as there were healthy warriors to fight, the tournament should technically go on. But the problem was that the Cavacita's elders were having issues getting the remaining 2,298 participants to stop kneeling. Diane chuckled, looking back at the situation. It's going to take them a while for them to get over my demonic will. In fact, it'll take them a while to realize that's even the problem to begin with. Plus, I don't feel the need to watch the foundation stage and meridian formation competitions. You guys can stay here and invite whoever else you'd like to invite. I don't mind. With those final words, Diane extended both of his hands. One toward Ree and the other toward Madeline. Wanna go home? Although Diane didn't imply anything, the giggling of the elven girls and Venus sent Madeline and Ree into a furious blush. I think you should spend some time with big sister Madeline alone. Ree protested. She didn't want to be selfish.
She had Diane to herself for a year now, but Madeline hadn't seen him in 2. But Madeline shook her head. Don't be ridiculous. Everything we do together from now on, right? A radiant smile spread across Madeline's face as she took Ree's hand and walked toward Diane.
Grinning wildly, Diane laughed before taking his wives by the waist. He was so large compared to their petite figures that he nearly engulfed them in his embrace. Madeline and Ree let out a startled screech before Diane flashed away with speeds he himself didn't think he had ever reached before.
An excitement bubbled up within him as he felt nothing but a towering anticipation. These feelings only seemed to spur him on faster and faster. Diane wanted to show him his home, his real home. It had been too long since he returned to the mortal world.
In the depths of space, a powerful collection of people were gathering, but they seemed more filled with anticipation than anything else. Husband, it's been 10 years. Can we really finally go back? A beautiful Japanese woman spoke lovingly to a tall elven man. Her kimono clung tightly to her curves, embroidered in beautiful flowers and intricate swirls of gold. But there was something decidedly bestial about her aura. Compared to others of our cause, we've had it easy. Amel and Nora haven't seen their child since birth. Paishaniva even lost his entire clan. We have to remain focused. The tall elven man responded. The beautiful woman pouted. There are also those of us who've been lucky enough to sacrifice nothing at all. The elven man could only sigh. You know, someone had to remain on Earth.
It only makes sense for Little Belmont and Little Red to do so. After all, they're the heart of a royal god clan. I didn't mean Big Red. He's even lost his sons before. That said, don't let him hear you call him Little Red. I can smell that fight coming from a mile away. She giggled.
Suddenly, a saddened expression colored her features. Speaking of Amel and Nora, do you think they'll make it?
The day of the world tournament was the day we set to come back, but even we were late and we were the closest. They've been gone for so long and are so far away. Is it possible? Travel without the gates is. The elven man frowned. It's nothing short of a suicide mission. But if anyone could do it, it would be those two. If it wasn't for them, none of this would be possible and our universe would never rise up again. Our universe?
I like the sound of that. The Japanese woman smiled. Her clan had originated from this universe, before their migration away, when it was the undisputed most powerful in this quadrant. However, a close rival to this universe had always been the old Elven universe, now known as the Chaos universe after the Elven Kingdom's destruction. Because of that, It had always been the goal of the elves to make their way back to their universe.
So, hearing her husband give up on such a ridiculous and sentimental goal made her happy. Him accepting this meant he finally released the burdens his ancestors had placed on him. He finally wanted to move on.
That aside, traveling through the universes without the gates was a highly dangerous affair. However, what Dian had realized in his talks with his grand teacher was that the gates had not always existed, nor were they natural.
And yet, the very premise that creating the gates allowed meant that people knew there were more than one universe before their creation. After all, why would you create gates if you didn't know there were two or more things to connect?
So, what did this mean? It meant that before the gates existed, some highly intelligent people had calculated, prepared and schemed their way to break dimensional barriers to explore the unknown. Let's go. Considering they're there, there's no need for us to rush. But I too would like to see the talent little Belmont and Red will choose to lead the conquering of our dormant epistemic tower. If Dian had been here, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. These experts had spent years, no, decades planning. Their goal was obviously the rise of this universe to its former glory. But there was also a deeper purpose. If there wasn't, they would never sever ties from their families. There were shadows lurking in their former glorious universe. Shadows that destroyed the celestial deer sect and led to the downfall of their universe as they knew it. But the irony wasn't this. One of the most important steps in their plan was raising geniuses capable of conquering the epistemic tower as a first step to their rise.
They had sacrificed so much not only for retrieving the knowledge of the existence of such a tower, but also in scouring and researching legacies to gift these geniuses, all while also warily avoiding and compiling information on their enemies. And yet,
they were soon to come back to find that all their hard work was for naught. Why?
Because the 18-year-old, now 19-year-old boy had done what they couldn't. Their years of planning had all been meaningless as the drums of fate began to beat wildly.
Just moments earlier, Connery Sapientia had sensed Dian taking away Ree and Madeline. In fact, because of that moment, he nearly cracked his throne again. Why? Because he was fully convinced at this point that Dian's array alchemy had far surpassed his. For him to sense Dian taking away his wives meant only a single thing. That Dian had wanted him to. It had only lasted a split moment before Dian completely disappeared. But that was enough. It wasn't that Dian wanted to provoke Connery. He only wanted to continue playing their little game. In the back of Connery's mind, although he found the percentage likelihood to be very small, a piece of him still believed that there was a possibility that Dian could be bluffing.
Something was itching at him, telling him that Dian didn't want their competition as much as he didn't want it. But he had no proof. Every move Dian made was perfect and made sense.
No matter how much backing, money, or power Dian held now, there was no way for him to fight the entire universe on his own. If he continued to push Connery, it might lead to other leaders that hated him taking advantage. Connery understood that and even knew that the only reason he was holding onto that faint possibility was for his own pride. But he still couldn't fathom how a mere child could have surpassed him so easily. And now, they had seemingly also lost a first-in-line genius as well. Far from the World Tournament, Dian sat on a large cushioned throne with Madeline and Ree on either of his thighs. He felt content, holding their waists lightly as they rested their heads on his neck.
They were currently in the Demon Sage's tower. It was a supreme treasure Dian hadn't made use of since the day of the Legacy World opening. In fact, he still had many trials he hadn't taken either. But he had been so focused on other things that he never got around to opening higher floors.
That said, the Demon Sage Tower was perfect for travel, and when Dian didn't need to make it go as fast as he had to escape that day, the energy stone usage was minimal. "Where are we going?" Madeline asked.
She had been content to lean in and enjoy Dian's embrace, but they had been flying for almost an hour over the ocean now, so even she was getting curious. Dian smiled. "I was wondering how long it would take you two to ask. When I asked if you two wanted to go home, I really meant home." "You mean?" Ree looked up. "MHM.
The human world. That's the only place I can take you guys out without having to fight my way through an army of horny men. At worst, you'll have to deal with some stares." Ree and Madeline giggled. They were excited to know more about Dian's origins. It wasn't that it was impossible to travel from the human to martial world, It was more so that it was tedious and the humans weren't as weak as the martial warriors liked to presume. Prime examples of this were Diane's father and the soldier's armor. Diane had used the arm guards of back at Focus Academy. Then there was Diane's shield that was capable of easily blocking Ava's attack. It was suffice to say that the human world had technology capable of matching up to at least the lower extremities of the martial world. They were mysterious enough the top-end experts didn't bother with them and strong enough that the lower-end experts knew not to encroach on their territory.
But there was another reason martial experts never seemed to bother with the human world.
This reason also happened to be why, although Diane's soul was innately of the peak blossom stage, he had been at the lower foundation stage when he stepped into the martial world. There was a complete lack of cultivation energy. Not a single drop of it existed in the human world. Couple that with the fact that mortals had their body cultivation sealed, and you had to perfectly legitimate reasons for why Diane had never taken note of his powerful soul. That said, because of Diane's near-death experience with Darius Storm, his soul had been forced to grow stronger, ignoring the weakness of his body. Then, because of the 25th White Mother of the Celestial Deer Sect, Diane's master, he was able to catalyze the awakening of his body cultivation by absorbing essence blood. Do we really not need to worry about the Sapientia anymore? Madeline asked softly. She was almost scared about the answer. She wasn't willing to leave Diane again. Diane smiled. If you said the word, I could destroy the entire Sapientia family network in this universe. You never have to worry about them. Pervert. You just want Madeline to give you her virginity. Ree lightly flicked Diane's nose before teasingly poking Madeline's breast. Madeline giggled. You know that twitch his leg does? Ree nodded vehemently. He's like a newborn calf when he's coming.
They should have put that up on the monitors instead. Much more embarrassing. Hey, when did this become bully me time? Ever since Madeline and I boast a winning record. Ridiculous. I'm undefeated. Diane's eyes flashed with a sinister light. By the time Madeline and Ree figured out what was going on, Diane had clamped down on their hips too tightly for them to escape. Shining lights of golden flames and crystals filled the throne room as Madeline and Ree's faces flushed, each burying their face into Diane's chest while trying to control their breathing. Diane grinned triumphantly, slyly lowering his hands to massage their plump asses.
Madeline was especially sensitive. Her bestial aura wasn't as prominent as Ree's, but it would increase the more she improved her connection with her faith seed. That said, that wasn't the reason she was so sensitive. She hadn't felt Diane's touch in 2 years. She had ignored the longing, instead focusing on her campaigns and cultivation. But that didn't mean it wasn't there. So, it wasn't a surprise to anyone that Madeline was the first to raise her head and gently kiss Diane, accepting his tongue's twirl around hers. But, before they got very far, flashing lights and booming alarms filled their senses. Diane pulled away and sighed. God damn it. Diane stood, gently laying the flustered and still weak-legged Ree and Madeline down where he had sat. There was a large paned window before them.
Or there would have been had Diane not lowered the shield. Hearing the blaring alarms, Diane had a good idea of what was going on. So he raised the tower's metal shields to find a very familiar sight. In the distance, there was the city line of a large and technologically advanced coastline. But it was still tens of kilometers away. What was more glaringly obvious was the large space station-like silver construct that hovered over the ocean. It was made up of tens of spherical hubs connected by long and transparent pathways that extended in each direction as far as the eye could see. Each spherical hub housed hundreds, if not thousands, of patrolling soldiers and also had numerous fighter jets and helicopters on their roofs. Diane covered his eyes as he looked out. He had seen this sight before. The last time was when the silver yacht that brought him away from it. The times before was when he had helped in its upgrade. Stop all forward progress. State your purpose. Hearing this voice, Diane couldn't help but grin. Flashing outside, Diane stood in the air on his array and looked out before projecting his voice. UNC, when'd you become such a cockblock? Diane. A soldier standing on the roof of one of the spherical structures asked in confusion. His eyesight obviously wasn't as good as Diane, being immortal, so he immediately pulled out a set of binoculars to set his eyes on Diane's figure. He almost didn't recognize the mature young man that stood before him,
But when he couldn't mistake was that wardrobe. Only Diane would step out of a glowing tower with a white shirt and sweatpants. "You snotty-nosed kid. If your father were here, you wouldn't dare say those words out loud." The soldier's voice boomed in laughter. This soldier was a close friend of Diane's late father. Diane called him UNC, short for uncle, but they weren't actually related. Diane laughed. "So what's up? Are you going to let me through?" We've got new management. But you shouldn't have too many hoops to jump through. Go ahead and come on to the station. We can skip the search step for you." Diane smiled and nodded, heading back in to get Ree and Madeline. He knew who this new manager was. It was a running joke really, because this manager wasn't new at all. After Diane's father died, he had become the new highest-ranking member of the military. This meant he had been here for decades and had been managing for 7 years already. But loyalty to General Sicharo wasn't something hard to come by. Walking back into the throne room, Diane found Ree and Madeline tangled around each other. They had seemingly ignored the blaring noises, assuming that Diane would handle it. Diane couldn't help but pause at this scene. He never thought he would be happy to see his woman entangled with someone else, but this was definitely an exception. Definitely an exception. It was clear that Ree and Madeline's bestial aura had opened them up a bit. Diane definitely wasn't complaining. They hadn't gone so far as to kiss, though. Or, yet more accurately, it was almost a shame to break up their cuddle. Diane chuckled. "Let's go meet my uncle." "Well, he's not really my uncle. But he is for all intents and purposes." Ree and Madeline pouted at first, but also realized that this was an important moment. So they both went to tidy themselves up before Diane gave them more modern clothing to wear. Ree settled for skin-tight black leggings and a blue blouse that complemented her long blue-silver hair, while Madeline wore tight-fitting dark jeans, a white shirt, and long purple cardigan. Moments later, Diane had shrunk the tower down to once again fit into his spatial ring, and had stepped onto the roof of the silver spherical structure to find a tall and stout man with an ugly scar running vertically down his left eye. It was partially covered by an eye patch, but the scar was too long to cover completely. He looked quite menacing and held an aura that shocked even Ree and Madeline despite their years of battle experience. They couldn't help but involuntarily shiver under this man's gaze, even though he clearly had no cultivation. However, that demeanor of his completely shattered when he saw Diane. In fact, the large man even started tearing up, bringing Diane into a tight embrace. "You stupid kid. Were you too distracted by women to think of visiting me? UNC, you're still a big crybaby. This is why Dad never promoted you." Ree and Madeline didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was a crybaby? What about the rest of them then? "Let me introduce you, UNC. This is Ree," pointed toward the beautiful elven girl, before shifting his gaze. "And this is Madeline. They're my wives." "Wives?" UNC leaned in and whispered. "As in two? That's allowed? Get me out of here." Ree and Madeline giggled. UNC didn't know that their hearing was too good for his voice to escape them. But, even more than that, they found it funny that his first reaction wasn't that Diane was too young, but rather that there were two of them. "Lieutenant General Barbaros." A sharp voice came from an opening staircase. It seemed to come out of the ground but was covered by a trapdoor that had to be opened with a special access code. "General." The unidentified vehicle was just Diane and his wives. Soon, the head of the general came into view, and Madeline and Ree suddenly understood that Barbaros really was a crybaby. Their general was nothing like him. The aura was so stifling that Ree was reminded of the sentinels that guarded Dead King's Valley. She remembered how Diane had to step in front of her at that time, and she remembered how strong Diane's back had been during that whole experience, and she suddenly understood something. It wasn't normal for someone as young as Diane to be so used to dealing with such pressure. This was a pressure that was meant to be built and forged over years of experience. And yet, between Ree and Madeline, how often had they seen Diane ignore such pressure? During the opening ceremony, Diane stood unperturbed by 6 elders. During Madeline's wedding, he had faced the head elders of the big sects completely unfazed. When he was forced to run to the Elven Kingdom, Diane had maintained his composure even while being chased by experts from god-level clans. In the Elven Kingdom, Diane stood to even their grand elders and then their ancestors. Then, as if all of this wasn't enough already, Dian had challenged the head of a god clan, the head of the guild headquarters, and through all of this, he had never put any of them in his eyes. Why? That was all anyone who witnessed these things could ask themselves. But what they never thought was to ask Dian, because if they had, he would have given them one very honest answer.
I don't feel anything from them. Having made his way up and heard the words of Lieutenant Barbaros, the general made his way to Dian, standing a mere half-meter from him. In reality, Dian knew that this contest would be over as soon as he leaked his demonic will. But he did no such thing.
This was a contest between mortals, as such, he was respectful of that. Is there a problem, General? Dian asked with a smile on his face. You're just as disrespectful as ever. Your father taught you better. Hardly. I have nothing but respect for second best. It's hard to live your life in a shadow. Dian's smile didn't fluctuate. In fact, if you muted the conversation, you may have very well thought he was complimenting the general. The truth was that the more time Dian spent in the martial world, the more odd he found the death of his parents. His father and mother were both completely healthy before their deaths. But what was even more odd was the note his mother had left him for his 16th birthday.
Everyone here obviously knew about the martial world considering the testing was public. But that didn't explain why Dian's mother had been so adamant about him going, or why she was even more sure that he'd either pass the test or at least find a way to pass it. Whenever you wanted to start an investigation, it was best to start with whoever had the most to gain. And with that in mind, who could have possibly gained more than the person who replaced his father? In addition to that, Dian's mother wasn't normal either.
She may have retired to raise Dian, but she was still once the head of logistics va intelligence and had a lot of influence. If she had been alive, the likelihood of this General Mace being appointed to his position would have been near zero. You've gotten bolder.
Did you think losing your virginity made you a man now? Unlike many of the martial world's so-called experts, General Mace didn't lose his temper at Dian's words. If anything, he invited them. But he didn't speak blindly. They did have some intelligence on the martial world.
According to what they knew, the academy Dian went to was among the weakest, and Dian's talent had been evaluated as normal, even for them. In just 2 years, it was impossible for Dian to have become powerful enough to be much of a threat. Dian feigned surprise. General, inquiring about the sex life of a minor isn't too good, no? You're practically a political official. What would the public think? People have been fired for less. A faint light flashed in the general's eyes at Dian's words. You're being quite rude to someone that can keep you here for months if need be. Dian smiled, taking a step forward. His nose was a mere inch from the general's, his eyes sharpening in response. There's nothing I find funnier than someone who doesn't know his own limits. The surrounding soldiers had no idea what was going on. This front was one that had a lot of turnover. Not many were willing to spend much time here. In fact, the only reason General Mace was here was due to an inspection. This wasn't a border that required a lot of protecting because of the treaty. So, when they saw the general, they couldn't even look in the eye being stepped up to by a 19-year-old boy. They didn't know how to feel.
Oh? But the man who raised you didn't seem to know his. General Mace's words were laced with malice. Even crybaby Barbaros couldn't help but shake in anger. You know, in the martial world, those words are enough for me to kill you. Dian's eyes burned with a black flame that caused a serious expression to surface on General Mace's features. It was the first time he had felt a threatening aura from Dian.
Threatening a government official is enough for me to arrest you right now. However, before he had even finished his words, Dian had gone back to face Ree and Madeline. Not everyone here is like him. He's just got a big mouth. He has an inability to put much to action, though. Let's go. Taking their hands, a brilliant array appeared below Dian's feet as he raised into the air under the astounded gazes of the soldier. See you later, UNC. Dian waved. I don't remember authorizing your entry into our world. General Mace called out.
Why don't you go talk to the president about that? In fact, why don't you also tell him about how I threatened your life too? I'm sure he'll help you out with your grievances. Dian laughed, flying away leisurely. His words had quite an obvious meaning. General Mace's authority wasn't enough to hold him here. And General Mace knew that. Later that evening, General Mace stood alone in his office. It was a large space in the frontier's main sphere and was filled with large panning windows. However, they were currently shielded by metal blinds.
Are preparations nearly complete? A voice Diane would have recognized came from seemingly everywhere at once. General Mace didn't even bother to look. He knew he wouldn't find the person. We've been working steadily toward this goal for hundreds of years. I wouldn't mess up now. Do you realize what it is you're doing? These people mean nothing to me. The voice hummed in acceptance. It's a shame that the soul kernel has been lost. That could not be helped. But I believe I have a fairly good guess of what happened to it now. You've realized the same thing we have, You too have heard of the boy from our world? General Mace asked questioningly. He was a bit surprised. Diane's presence should have been too low-key for these figures to notice.
Could he have miscalculated something?
We know of him. When the time is right, the soul kernel will be ours too. But, for now, focus on properly nurturing the energy and body kernels. After all, your people have been practically placed on a sacrificial altar for them.
It's only right that one of their own be the one to hand it off, as long as my life is extended as promised. You've already lived hundreds of years past the normal mortal. Are you still not satisfied? General Mace's eyes flashed with something imperceptible. I should be the one cultivating.
But that isn't possible. So, I'll settle for the life associated with it instead. The voice paused before disappearing completely. The hobbled figure that projected the voice disappeared over the horizon in an instant with speed only possible by a celestial expert.
Their back was hunched and aged, but their features remained recognizable. This person was Elder Dayu. Just like Diane had expected, the human world was nothing like the martial world.
Even with Ree and Madeline's beauty being well beyond anything mortals had ever seen, they were at most the subject of passing glances. He had brought them both to experience human world food, and everything had gone smoothly. It seemed that mortals felt less entitled. Or, more accurately, they had better control over how they acted upon their feelings. Mostly because strength didn't dictate as much here as it did there. Ree and Madeline couldn't help but look around in awe. Although much of the martial world was also technologically advanced, it was definitely not to this extent. They were mostly fascinated by things like cars and smartphones. It inspired Diane to revamp his communication device.
He felt it was a bit ridiculous that he needed to use Dao stones and yet still have communication limited to just this planet. To Diane, it must have been because his energy-cultivating talent had been non-existent when he first created the device, so he was much too wasteful.
Dao stones contained enigmatic energy, the energy of Dao-level experts. These were people who could destroy an entire universe should they have incentive to do so. In fact, it was a war between experts of that level that results in chaos universe and most likely, by Diane's estimation, also led to the energy deficiencies of this universe. If energy that potent could only communicate across a single planet, then there had to be a mistake somewhere.
However, Diane put that to the back of his mind for now. Aside from tonight, he had 2 more days of peace with Madeline and Ree before they had to head back to the martial world. So, he planned on using it to the fullest.
Later that night, Diane brought Ree and Madeline to a Hilton hotel and reserved the entire top-floor suite for the next 3 days. Although Ree and Madeline had no idea, that was something that was meant to be impossible. The idea of showing up to a 5-star hotel and asking for their best room on such short notice was only possible for very few people. However, it seemed that enough odd occurrences had happened that day for Ree and Madeline to finally grow curious enough to ask.
What exactly is that black thing you've been taking out all day? Ree asked curiously. This. Diane held up a sleek black credit card. But it was unlike any other. It was nearly half a centimeter thick and weighed nearly a pound.
There wasn't a number code on it, but there was a single silver chip that likely acted as a source of identification. This is just a payment method we call a credit card. They're usually separated by tiers depending on the credit limit or money you have access to at any given time. So why has everyone been so silent when they see it if it's so normal? Madeline chimed in while looking out the glass window of the elevator they were slowly riding up. Diane laughed. That's probably because it's the first time they've seen one without a limit. Without a limit?
So you're basically a king here? Madeline giggled. Diane grinned. He hadn't told them, but he had been using his array alchemy to stop people from recognizing him the entire day.
Although he was 2 years older now, it was likely that many would still remember his face, and he hadn't wanted that to take over the entire day. "Come," Diane said as the elevator doors opened to their exclusive 2-floor suite. "Tonight, this king is yours." Ree and Madeline giggled as Diane swung them into his arms and swooped into the room. "Diane is back?" A middle-aged man with graying hair sat in an office few wouldn't recognize. He was clearly busy and quite tired, but this seemed to be the best news he had heard in years. "If you can believe it, Commander-in-Chief," the little rascal came back with 2 wives. "2. The robust voice of Lieutenant General Barbaros erupted from the other end of the phone line, clearly having needed someone to vent to. "Sh, not so loud." The middle-aged man turned a wary gaze over to a 19-year-old girl who had been quietly typing away on her phone, an action that had stopped when she heard Diane's name. But when she heard Barbaros' words, it would have been more accurate to say that she froze. It was only then that the middle-aged man realized that he had likely made things worse with his words. But before he could attempt to fix it, a knock came at his door. "Sorry, Mr. President. I know that this is time you usually reserve to spend with your daughter, but something important has come up." The middle-aged man could only apologetically smile toward his daughter, but she seemed to be showing no other reaction aside from her initial surprise. She wouldn't say it out loud, but as the daughter of the President of the United States, she was very much used to hiding things, especially when that thing was how she felt. "It's okay, Dad, we still have tomorrow. We meet every day after all." Hearing his daughter's words, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. She repeated those words to him every day. He couldn't remember the last time they had ever finished their time together. "Clara, wait," he called out just before she stepped out of the Oval Office. "Yes. Would you like me to invite Diane for dinner?" Clara smiled a smile that almost seemed rehearsed. "You can. But I don't think I'll be there." With that, Clara disappeared, not allowing her father to respond as she walked down the lonely hallways. It wasn't that there weren't people, but the moving pieces were so numerous and so loud that they were almost too easy to ignore. Soon, Clara found her way to her room and entered the bathroom silently, standing in front of the mirror. She stood there for a while, scanning over her long brunette hair and eyes so a pale blue that they were actually gray. She had a fair caramel skin tone that made it obvious she was of mixed race, and she had delicate and soft features that were a striking dichotomy to the cold that permeated her eyes. After a few moments, Clara took a deep breath before washing her face and toweling off. Then, she did something she rarely did and smiled, thinking of a handsome boy with a personality large enough to make even her stoic father happy to hear his name. It was likely that anyone who would have seen this smile would have been at a loss for words. But it remained hidden, never to be seen. "I wish you the best," she whispered before walking out. A fair distance away, Diane stared out of the large suite windows with a pensive look. He wore his sweatpants and had removed his shirt to clean his wound and switch out his bandages. Ree and Madeline had gone off to bathe together, something he had wanted to join but was kicked out of much to his sadness. "I owe you, but I can't marry you." As conceited as that sounded, Diane had to be realistic with himself. The fact he even thought he owed Clara in the first place was already conceited of him. He hadn't seen Clara since he was 16, and even before that, he hadn't spoken to her since he was 13. He didn't know what was telling him that she still had or ever had feelings like that for him. It was pure conceit, but regardless of whether she had any feelings or not, he would pay her back. He didn't know if it was possible for any mortals other than him to cultivate, but he would at least take Clara out to experience the martial world. If he brought her to the epistemic tower, maybe he could earn some blood essence rewards to help her body cultivate. Then, once her body was strong enough, he could ask his grand teacher to give her a set of meridians too. Diane felt like the best way to pay Clara back was by giving her something that was taken away from most humans, their power. Then, one day, when enough time had passed, if she really was in love with him now, she would happily move on and find someone who treated her better. Suddenly, Diane's thoughts were interrupted. "Look at him, probably thinking about useless and stupid stuff again," giggled Ree. Madeline nodded in agreement. "That's definitely his I'm overthinking simple things face again." Diane turned back, ready to rebuttal, but his words got caught in his throat. There stood his lovely wives, wrapped in towels so short that he was almost certain that if he turned them around, the soft shape of their asses would poke out ever so slightly. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his breathing, but nothing seemed to be working. Even the water that faintly dripped from their long hair to their bodies was too much for him to handle. "I think I made a mistake," Diane choked out. Ree and Madeline smiled, walking each to either of Diane's sides and trailing their small hands along his growing bulge. "What mistake is that?" Madeline giggled lightly. "I can't handle the both of you." Despite his words, Diane's arms had snaked around their waists, grabbing their soft asses as he lifted them each up, one for each arm. Ree and Madeline shrieked with delight as they tried their best to keep their towels wrapped around themselves, even as Diane gently laid them on the large supersized bed. Diane took his time, leaning over their figures domineeringly as his lips graced each one of theirs. Ree's smell and taste was the same. It was like stepping in the freshest of spring waters and being graced with the softness of lavender. Madeline was like a delicate flower, but she had the plumpness and sweet taste of a peach. Diane threw away his pants, almost resentful that they had been there, as he slowly turned his gaze from Ree to Madeline and back again. Their towels left little to the imagination, but that made them all the more alluring. Ree's petite but curvy figure was wrapped much more tightly than Madeline, but because of her position lying on her back and the bend of her knee, Diane could see the faint sight of one of the most beautiful things the world had to offer. Madeline, however, had a figure much too robust for the pitiful towel to handle. Because she had been longing for Diane's touch, her hands hadn't bothered to keep the towel in place, so it had burst apart, revealing a sight Diane too had longed to see. Madeline's figure had truly filled out. Her breasts were more than what Diane's undoubtedly large hands could handle, and her hips flared from her waist so perfectly that Diane's hands found their way there first. Flashing golds of Diane's aurora flame and the crystals of his celestial will came down with an energy he had never pushed it to before. After awakening his energy cultivation, Diane had gained the ability to tap into his wills to a new level. And with his saint soul, he obviously had the ability to push his aurora flames to all new heights. But now Ree and Madeline were feeling the full brunt of both. Diane's hands gently pulled away their towels, revealing two immaculate figures that were reddening and moaning under his touch. His hands slipped down their curved figures, delicately tracing their inner thighs and ever so lightly outlining their pink folds. Ree's small triangular patch of hair and Madeline's small strip added the perfect accents to their already perfect bodies. Their hips rocked to Diane's touch, grinding his fingers further into them as their hands found their way to each other. "Diane." Both of their moans filled room as they convulsed violently. They hadn't lasted even a minute under Diane's touch. "That was too easy for you too?" Diane smiled, trailing kisses over their bodies as they shivered. "I'm going to make you work for it next time." Diane pulled Madeline up from the bed, taking her into his arms and enjoying the 2 mounds of flesh that pressed against his chest. He had already positioned his cock at Ree's entrance, pouring his wills into her. Ree's entrance grinded along Diane's tip, lacing it with her delicate juices as her legs trembled. Madeline's arms wrapped around Diane's neck. She had forgotten the last coherent thought she had, but all she knew was that there was nothing better in this world than to be in her husband's arms. Diane slowly pushed forward, relishing in the sound of Ree's near-bestial growl as he penetrated her. Madeline's delicate lips found their way to his, falling into his embrace even more. But when she felt Diane's hands slip into her, she too lost herself as her back arched, biting his lip in retaliation. Diane stroked slowly, feeling the wet vortex of Ree's treasured place convulse around him even as his hand delicately explored Madeline's. Ree's hips seemed to beg Diane to go faster, to go deeper, but he refused. Every time she pushed forward, he pulled back, and every time she pulled back, he pushed forward. Madeline was even more frustrated. Diane's control over his hands far outdid his cock. The way he slowly circled her clit. The way his fingers curled into her, but never deep enough. The way his kiss was slow and gentle. It kept her longing for more. Ree and Madeline moaned in frustration. Every time they nearly climbed over the peak, Diane would stop, pulling out of Ree and taking his fingers away from Madeline. "Diane, please." Their moans became pleas and their growls became whimpers. Diane didn't seem to hear them, only slowly increasing his pace when Madeline's nails began to dig into his back. "Diane, I'm coming."
Madeline moaned into Diane's ear, unable to control the violent shaking of her hips as she grinded into Diane's fingers. Ree couldn't speak. She had thrusted her hips so far forward, unready for Diane's increased pace, that she had felt him in a place that was almost too deep. Her orgasm was so violent that she turned over, needing to escape from the pleasure. Diane smiled, gently running his hands over Ri's body as he set Madeline down gently. Ree faced Madeline's cheek, grasping her hand for a moment they all knew she had anticipated even as the last over her convulsions slowly ended. Diane leaned over Madeline, looking into her deep purple eyes with a smile playing his features. He gently kissed her lips, laying his cock on her toned belly. Madeline's hand found her way to it while her other happily accepted Ree's. "Take me." Diane shivered as he felt Madeline guide him to her entrance. Seeing Madeline's sure smile, Diane no longer hesitated as he pushed forward. Madeline gasped at the all-new sensation. She didn't feel pain, but there was an endless warmth filling her belly. Diane's cock was nothing like his hands. Both felt good, but Madeline immediately understood why Ree had nearly passed out. "Diane, it's too good." Madeline's moans filled the room as Diane slowly slid in and out of her, relishing in the sight of her small pink folds being separated by him. Ree's free hand glided over Madeline's body, lightly tracing her pink and perky nipples before exploring more sensitive areas. Diane watched this as he savored the crevices of Madeline's walls. Both Ree and Madeline were tight beyond belief. He could feel their every orgasm with every inch of himself. But still, he held back. He wanted to give Madeline his everything for her first. But Ree and Madeline almost seemed lost in their own world. Diane's hand had found its way to Ri's delicate folds, causing her breathing to quicken along with Madeline's. But they no longer faced Diane. In fact, they faced each other. Madeline lay on her back, her legs wrapped tightly around Diane's waist as her ample breasts bounced with his every movement. Her nose was a mere half each from Ree's, their breathing completely in sync. There was only one more push needed, just a single ride to the peak of pleasure. Diane's pace quickened, his hand grinding into Ree even as he slid deeper and deeper into Madeline. And that was when he felt it. The burning fires of a violet flame and the call of a phoenix. Madeline, Ree and Diane's souls intertwined as the lips of two otherworldly beauties found their way to each other. Diane felt his body cultivation skyrocket. 12%, 15%, 18%, 19%, 19.5%, 19.9%. Energy stones flew from Diane's ring, randomly filled the room as he was unwilling to lose the feeling of Madeline wrapped around him. Diane's soul broke through an entire layer, shattering to the peak of the lower saint stage to approach the middle saint stage. Diane's energy cultivation seemed to want to tear through everything in existence. But he held it back, stamping it down even as he watched Ree's tongue slip into Madeline's mouth. "You too." Diane's voice came out in a low growl as the flames of violet danced in the air. Ree propped herself up on her knees, sticking her ass toward Diane as she deepened her kiss with Madeline. The sight was too much for Diane. He lifted Ree up by her waist, causing her to squeal with pleasure as he placed her on top of Madeline. Their two sets of folds lay perfectly on top of each other as Diane did something he was sure only a cultivator could do. He started slowly, pulling from Madeline's convulsing folds to enter Ree's before going back. The muffled moans of his wives as their lips locked with each other was all the motivation Diane needed to quicken his pace. The soft wetness of their entrances leaked and combined. The raging purple flames flared with Diane's golden, raising their pleasure by 3. Diane felt himself nearing his limit. And then it came. Diane entered Madeline, releasing so strongly that he had to hold on to Ree and Madeline to stabilize him. Madeline's hips convulsed, relishing in the gush that unleashed inside of her as her legs locked around Diane. Diane's arms wrapped around Ree's waist, his hands finding their way to her folds before he circulated a final time, causing her to bite Madeline's lip as she moaned with pleasure. That night, Diane slept with a grin on his face. Madeline to his right, Ree to his left, and each hand rested on a soft mound. Madeline and Ree slept soundly too. Their heads being rested on Diane's broad chest gave them a sense of security neither felt with it. "I love you," Diane said softly. He didn't say these words nearly enough, but he felt the need to now. The smiles of Ree and Madeline's faces brightened as they snuggled closer, allowing the soft breathing of sleep to fill the room. The very next morning, Madeline's muffled moans filled the hotel room. Diane sat up, wrapping her waist with one arm and playing with her plump breasts with the other as she rode him. "You guys make too much noise," Ree groaned, rolling in her sleep. Madeline rested her head of Diane's shoulders, panting for air as she felt his two strong hands grip her waist tightly, not letting her escape from his plunging rod. "So deep." Madeline shivered, her hips rocking under Diane's movement. Her back arched, allowing Diane a view of two perfect mounds covered in glistening sweat. Madeline's body twitched under the pleasure, collapsing onto the bed. "I tap out," she gasped. Diane grinned, rolling over to spoon Ree. His hands glided along the curves as his cock pressed flush against her soft ass. Ree giggled. "You beast," slipping one arm under Ree's side to grab her breast and the other under her thigh to lift her leg. Diane gently grinded his tip against her slit as he trailed kisses along her neck. Ree moaned as she felt Diane's girth pierce her, rocking back and forth to follow his motion. "I'm going to take you two to a cool place today. SH?" Ree reached back, sliding her hand along Diane's cheek. She gasped. "Can't focus on your words right now." Diane smiled, obliging to Ree's request and focusing on pleasing his wives well. "Do I look like a chauffeur to you, kid? I'm the third most powerful military man in this country. What do I look like driving 3 kids around?" Lieutenant General Barbaros feigned anger as he drove a large black vehicle down a spacious road. Ree and Madeline giggled. "Would you like some water, Uncle Barbaros?" Ree offered, blinking innocently. "I can massage your shoulders too, Uncle. You must have a very stressful job." Madeline chimed in. Diane looked back from the front seat with a thumbs up, causing another fit of giggles to fill the car. Seeing his uncle blush let Diane know he had won this round. "Look at you, manipulating your beautiful wives like this. If I hear you've been a bad husband, don't blame me for spanking you in place of your father." Diane laughed. "I got it into. How's the G-man doing?" Uncle Barbaros rolled his eyes as he turned the SUV's wheel. "Only you would call the president G-man. Plus, you like avoiding other things too much. Wives or not, there's someone else you should be asking about too." Ree and Madeline nodded. In fact, when they had kicked Diane out of from bathing with them, they too talked about this. Ree hadn't known how serious it was until she spoke to Eli, but neither had Madeline until Ree told her. Diane seemed to have avoided the topic entirely with the both of them, dismissing Clara as a childhood friend. But he really did see her like that. "Look at you 3, already colluding behind my back." Diane shook his head, looking out of the windows before he noticed something was wrong. "This isn't the direction to the White House, you know. How long did you think it would take me to notice? It's a school day. Kids should be in school, so I'm taking you to school. Even you can't just barge into the White House midday like this." Diane turned his gaze toward his uncle with a really expression plastered on. "Find me a school that can teach me anything new, and I'll agree." "Ugh, so arrogant. I'll be taking my lovely nieces to see their other uncle. You'll be giving a talk today. Gallagher was supposed to do it, but when he heard you were coming he decided to take some time off." "Uncle Barbaros, who is Gallagher? Is he the president you were talking about?" Madeline asked. "Yes. He's the president of the United States of America," Barbaros said proudly. "Is he powerful? You could say he's the leader of the free world. Other countries may disagree, but America likely has the most power. So, as its leader, he's seen as quite important." "Hold on," Diane protested. "How did I get stuck with this? I'm supposed to be on vacation too." "You're too young to go on vacation. Go do some work." Barbaros abruptly stopped the car, clicking the passenger door open for Diane. "Wait, but this is..." Diane looked out to see a large gated university. "Here's your ID and the number of the hall you're supposed to go to. Although I have no doubt everyone knows who you are, it's best to be safe." "Okay, bye." Diane turned a pleading gaze to Ree and Madeline, but all he found were 2 bright smiles and a pair of small hands waving him goodbye. Ree and Madeline then joined hands, fusing their wind will and pushing Diane out of the car. "You can go now, Uncle." Diane, clearly surprised, stumbled out of the car and could only watch bitterly as the black SUV pulled away.
I guess I can't give a talk wearing this. Diane sighed, looking down at his sweatpants before looking toward the university. Even at the entrance, there was a large stream of students. The front lawn was large and filled with a mix of quietly studying students, socializing students, and even a few athletes playing catch. It gave Diane a nostalgic feeling. He had forwent the normal education route, but he did still have a few degrees. That said, he always wondered how things would be if he hadn't had so much on his mind from such a young age. Maybe he'd be playing catch right now too. Diane strolled into the gate sighing. He knew very well why they wanted him to come here, but he didn't like it. But he knew he had to do this eventually. He had just hoped he could have had the social environment of the White House as a helper. But it's clear he wouldn't get his wish now. Well, I never got to go to you, Diane said quietly.
Maybe it's time I experience Princeton University, Did you hear Clara? A girl with short bob-cut hair slid into a seat by Clara in the medium-sized lecture hall. It only held about 100 students at max capacity, but only truly ever housed 50 at a time. What am I saying? Of course you heard, he's your father after all.
Oh? Is he coming today? Clara looked out of the window, her gray eyes as cold as usual. The president doing talks for your university was a big deal. And usually it was only for the end-of-year graduation. But President Gallagher was most known during his tenure as an education reformist.
So he often made monthly appointments with various schools around the country promoting higher learning but also smarter learning. It was because of him that America had begun to rank higher in education in recent years. You're too cold, the girl pouted. Look, Jason is looking over here again. What's not to like? Seeing Clara not reacting, she could only give up. Well, that was until she noticed blonde hair and blue-eyed Jason walking over. Seeing that, she smoothed her hair but also poked at Clara.
But could only give up seeing that she was still being ignored. Clara. Jason smiled politely, speaking with a clear British accent. Penelope.
It's nice to see you two looking beautiful as usual. Penelope smiled while Clara looked up, nodding in acknowledgement. Jason leaned in and whispered, making sure only the three of them heard. Penelope.
I finally got Clara to agree to go on a date with me. He looked excited, like a little boy on Christmas morning. It was also clear that he wasn't here to brag about it, or else he would have spoken out loud for more than them to hear. That made Penelope nod with approval before she registered what had just been said. Wait, what? SH. Jason brought his finger to his lips.
I'm only here so that you can make sure she doesn't back out. Penelope looked over at Clara, but all she found was her friend looking out of the window again. It was clear that Jason wasn't lying. That's so cute. Penelope giggled. Okay.
Let me know when it's happening so I can make sure she's ready. I won't let her escape. Suddenly, the door of the classroom opened, causing everyone to turn their gaze over. They were supposed to have the president as a lecturer today, but they found it odd that they didn't see any of the usual press and security detail. Not to mention he was late. But when they saw a young man walk in wearing a crisp white t-shirt and sweatpants rolled to his calves, many were confused. Well, the men were confused. Many of the women were in a daze. They had simply never seen someone so attractive. Penelope gripped Clara's forearm, unwilling to take her eyes off of the young man. You already have Jason, right?
You can let me have this one? Clara looked up in confusion, but when she saw who it was, she froze. Jason, who was still facing the two of them, didn't take too kindly to Clara's reaction. She had never seen her emotions shift much from their baseline coldness. Even when she accepted his invite this morning, it had been with the faintest of nods. Jason had to strain and even double-check before he confirmed that that was her way of saying yes. Wait, isn't that? The chatter in the class began to rise as they analyzed who this young man was. The only person who seemed confused was Jason. But he couldn't be blamed. After all, he had come here for school and was originally from Europe. He wasn't as aware of Diane's fame as the far west world was. In addition to this, Diane's passing to enter the martial world was a country secret. Something even the American students here didn't know. After all, the mortal realm wasn't united. The idea of a citizen of a country becoming a martial expert could drastically tip the balance of power, and as such, results were kept secret. The only reason Clara knew and understood was not only because she was the president's daughter. That wasn't enough to justify her knowing a military-grade secret. The reason was because President Gallagher knew his daughter cared for Diane and didn't want her to think he just upped and disappeared. So he broke the rules. Jason looked around to hear the chatter, but he was confused. He had to admit that this boy was attractive, but this was Princeton. Since when did how you looked dictate anything? Diane looked around, quickly scanning over the class. But before he could finish, he noticed Jason making his way over. "Hi. Sorry. Do you need help getting to the right classroom?" Jason asked with a smile. He didn't make the assumption that Diane wasn't meant to be in Princeton. After all, no matter how lost someone was, they would know what this institution was. But this was a small class of only about 50 and Jason had never seen him before despite it being near the end of a semester. So he thought he'd help, especially since Diane looked a bit young. "He's likely a first year." Diane smiled politely. "No, I think I'm in the right place. This is where President Gallagher's lecture was meant to take place, right?" Hearing his accent, Diane immediately understood why Jason didn't recognize him. "That's right." Jason nodded. "Are you a new transfer student?" Actually, I'm here to replace President Gallagher as today's lecturer." Hearing Diane's words, whispers filled the room. Those words confirmed a lot of their thoughts and excitement began to color their faces. Who here didn't know of Diane Cicharo? He was practically a legend. Jason blinked with surprise. Who here wasn't a genius among geniuses? This was not only Princeton, but this class had some people who stood out even among that crowd. Clara, for example, was only 19, and yet was in multiple master's level classes. Jason was a transfer from Cambridge who was completing a dual diploma. And even Penelope, who acted like a typical teenage girl a large portion of the time, was still a biochem savant. But someone their age was going to lecture them? Jason was fairly mild-tempered and didn't react too harshly to this, but he was still inwardly off-put. "Do you mind if I ask what you will lecture us on?" Diane pondered for a bit. "Actually, I hadn't thought that far. Why don't you guys decide?" Jason didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he ever got the opportunity to replace the president, how many tireless weeks would he spend preparing? But this guy didn't even have a lecture idea. First, I should probably introduce myself. I haven't been in the public eye for a while, but many of you likely know my father, General Cicharo. Obviously, that makes me his son, Diane Cicharo. Jason froze. Whether he knew what Diane looked like was one thing, but that name. That was a name the entire mortal realm knew. I'm sorry." Jason scratched the back of his head. He couldn't believe he had just tried to help such a legend find the right classroom. "Don't worry about it." Diane smiled. "I appreciate the help." Jason awkwardly made his way back to his seat as Diane turned his back to the classroom. He took a look at the podium but shook his head, instead eyeing a foldable white table. With a single leap, Diane sat cross-legged on it, looking out into the classroom to find gazes filled with fire. Clara suddenly raised her hand. Penelope looked over in shock. Clara never did anything like this. There had even been times where movie stars and peak-level athletes with hundreds of millions of followers visited the White House and she never batted an eye. Why would she being so active with Diane? Seeing the hand, Diane smiled. But when he noticed who it was, his lip twitched. "I guess I didn't escape that easily." "Clara, how are you?" Penelope gave her friend another weird look. She knew Diane personally? Enough for him to remember her name? What was going on? "She is the president's daughter, I guess." Clara, however, maintained her normal cold gaze. "Since you need a lecture topic, I thought I'd give you one." It didn't escape Diane that Clara had ignored his question, but he could only chuckle bitterly at that. "What did you have in mind?" "A topic in philosophy." Clara replied quickly, her emotions never wavering. "How do we know when we know something?" Diane's eyes flashed, but he kept his thoughts inside, instead turning his gaze to the rest of the class. Skepticism, foundationalism, infallibilism, justified true belief, internalism, externalism. The theory of knowledge has touched everything from the philosophy that accepts we know next to nothing to the philosophy of trusting your senses to present things as they are. In the end, we ironically know quite little about what it takes to know something. Even the most intuitive philosophies have been falsified. For example, the idea that we have knowledge when something is justified first, then proved true, and then finally believed was widely accepted previously. But even that has been proved to be on shaky footing. Clara raised her hand, waiting for Diane to nod toward her to speak again. How has JTB been falsified? Diane smiled. Say you have two people, person A and person B. Both are in line for a promotion to a job. Just before the announcement, person A takes person B to lunch, where person B sees that person A leaves the affair with 10 cents left in his pocket. Person B then later find out that he's lost the promotion race. So, person B then asserts that the newly promoted official had 10 cents in his pocket just after leaving their lunch. However, what person B then finds out is that he was wrong. The promotion was, in fact, for him. But, when he looks in his pocket, he realizes that he too has 10 cents in his pocket. Technically, he was justified because he saw person A with 10 cents and thought person A got the promotion. His belief was also true because even though the promotion wasn't for person A, the person who did get it also had 10 cents in their pocket. By this logic, you can see that the JTB was followed perfect, but it's still not real knowledge. If anything, it was a lucky coincidence. The students nodded in acknowledgement. Justified true belief seemed like a foolproof method. And yet, here was a clear example where it wasn't the case. Clara raised her hand again. Then what about our morals? How do we know they're right if we can't even decide on how to tell what is factual and what isn't? Morals are something that are often dictated by how we're raised and the society we were brought up in. Everything from our religion to how we consume entertainment is likely decided very early on. It's only in recent times that morals have begun to be forged by popular opinion, and that's because of the advent of things like social media and technology. Clara gave up on raising her hand and simply spoke out directly. So, if I went to a completely different world, are you saying it's likely my morals would be affected by their culture? Or are you saying that what I'm susceptible to accepting was decided from a very early age? Well, the latter is likely on a gradient. If you were ingrained with something from youth, it would likely take you a much longer time to change that portion of you. Maybe you have an example? I'm open to a class discussion. Sure. Clara's cold eyes flashed. Let's talk about polygamy. Diane's breath got caught in his throat, causing him to cough violently. Sure. Diane coughed again. What about it? I was just curious. If you were raised in a society where monogamy was the norm and you left to a place where polygamy was accepted, how long would it take you to flip? 2 years? 1 year? Less than that. The class began to feel some tension in the air. They didn't know what was going on or why their normally cold and quiet class beauty was pressing this discussion so hard, but no one could get a word in. Even Diane was struggling to, let alone Penelope or the rest. Extenuating circumstances? Diane wasn't even lecturing anymore. It was almost like he was caught red-handed and had to explain himself. The class never thought they'd see the side of their living legend, but here it was in front of them. Do tell. I'm also interested in how gender differences might be incorporated here. When it comes to polygamy, how likely is a male to switch his morals versus a female? Diane cleared his throat. Also, when said person goes off to a new world with a completely new set of morals, do they forget about their world? How much of their old selves do they erase? Do they forget their past relationships? Do they forget the ties they used to have? Or did they purge all of that before they left so that they could change their moral code as much as they wanted when they left? Clara stood, her cold eyes flashing as she placed her laptop into her bag and walked down the lecture hall steps. Just thought I'd help with the lecture topic. I'm not feeling well, I hope you'll excuse me. Diane's voice seemed caught in his throat as Clara walked out, leaving the light click of the lecture hall door as the only noise in the space. Diane didn't wait, he leapt from the table and flashed toward the door. Jason had wanted to stop him and go first, but Diane was too fast. By the time Jason got to the door, he surprisingly found Diane walking back to him as though nothing had happened. Did something happen with Clara? Jason asked worriedly. Nothing much. She just went to the bathroom. Since I can't go in there, I had no choice but to come back. Lecture? Diane asked, pointing toward the room. Hearing that Clara had gone into the bathroom, Jason knew he could only give up 2. So he hung his head, re-entering the classroom.
He didn't know what was wrong or what had happened between Diane and Clara, but he was determined to find out. What Jason didn't know was that he had spoken to and entered into the class with Diane's clone. The real Diane had long since followed Clara to the girls' bathroom, making use of his concealment array. Clara walked at a steady pace into the bathroom, quickly finding a stall and sitting on the toilet's cap. She didn't really need to use the bathroom, but at least here only Penelope could bother her. But after a couple years of friendship, Penelope knew that Clara mostly just needed time alone for now. Taking a deep breath, Clara pulled out her laptop. It was quite an old model, but she had never changed it. In fact, despite it being so old, almost 10 years in fact, it still ran just as fast as modern models despite having not had its hardware upgraded in that time. She smiled thinking back to how much of a hassle it had been for the White House to deal with. Whenever a new family moved into the White House, they normally had to have all of their devices dealt with, meaning special protections had to be put in place. But the laptop, despite its appearance, was so advanced that even the White House technicians had problems with it. They had pleaded for Clara to switch to another model, but she had refused, insisting on keeping it. "You still have that old thing?" Clara jumped, startled by the clearly masculine voice before she saw Diane leaning against the stall door in front of her. "What are you doing here? This is the girls' bathroom. What if someone sees you?" Clara's cold eyes flashed. "You know, there's something in the martial world called array alchemy that would suit you very much. It allows me to put up barriers that block out vision and hearing." "How does it work?" A curious light sparkled in Clara's usually cold eyes. "If you can believe it, it uses the soul to power your ability to draw symbols. Each of these symbols shifts the law around the point you draw it on. So, I can distort reality by making it seem like no one is in this stall at all. The soul? It exists." Clara had seemingly forgotten that she wasn't on the best of terms with Diane. Her curiosity was piqued. "I think the only reason we haven't found scientific evidence of things like the soul and meridians is because they've been locked away from us." "Locked away?" "Clara here." Diane lowered his finger to tap on the edge of the laptop screen and a gold light began to flash. "No, wait." Diane froze, tilting his head in confusion. "Leave it as is. I don't want to change it." Then, in a voice Diane would have definitely never heard had it not been for his cultivation, she continued, "Newer is not always better." "This is my fault," Diane said, tapping on the cracked bezels of laptop. He remembered back to the day he had dropped Clara's laptop trying to show off. He had wanted to prove that he could create a better laptop than any in current existence, but Clara had wrestled with him until they dropped it. Clara had cried because that was the last gift her mother had ever given her before she died. So it was suffice to say that Diane felt horrible. He insisted on fixing it, but Clara had said then that she didn't want him to fix the crack. Only the insides, she had said. "It was a long time ago," Clara whispered, looking down at the dull light of her laptop screen. "Do you think the martial world could do it?" "Save your mother, you mean?" Diane took a deep breath. "You know why I showed up to that trial, right?" Clara laughed bitterly. There was such a stigma around going to those trials. People are still saying that only crazy dreamers hope to leave to go to the martial world. Diane silently listened. Clara was right. After hundreds to probably even thousands of years of not a single human being chosen, many had given up on even attending. There were of course still a few hundred who insisted on trying every year, but a few hundred in the population of billions was a drop in the bucket. So, the year Clara had gone, President Gallagher had taken a huge hit on his presidential campaign. The news outlets berated him for instilling improper values in his daughter, and that he somehow made her lose faith in their system, so she wanted to run off to a whole new world. In a way, the media was right though. Clara continued. "This world is sick and I have lost faith in it. Something like cancer took my mother's life away, and yet we can build buildings that reach kilometers into the sky and send man to space, and even have little tiny devices that help us talk to people across the world. And yet, what use is any of those things when we can't even live past 80 years old? What use is those things when even with that short amount of time, your life can be taken away even before then? What use is it all?" Clara sighed. "So I showed up, hoping against hope that maybe, just maybe, I'd be chosen. Then I could go off to a new world and find a way to bring back cures we just don't have. I've worked so hard, studied so hard to become a doctor, But what use is any of it when I'm just learning the same things the people who couldn't save my mother knew?
Clara's voice grew more hoarse as she continued. It was clear that her cold demeanor was slowly shattering. She had never said these things aloud. At least not when she was old enough to put real thought into them. When she was young, all she had done was fight and wrestle with Diane. That was how she vented. But now?
Coldness was her shield. You know, I have a meeting with my dad every day. Clara looked up at Diane. I would call it a father-daughter date, but it really doesn't feel like a date. And without fail, it gets cut short every day. He doesn't think I know. But I know it's because he calls for his secretary to come in early. Clara chuckled bitterly. I can't blame him. His daughter is practically a mannequin. Or, at least that's what I thought until I found out one day that it's because he can't fake being healthy for too long. Clara looked down, gritting her teeth. Clara? What do you mean fake being healthy? Diane's brows furrowed, a serious expression flashing. My dad has lung cancer. He can't sit for more than 10 minutes without going into a fit of coughs. I wouldn't have even known had I not forgotten my phone in his office one day. But then I pretended not to know. I pretended not to know Diane. I wanted to do everything I could to ignore it. Clara's shoulders trembled, but her eyes remained cold, her teeth clenching tightly against each other.
And he won't go through chemotherapy. I know he won't.
If he does, he wouldn't be able to finish his term and the country would be in chaos. He's literally sacrificing himself for this shit world. Fighting for the same garbage status quo as everyone else and trying to swim against a tide no one can fight. Clara looked up, her cold eyes glistening.
So tell me, why shouldn't I give up on this world and look for a new one? G-Man has cancer. Diane stared blankly at the wall. Clara shook her head. Only you would still call my dad that. Of course. He insisted I call him that. Diane smiled lightly.
You were like 5 and he was doing too much to impress you. Only a little boy that age would think G-Man was a cool nickname. And only a tomboy like you would insist on fighting me for it. I had no choice. I was trying to fix your stupid opinions so that you'd be better in the future. Clearly I failed. I just replaced the president for a lecture. I'd say my future is doing just fine, no? Diane smiled. Clara's cold eyes snapped up to Diane. You're giving my dad a bad reputation, you know. He chose you to replace him, but you ran out on your duties. Diane smirked.
Actually, I'd say the lecture is going pretty well right now. Clara's brows furrowed with confusion. What are you talking about? I can clone myself. Diane shrugged. No way. Clara stood abruptly, poking at Diane's chest while holding her laptop off to the side. Diane chuckled.
This is the real me. I wouldn't send a clone for something so important. Lame. Clara sat down abruptly. Clones would be so useful in research. Hey.
My pain is their pain and vice versa. If you start using them to experiment, I'll feel double the pain. That's even better. Clara looked away, typing away on her laptop with speeds that were blinding to even Diane. That means less ethical hurdles because they're technically still you.
You trade off pain for the greater good. Clara. Looking up, Clara found gentle hazel green eyes that left her in a trance. The martial world made you more handsome. I don't say that as a compliment, just empirically and objectively speaking.
That means there are things over there that improve your body directly. Clara, that also means that I should change the scale for you. Doesn't make sense to rate you by mortal world standards. That said, you weren't exactly ugly before. But how would I know?
I saw you once from a distance when we were 16. And before that was we were 10. Thanks for that, by the way. Was really a great time. Clara. What? Can't you see I'm thinking through something? Clara's cold eyes snapped up. I don't want to pretend to be the solution to all of your problems. But, in this instance, I am. Oh? Tell me more, Mr. Two Wives. Diane's lip twitched. I have very good. Diane coughed. Explanations for that. Why would you need to explain anything to me?
I'm just a childhood friend you haven't spoken to in almost a decade. My opinion is null and void. All right.
I admit I don't have the most mature way of handling things a lot of the time. You think? You were my best friend, you know. When your father is a politician for life, those aren't easy to come by. If you hadn't been doing so many great things for the world, I would have hated you without looking back. So you don't hate me? Diane's eyes sparkled. Clara looked up at Diane.
I don't hate you. But I have a strong dislike of you. Diane smiled bitterly. You're right too. But I'm happy you found even better replacements. Jason ran after you and Penelope was struggling with herself when you left. They clearly care for you a lot. Technically, I'm not just friends with Jason. Clara looked down to her laptop, continuing the train of thought Diane had interrupted. But yes, Penelope is a good friend. Diane's lip twitched, his next words being caught in his throat. What's wrong, mister? 2 wives? Clara, noticing Diane hadn't spoken in a while, sent a glance upward. Nothing really. Diane smiled. I was just looking forward to taking you with me to the martial world after I cured your father. But since you have so many ties here, I'll just cure your father then be on my way. When Clara heard Diane could cure her father, she froze. She knew Diane wasn't making her decide between Jason and a healthy father.
That would be disgusting and reprehensible regardless of how simple the decision would be. He clearly said that he'd cure her father either way. But he had said it so nonchalantly. Was it really possible? Clara scanned Diane's features before deciding he wasn't lying. But Clara's emotions never fluctuated too much. Even while she was telling Diane about her father, she may have trembled, but her eyes still remained cold and calculating. That was just the type of person she was. My goal in going to the martial world is to find a cure. If you already have it here, what use is there in me going there?
To pioneer to become your 3rd wife? No thank you. I wouldn't be taking you to find a cure. I'd be taking you to cultivate. Diane's smile brightened. Now you're lying. That's an impossibility. If just anyone could, more than just you would have passed. How about you go and cure my father now?
I'm sure he's excited to see his favorite nephew. Think of it as a favor to him instead of me. I'm sure after calling him uncle for so many years you'd cure him regardless of my presence. Of course, I owe G-Man too much.
I would have been able to tell he was sick as soon as I saw him, whether he wanted to keep it a secret or not. Then there's nothing to discuss. Of course there is something to discuss. I owe you too, Clara. And I take that very seriously. But curing your father isn't payment for what I put you through. If anything, it's a drop in the bucket because it's almost too easy for me to do. Easy? Clara looked up skeptically. Diane nodded, completely serious.
What I want to pay you back for is not having been the best friend I should have been. I shouldn't have messed with you. If you love Jason and don't want to separate from him, I won't make you choose. I can take him with us. Diane took a single knee, closing Clara's laptop. Clara's eyes sparkled as she looked at Diane with their eyes level, the ice in her eyes thawing. What do you say, Clara?
Will you let me make it up to you? Diane smiled gently, stretching out his hand to wait for a response. Clara took a moment to look at Diane's large hands. But Diane didn't press her. He only left it there, letting her think through what she needed to think through. The truth was that Clara didn't really have any feelings for Jason. The only reason why she accepted his invite to a date this morning was because she wanted a distraction. It wasn't that Clara loved Diane, her feelings were still ambiguous on the matter. But what she did know was that Diane was still a best friend she kept a place in her heart for, and maybe, subconsciously, she felt like Jason might be a replacement for that feeling. That said, Clara had no intention of telling Diane that. After all, it wasn't as though she had lied about anything. She just wanted to let Diane know that not everything was just ready and waiting for when he felt like it was right to come back. Things change and keep moving forward whether he wants them to or not. At the same time, Clara knew the kind of person Diane was. He was straightforward to a fault, and the fact that he hadn't called her beautiful at least twice a minute like he had in the past with every breathing member of the opposite sex meant that he was making a conscious effort to put a barrier on that kind of relationship between the two of them. On one hand, that made Clara feel a pang of loss. A part of her wanted Diane to come out domineeringly and demand for her to be his 3rd wife. But on the other hand, she appreciated him even more so for not trying something like that. The fact Diane was willing to bring Jason along and the fact he wasn't demanding more of her than she was willing to give meant that Diane hadn't chosen his wives on a whim. If he had been frivolously choosing wives, he would have come back here with a different sort of air to him. He wouldn't have offered to take Jason along because to that version of Diane, as long as he separated Clara from Jason, she would eventually choose him in the end. And then there was the polygamy. No matter how Clara thought of it, it just didn't make her feel comfortable. She had grown up with Western values. How many nights had she spent thinking about being swept off her feet and spending her life with one man? She wasn't willing to change her mind about that. Not now and definitely not so soon. A part of her wanted Diane to choose her over his wives. Another part of her wanted nothing to do with Diane. And yet another part was excited by the prospect of entering the martial world. If she entered a place of such fantasy and grandeur, wouldn't she be all the closer to those things that she had only seen in her dreams? Maybe instead of a figurative Prince Charming, she'd find a real one. And maybe instead of a white horse, he might even ride a dragon instead. What more could she ask for as a woman? Clara sighed. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out her phone and sent 2 quick texts, one to Penelope and the other to Jason. Then, she looked down at Diane's hand again. Is this how you got your 2 wives? Being loving and understanding? You're going to make me puke. Diane grinned. I hope you're not going to try to fight me like the old days. I warn you, my body has gotten much more powerful. In this martial world of yours, there's no difference in strength between men and women, right? You could say so. But whether you can catch up to me is a different matter entirely. Don't be so cocky. You only started winning because you got bigger. If you lose that advantage, what would you have left to hold on to? Well, I'm smarter than you. So there's that. Debatable. You got baited into a lecture on polygamy so easily. You were like malleable clay in my hands. Clara's cold eyes slowly brightened, a small smile playing her features. About that. You should have seen yourself. I'm sure your legendary status in their eyes came crashing down today. Diane cringed. How about we go save G-Man? How many victories is that exactly? Clara playfully counted on her fingers as she slipped her laptop into her bag. Catching the look of something shiny, Diane's hand flashed into Clara's bag. Hey, didn't anyone ever teach you to not mess with a lady's bag? Diane waved his hand. Sure. The moment you start being a lady is the moment I'll think about that. Pulling his hand out, a massive grin appeared on Diane's features. Seeing what he had pulled out, Clara began shaking her head. No, absolutely not. Do you even have a license? I'm not letting you drive me anywhere. The president's daughter drives a Corvette? The media and the taxpayers would be livid. Diane twirled the keys in his hand, holding them out of reach. Clara rolled her eyes. I sold a patent on a new cancer drug, actually. It's my money. Oh, Diane smiled. It seems you've been busy. But you know the media doesn't always do their research right. I think it would be best if I drive, just to be safe. You. Clara crossed her arms, clearly unhappy. But all she found was Diane's grin. Diane placed his hand on Clara's shoulder, causing her to involuntarily tremble outside of his notice. Let's go. In what seemed like an instant, they appeared outside. What? Clara shook her head as she looked down at her red Corvette. But when she realized she was on the passenger side, she stomped her feet in agitation. Diane. The door clicked open, allowing her to see Diane's face grinning back. Come on. Let's go. Clara wanted to protest, but a sudden strong wind pulled her in against her will. Diane! It was too late. The door slammed and Diane revved the engine, grinning like a maniac. Diane carved his way down the street. With his soul level, there was not even the smallest of detail out of his control. But Clara didn't know that. As soon as we get out of here, I'm gonna kill you. Clara glared at Diane, gripping her seat tightly as the car took over and swerved from lane to lane. Clara didn't even have the heart to look at the speedometer. But if she had, she would have noticed them nearing 190 miles per hour. More than 300 kilometers per hour. What do you mean? Diane grinned. I'm only helping. DC is 3 hours from Princeton. If we don't hurry, won't G-Man just be suffering for longer? If we die first, why would that matter? The annoying and blaring honks of cars serenaded them as they carved down the highway. It seemed Clara wasn't the only one mad with Diane's driving. But he was having the time of his life. Diane knew fully well he had fought at speeds that far exceeded this speed before, but there was something different about riding in a sport car. A feeling his legs couldn't give him. Let's go faster. Diane grinned under Clara's shrieking, pushing down on the pedal and shifting to the last gear. You! Clara's small fists pounded into Diane's chest. Idiot! If tomorrow morning the news picks up on the fact it was my car driving like that, you've put my dad in another media shitstorm. Diane chuckled as Clara pounded away.
The truth was that he had used array alchemy to change the license plate and stop people from seeing into the windows, but he found this version of Clara much more funny. Clara and Diane had already made it into the White House, having been let in through back entrances.
So, seeing their normally quiet and cold first daughter show the most amount of emotion they had seen in years brought smiles to the faces of the White House staff. "Come on. I'd like to introduce you to them." Diane smiled. "Good. I need to make sure they know what they've gotten themselves into. Maybe then they can turn back before they make a mistake they regret." Clara huffed, storming away. Diane and Clara soon made their way to President Gallagher's office and were greeted with sounds of light giggling.
But it was then preceded by a hoarse cough that was so grating on the ears that Clara froze at the door. "Uncle!" Diane immediately recognized Ree and Madeline's voices. "It's okay. I'm okay. It's no big deal. Uncle, you should tell us what's wrong. I'm sure Diane has a solution," Ree said.
Don't bother the kid with my problems. He's too sensitive to things like this." Suddenly, Diane and Clara were snapped out of their eavesdropping because of the growing sound of approaching feet.
Turning his gaze down the hallway, Diane's eyes narrowed as he noticed General Mace's approaching figure. Their eyes locked and Diane took note of Mace's smirk. "Sorry, Mace. Don't have a lot of time for you today." Diane abruptly opened the Oval Office door.
It was technically locked, but he forced his way in, lightly pushing Clara in and locking the door behind him. With a wave of his hand, the area was locked down. "Diane?" President Gallagher looked up.
But when he noticed Clara, he immediately tried to hide the blood-stained handkerchief in his hand.
"Clara? Shouldn't you two still be at the school? You know I could never stay in school for too long, G-man." Diane grinned. "For the record, you have a few people coming to bother you. General Mace doesn't look particularly friendly."
"But the main issue is that the people around him have something they shouldn't." "What?" Clara looked confused. She had seen many of those people before, but what really had her in a daze were Ree and Madeline. She had never seen anyone so beautiful. "Ah yes, this is Ree." Diane smiled, taking Ree and Madeline by the hand and leading them to Clara. "And this is Madeline. And, of course," Diane grinned at Clara, "this is Clara." Ree and Madeline smiled. Clara had long since lost the sharp coldness in her eyes. Right now, their pale grays looked serious, but didn't have that same distant feeling they had before. "Forget him," Clara said, pushing Diane away. "I have secrets." At first, Ree and Madeline had been a bit put off by Clara's gaze. But, hearing her words, they couldn't help but laugh as Clara brought them to the couch. "God damn it." Diane looked at this scene with a bittersweet feeling. What they didn't know was that there was a current banging at the door. But, with Diane's arrays, they were completely isolated from the sound.
President Gallagher, though, was in a trance. He knew fully well that Clara had seen the bloodied handkerchief, but she didn't say anything. "Can you two do that concealment array thingy Diane does?"
"This is top secret information." Clara sent a glance at Diane. Ree leaned forward and whispered into Clara's ear. "He can do that."
"Isn't that cheating?" Clara glared at Diane as though he had done something wrong. Madeline giggled. "He's better at array alchemy than most people. So, if he really wants to, he can bypass ours." Seeing 3 pairs of beautiful eyes looking at him, Diane didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
"Don't think of peeking." Ree gave Diane an "I'm watching you" look as her eyes flashed a striking black. Diane found this color change interesting. It seemed that Ree's soul color had changed when she fully awakened her faith seed from blue to black with the smallest hints of dark gold. He hadn't been paying enough attention to notice that before. Clara gave Diane a victorious glance, extremely pleased that Diane's wives had so much power over him. "Gee man, do you see how they treat me? Life is so hard." Diane slumped into chair across from the tired president. "Listen to yourself. Not even 20 and already complaining about married life. I have a lot to complain about when people I see as family try and hide things from me." Diane gave him a glance. "Diane," President Gallagher sighed. "You're someone who cut off ties to everyone because you thought that would help them move on. You're childish, your decision-making is shallow, and worst yet, you don't respect your elders." Diane winced. "You don't have to layer it on so thick. I got it. Knowing all that, why would I tell you about my illness?" You'd probably do something stupid like dedicating your life to finding a cure like my silly daughter has. Speaking of Clara, will you let me take her to the martial world? President Gallagher froze before wiping his lips out of habit to ensure there was no blood. You aren't stupid, Diane.
I know you. Which means if you believe in your ability to protect my daughter enough for you to ask, then it's likely you've had success on a level that we're not aware of. President Gallagher looked toward Diane, a sudden pressure he hadn't been exuding before filling the room. Diane smiled to himself. You really were made to be president, G-Man. Your mind still works on a level most can't reach. I practically raised you too, Diane. Your mind should be better and faster than anyone else's, but you let stupid things weigh it down. Diane nodded.
He respected the opinion of this man. He saw President Gallagher as his adoptive uncle and took the words spoken by him as meaningful. I also warned you a long time ago to let things associated with General Mace go. There's a lot of things you don't know about and probably shouldn't know about.
But that was my analysis of things when I thought that your progression in the martial world would be minimal. You know how I felt about you going. I know, G-Man. But you also know I had to go. That said, you can rest assured that I'm probably doing better than you think. I can tell.
By any metric, my lovely nieces are much too beautiful, intelligent and kind for you. So, you must have tricked their young hearts with something too flashy for them to ignore. Hey. Don't make it out to seem like I'm some kind of predator. Diane practically pouted. President Gallagher laughed. Don't you think we've ignored those fools outside for long enough?
What exactly do they have that they shouldn't? Diane's expression hardened. Cultivation. President Gallagher didn't seem too surprised by Diane's answer. If anything, he seemed that he would have been more surprised had that not been what Diane said. Tell me, G-Man.
What do you know? Diane, I got a report yesterday. There's been an order for martial law. Diane's brow furrowed. This was no normal order. Martial law was something written into the laws of America. In the case of a national-level crisis, military law would rule over the country. It's putting the country under the control of the military. And very conveniently, there's only one man who benefits from that the most. General Mace. I know the law, G-Man. No one but you is able to impose martial law. Without your signature, it's impossible. President Gallagher chuckled bitterly. Martial law is only the second part of the plan. The first is my impeachment. The only reason this office isn't flooded with my personnel is because I'm technically supposed to be giving a talk right now. Don't worry about that. It's too much to explain, but let's just say I can clone myself. What we need to talk about is this impeachment. What do they have? They've been calling for me to release my medical records to the public. So it all comes back to that. Even if by some miracle you really could cure me right now, they would still win. Diane nodded. Whether he cured G-Man now was irrelevant. For one, it wouldn't change his past medical records that still have to be released. Secondly, no one would believe that cancer was cured so easily. And thirdly, if they did their due diligence in proving that Diane could cure cancer, that would be bad for a few reasons. It would reveal a national secret, that being Diane's role in the martial world. It would lessen public morale, because that would mean that the martial world far exceeds them, and finally, but maybe most importantly, this would all put the country into a fit of chaos. However, they had given President Gallagher an out. If he co-signed martial law under the guise of national unity against the martial world, it would unite the country and he wouldn't be impeached. Although there would be some chaos, it wouldn't be to the extent of all hope lost.
It can't be a coincidence that this is all happening during the World Tournament. Diane thought. He racked his brain trying to figure out why. The World Tournament was a gathering of all the planets, yes, but only Earth had mortals. So why would they need other planets?
Unless... Diane's mind flashed with an idea. I know it won't help the larger situation, but I still want to heal you first. Diane stood and walked to President Gallagher's side. Can you actually? President Gallagher looked up at Diane from his seat, a faint light of hope lighting in his eyes. Of course. Diane smiled.
Ha! It seems I haven't wasted all those years on you for nothing. How ungrateful. Diane placed his hand on President Gallagher's shoulder. You may start coughing up a lot of bad stuff soon. But this is better than me reaching into your chest. Before he could be confused, President Gallagher suddenly felt a warm and comfortable feeling wash over him. Diane's Aurora and Celestial will poured in, gently cleansing Gallagher's healthy cells while slowly cutting away the malignant ones. Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing hit President Gallagher. Gross chunks of mutilated cells fell from his mouth and into a side garbage can Diane kicked under him. A flash of black caught Diane's attention and Clara ran out to Diane's side. "Dad? Dad? Are you okay?" Clara's cold eyes glistened as she watched her father convulse, blood continuously falling from his mouth. "Don't worry," Diane said softly. "This is good for him." Clara was about to protest, but she suddenly felt two soft hands slip into either one of hers. She turned to notice Madeline and Ree by side, giving her ensuring smiles. "We can punish him later, but we should trust him for now." Outside of the office, the loud booming noises were becoming louder and louder, but the sound wasn't being projected in. "What is wrong with you people?" General Mace boomed. "I thought you were cultivators? Why can't you break down a door?" An Asian man dressed in black responded. He was an essence-gathering level expert. He didn't know why the door wouldn't open for him either. And the worst part was that the door wasn't even dented or damaged under his onslaught. General Mace was furious. He had requested martial experts to help expedite the martial law enforcing process so he could strong-arm Congress into being on his side. But all of that was useless if he couldn't intimidate President Gallagher into signing as well. On top of that, even with the media asking him to release medical records, because this had already been done before the inauguration, it would be seen as a political witch hunt to be forced to do so again. President Gallagher had the moral high ground, for now. Suddenly, the door of the office opened and the group of men found a handsome teenage boy smiling back at them. "You knocked." General Mace brushed past, signaling for his entourage of 4 to follow him in. Clara shivered under the pressure General Mace brought with him. She was used to her father's presence, but President Gallagher always turned his off. General Mace didn't seem to have that habit. The Asian men dressed in black eyed Madeline, Ree and Clara, seemingly liking what they saw. Diane didn't say anything about it for now, but he had already noted them down. Without knowing the full scope of the situation, he didn't want to overplay his hand. So, he chose to stand protectively in front of the 3 girls instead. General Mace's pressure around them immediately dissipated. It was as though Diane's presence cut through it all. Clara couldn't help but look at Diane's broad back. She quickly glanced at Ree and Madeline, but all she found were calm smiles filled with confidence in the boy who stood in front of them. "Just what have you become?" General Mace scanned over Diane. He could care less about Diane's women, but what he did care about was wiping that confident and piercing look off of Diane's face. It reminded him too much of General Sicharo. "It seems your daughter and nieces are here, President Gallagher. It would be a shame if anything happened to them." President Gallagher's face had gained color the likes of which he hadn't had in years. Not only had Diane removed his cancer, he had also flooded his cells with essence energy. President Gallagher felt 20 years younger. He couldn't believe it. "Is there something you need, General Mace?" Congress and the House have acknowledged the threat of the martial world. In the past few weeks, the number of unidentified objects and energy flashes in our outer space territory has skyrocketed. It's clear that something on a large scale is happening and the country needs to be put under martial law. I don't want to have to use the media to pressure you, as that would cause undue chaos. It would be best if you decided to do this of your own free will. General Mace explained calmly. Diane's eyes flashed. He was right. They really are using the World Tournament as an excuse. Over the past few weeks, there's of course been an influx of space travel. Why? Because hundreds to even thousands of warriors were making their way to the World Tournament. Although the technology used was outside the scope of mortal understanding, that didn't mean that their satellites couldn't pick up the oddities. So, General Mace was making use of this data to fear-monger his way through Congress and justify martial law. Unfortunately, I won't be signing the country away to martial law. President Gallagher responded calmly. Having expected this answer, General Mace continued unperturbed. "Then, I'm afraid we'll have to seize your medical history as reason to impeach you." "Oh? And why's that?" "We have reason to believe that you've been hiding a grave illness from the general population. A sick president is not one fit to lead."
There is a reason why things of this nature are vetted before the inauguration.
Unfortunately for you, it's likely that you contracted this disease during your tenure. But it has clearly impacted your mental health and ability to lead. Only a president affected in these ways would refuse martial law considering the current situation. Nothing of significance has changed on my medical records. There are a few things our government does not do. The first is negotiate with terrorists.
And the second is fold to baseless political witch hunts. General Mace's lip twitched. He had been drawing this out, hoping to catch President Gallagher in a fit of coughing like his secretary had reported, or more accurately, had been coaxed into reporting. At least then they'd be able to record and make use of it. But he seemed perfectly healthy.
At first, they had wanted to cut directly to the source and find President Gallagher's doctor. But this aspect had clearly already been handled by the president. General Mace couldn't find whoever he or she was. Think about this carefully, President. I'm sure you have things in your life that you care for more than your tenure or your legacy. And considering the situation, it wouldn't be so hard for me to find them. You have no idea about the powers that back me. You cannot fathom them. I won't belittle your intelligence by continuing to pretend as though this is for the greater good of the country. But if you want the greater good for your family, it's best you fold. President Gallagher's gaze wavered. He couldn't feel anything different from those warriors, but Diane had told him they had cultivation.
That meant that he was no match right now. And the fact that General Mace had dared to come here likely meant that he either had warriors surpassing mortal technology, or he had already dealt with his security detail. General Mace's gaze followed Gallagher's, landing on the nonchalant Diane and the three girls behind him. Gee man, what exactly is the law on kicking the ass of a government official? President Gallagher was startled by Diane's response. This wasn't a joke.
But he also knew that Diane was smarter than to take it as one too. The Asian men suddenly started laughing. They had no idea that Diane had come from the martial world because Diane's cultivation was too pure for them to feel. He looked like an ordinary human.
Little boy, you don't even know the world you just stepped into. One of the men in black walked up to Diane, standing a half head taller than him. You think you can protect these little girls from us? You think you're a big man? Do you? Stand aside, General Mace said calmly, stepping to Diane. Kick my ass?
Do you know what it would take to do something like that? Diane stroked his chin, looking General Mace up and down. I doubt it would take much, judging. You're old and your best feature is that foul mouth of yours. Diane suddenly felt a tug on his shirt. Looking back, he found Clara.
But her eyes, despite still being cold, held a deep apprehension to Diane's words. She was trying to tell him to stop provoking the general. You should listen to the little girl. It seems the fairer sex is also the smarter one. After today, General, I think I'll figure out a few of the things I'd always wanted to know. General Mace started laughing a deep and resounding laugh.
He held his head, seemingly not capable of understanding where Diane's confidence was coming from. You left to the martial world for 2 years. With your mediocre talent, with that time you probably haven't even stepped past the 4th foundation stage. Even if you had a few more decades, you wouldn't be at my level. And considering how weak you are, it's likely your wives are even weaker. General Mace released his cultivation, bearing down on Diane with a menacing sneer. Do you understand the difference between us? Ree snickered from behind Diane, unable to hold her laughter in any longer. Diane turned back.
Little faux glacé, don't laugh at the man. Can't you see he's very powerful? Madeline burst into laughter, holding sides. She couldn't believe she had felt so much pressure from this man before. It let her know that there had to be more to cultivation than just accumulated energy. Or else General Mace's presence wouldn't be so powerful. 9th foundation stage. That's not bad, General Mace. Truly. Diane nodded with approval as the veins in General Mace's forehead seemed to want to pop out. Who are you trying to fool? General Mace's fist flew forward. Diane! President Gallagher stood abruptly. But how could he be fast enough? Clara gasped in shock, but even standing right behind Diane, there was little she could do but close her eyes. But the massive body she expected to come flying into her never came. In fact, all she felt was a light breeze rustling by her. General Mace stood in shock, looking at his fist being clamped down on. I think I'm starting to understand the difference between us. Diane nodded, comedically pondering over something. General Mace fell to his knees, feeling his hand crush under the weight of Diane's fingers.
You. The Asian warriors rushed forward, but Ri had already flashed to intercept them. Sword and wind will flew across the room, crashing the warriors to the floor. Pillars of air pressed into their backs even as sharp illusory blades were held to their throats. No one dared to move.
Diane turned back to Clara, giving her a wink that caused her to sigh in relief and roll her eyes all at once. So, about that signature. Your martial talent should be normal. That's the only reason we allowed you to go. Diane didn't seem intent on answering. Instead, he began to draw 5 arrays laced with a dense black. What is that? The Asian warriors began to panic. They weren't like General Mace and didn't have the air of an expert. When faced with a situation like this, they could hardly control themselves. Sending the arrays forward, the 5 of them convulsed, immediately paling upon contact. Seeing this, Ri released her wills. There was no longer a need for her to keep them in place. I think it's time you answer a few questions. You don't need to understand what it is I just did. All you need to know is that if you refuse to answer or lie, you die. Clara watched Diane's back as he practically sentenced people to death without batting an eye.
She didn't know how to feel about it. Was this normal in the martial world?
Diane had never thought twice about killing those that needed to be killed. But, was the same true of anyone who came to the martial world from the mortal world? Could Clara step into the martial world and immediately kill without blinking an eye?
She didn't know. The truth was that Madeline had never killed anyone directly either. She usually incapacitated her opponents because she didn't know how it would feel to kill. But that said, she never bat an eye when Diane killed. In fact, it was a sigh of relief for her because she felt like he was taking the burden of having to away from her. So, when Madeline wrapped her arms around Clara's shoulder and gave her a look, Clara immediately understood what that Madeline felt exactly like she did. General Mace struggled to glare at Diane, but he said nothing. He knew he had made a mistake. He wanted to contact the Dayu, but whenever he thought of doing something that Diane would clearly disapprove of, he felt the searing pain in his temple. It was clear that if he acted out of line, he would die. To begin, I'm glad you guys made this so easy on me. If I had to fight you celestial experts, things might have gotten dicey. Luckily, you're idiots who thought you could bully my uncle while I was here. General Mace grit his teeth. First, tell me what your purpose for instilling martial law is. Although General Mace tried to fight it, the longer spent not answering, the more the pain increased. Eventually, he couldn't hold on any longer and nearly blurted his answer out. Martial law is nothing other than compensation for my help. By putting the country in a perpetual martial law state, I can become the true leader of America. Is that all? General Mace struggled. No. It's also a distraction tactic and a fail-safe. The final step of the plan, for reasons I don't know, requires mortal cooperation. If the leader of the free world tells you what to do, people are more likely to listen than not. That minimizes those that fight back. Mortal cooperation to do what? General Mace eventually gave up on struggling. He had done all of this for power and to live longer. He loved his life. What was the use in dying here? Human world cultivation has been sealed. As you can see, I can only cultivate through the foundational stages. I don't know why, but I assume they want to use the accumulated kernels. Likely to give it to someone. Kernels. Energy kernel. Body kernel. And soul kernel. Although the soul kernel is gone now. And you're saying that the human world cultivation was sealed to build up these kernels to give to someone? Who is it? I don't know. How long has this been going on? I don't know. When are they harvesting these kernels? And do they know where the soul kernel went? General Mace's eyes flashed with something imperceptible as he answered. They want to make use of something called the World Tournament to harvest the kernels. I'm not sure what about this World Tournament is important. But what I do know is that we also used this World Tournament to spread fear for martial law. As for the soul kernel, they aren't sure of where it is, no. Diane smiled. You're not as clever as you think you are, Mace. What are you talking about? Who do they think is tied to the soul kernel? Diane directly responded, cutting to the root of the problem. General Mace once again began struggling with his answer. But, in the end, he could only bow his head and answer. You. Diane stood from the couch, smiling. See? Was that so hard? Scanning over the pitiful warriors and General Mace, Diane devised a plan. G-Man. President Gallagher responded, snapping himself out of his thoughts. I'll be leaving them here. Go ahead and sign the martial law papers. General Mace won't be able to refuse your orders.
So you'll still be in charge. President Gallagher nodded in acknowledgement. And where are you going? Diane grinned. To win a world tournament. I'll be taking Tomboy Clara if you don't mind.
Hey, don't call me that. President Gallagher laughed. Sure. She's been locked up doing too much studying recently. Let her experience the martial world. Ree giggled, taking Clara's arm and walking with her toward the door. Come on, we can talk about how to bully him. With a final wave, Madeline and Diane followed them out.
See you later, G-Man. Before Diane could catch up to Ree and Clara though, Madeline pulled him back as the door closed behind them. Diane turned to her, a bit confused. Madeline, stroking her cheek, Diane smiled, enjoying the soft feel of his wife's delicate features.
Is something wrong? Madeline sighed, gently gripping Diane's wrist. Why didn't you ask about it? Ask about what? Diane pretended not to understand. Don't be like that. You know what I mean.
Why didn't you ask General Mace about your parents and what really happened to them? Madeline's purple eyes sparkled as she looked into Diane's.
A sad expression appeared on Diane's features as he bent down and planted a kiss on Madeline's forehead before pulling her into a tight embrace. He gently held her head to his chest silently for a long while, calming his breathing. If I had, Diane said softly,
I wouldn't have been able to stop myself from killing him. Really? Clara leaned toward Ree, shifting her long blue-silver hair away from her ear. You really are. Clara snapped her head back, looking for Diane. Diane, why didn't you tell me you married an L? Clara's words caught in her throat when she saw Diane hugging Madeline. She couldn't see his face, not clearly anyway, but she could tell that it was a deep moment between them. At the very least, Diane wasn't hugging her just for the sake of hugging her.
That realization made Clara suddenly think of something else. Maybe Diane had needed someone like Madeline to open him up. If there had never been a Madeline, would Diane still be burying everything inside like he usually did?
Ree saw Clara's reaction and could only smile, taking her arm and continuing to walk forward with her. Clara was quiet for a while, unsure of what to talk about while also not being in the mood to. Suddenly, she thought of something she couldn't help but ask. How does it make you feel when they have moments like that?
Ree looked at Clara's side profile. A small part of me wants it to always be my job to comfort him. Ree said softly. Then why do you accept this at all? Ree looked away, staring down the barren hallway. Originally, I didn't think too much of it. When I met Diane, Madeline was far away.
I was naive to the concept of jealousy because it wasn't right in front of me. Then, what about Madeline? Ree smiled. Madeline is the first truly selfless person I've met. I'm not sure if it's because of her bodily constitution, but when she says she only wants the best for Diane, she means it. She jokingly says that Diane can only have 3 more wives after her, but I have little doubt in my heart that if Diane fell in love with 5 women right now, she would accept them all. But that's not how you feel? Clara asked questioningly. I would kill him if he did that nonsense. Ree pouted. Clara giggled, appreciating Ree's honesty. At the very least, this meant Ree and Madeline didn't feel helpless to the situation. And, for Ree to feel so comfortable in dictating what Diane could and couldn't do definitely meant that both Ree and Madeline were equal in Diane's heart. And he made sure they knew it. Almost as though to confirm Clara's thoughts, Ree continued. That said, if it wasn't for the type of person Diane was, I would never accept this. I'd have been content with giving my virginity to him and then spending the rest of my life alone. Clara listened quietly to Ree's words. In the western reaches of the mortal realm, virginities were becoming less and less important to a lot of people. That said, Clara was not one of those. She didn't put importance onto the physical aspects of being a virgin, but she tied a lot of emotions to it, whether they were rational or not. The fact Ree would have been willing to spend the rest of her life alone, despite the length of time martial artists lived, was a testament to how important she found her virginity to be as well. She hadn't given hers up on a whim. She had done it because she accepted that there was no one better to give it to than Diane. But I didn't have to leave. Diane made me feel like my love with him meant something and that something could be separated from his love of Madeline and yet remain equal. He doesn't talk about it a lot, but he doesn't need to. Because of the connection between the three of us, we're able to meld our souls together. Regardless of how hard Diane tries, that's the only time we can really see what he's thinking. Ree spoke softly. Before today, how long has it been since you last spoke to Diane? Ree suddenly asked. We were young. So, 6 or 7 years. Normal people forget those they used to know in that length of time. They think about them less. They overwrite the memories they used to have with them. And that's probably especially true if you were so young at the time. And yet, Clara looked to Ree, anticipating her next words. Diane isn't like that. The guilt he holds over the matter is just as strong as the day you two stopped talking. It hurts him and cuts him up on the inside. But he continued to hold on to the fact, and still does to now, that he can't accept you as his third wife. Clara froze, looking away from Ree and rapidly blinking her eyes, trying to keep something away. Do you know why? Ree asked. Do you know why he'd rather cause himself that level of emotional pain instead of taking something he undoubtedly wants? Clara wiped her eyes, looking down at her hands in abject shock at the glistening liquid she found. It's because of us, Ree said softly. Regardless of what Madeline and I say, he feels like he owes us more than he can give already, so he refuses to act selfishly. But, at the same time, it's for you too, Clara. Me too. Clara continued to blink, unwilling to believe that tears were falling from her cold eyes. He wants you to find someone better than him. He wants you to live a life where you can have everything that you want. A life where he can watch you from a distance and smile, content with the fact that someone he loves is doing well. Someone better than him? Clara was caught between a sob and a laugh. Diane was flawed, truly and deeply flawed. He always thought that he knew what was best for people, and somehow what was best was always the path that caused him the most pain. He always feels as though the most selfless act was the best act, and for a moment he was proven right. The one time that Diane decided to be selfish. The one time he decided to ignore the ramifications and act as he wanted. He ended up with an emotionally disparaged Ree. Even he had no idea how close Ree had been to leaving. So he said never again, cutting himself off from his feelings, only willing to cater to Ree and Madeline now. But then he would turn around and save Ava and Venus and Delia. And then he would come back home and show Clara a world she had never seen before. He would cure her father on a whim and fix a national crisis with a wave of his hand. And to top all of that off, he cared for them so deeply that he was willing to inflict harm unto himself. He was willing to bring Clara's one-day boyfriend along. He fought 11 geniuses for Ava. He challenged the head of a god clan for Venus. He provoked a god sect for Delia. In some cases, he loved them like little sisters. But in one case, they were a first crush he hadn't forgotten. And yet, regardless of how he felt, he wished them all the best, hoping that they all found someone better than him. Clara's sobs turned into a fit of giggles. He's so arrogant so much of the time. Then he turns around and has the audacity to believe we'll find someone better. Ree smiled, laughing along with Clara before they both looked into each other's eyes, nodding. He's an idiot, they said simultaneously. Away from Diane, Madeline, Clara, and Ree, the World Tournament was still raging on. The third day was just beginning, with the Foundation Stage Warrior ranking having been finalized just the day before. In typical fashion, youths of the god clans completely dominated this ranking. Because they weren't able to participate for a spot in the overall rankings because of their weakness, they held nothing back in competing with each other. In the end, Tao Amon's younger brother, Uar Amon, boasted the #1 spot, bringing pride to the Amon royal god clan of planet Deimos, despite only being 10 years old. Not many were surprised by this though. After all, his elder brother was ranked 3rd on the cumulative rankings. In fact, because Diane's name had been practically ignored, many began to say that he was actually the 2nd ranked. As such, the Amon family became a highly respected name, living up to their multi-millennia legacy. That said, everyone acknowledged that there was no large disparity amongst the top 11, or true top 10 as they coined it. This was because campaign rankings tended to fluctuate wildly and often relied on luck.
Just the campaign before last, Tao Amen had been first. He only slipped to third this past campaign. Because fluctuations like this were frequent, tiers were used to separate fighters instead. And the top 10 happened to be the highest of tiers. That said, there were also dark horses who ranked lower that simply didn't have enough years of campaigning to shine through on the cumulative rankings. These were people like Thor and Vidar as well as Kedlum. Their faith seeds could not be ignored and their control over them only increased with each passing day. Many already accepted that they were likely already comparable to members of the top 10. Aside from this, there was one pride of Earth that didn't use his age as an excuse. Prince Lionel Belmont was just barely 25 years old, and yet ranked as the undisputed first place on the cumulative rankings. No one knew how he did it, but from his third campaign onwards, he never ranked outside of the top 5. People witnessed his feats with their own eyes. As such, they accepted it. Lionel Belmont was simply a genius amongst geniuses. However, if you asked members of the Ragnar clan, they would point out that Thor and Vidar were only 23 years old. And members of the Pakel clan would be even quicker to note that Kedlum was only 19. It was suffice to say that the raging crowd had a lot to look forward to. They hadn't forgotten about Diane's performance, though. They remembered the domineering display they witnessed. The visual of thousands kneeling before one man was almost too impactful. In fact, the remaining 788 candidates had to be chosen by measuring whose knees hit the arena last. Even to right now, those candidates weren't up to fighting. But some naively argued that Diane's competition had been too weak. They claimed that any member of the top 30 or even 40 to 50 could have done such a thing. They claimed that they never said Diane was weak, only that he didn't deserve to be number one. However, those with any real shred of intelligence knew better. It was safe to say that the only cumulative rankers who weren't afraid to fight Diane were likely in the top 20. Everyone else, though? They shivered at the thought of facing him. Congratulations to the ranked members of the Foundation stage. Elder Den's voice boomed across the stadium. In the revamped Demon Sage area, Diane's comrades were living a life of leisure. After Diane's display, no one dared to bother them in the least. Even the heckling had stopped. Delia, who had woken up, blushed as Eli's hand brushed up against hers while trying to hand her a plate of food. In typical Eli fashion, he pulled back a bit too quickly, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. But luckily for him, Delia giggled at his antics, catching the plate before it fell to the ground. She had woken up just half a day after Diane, Ree and Madeline left, and she was the picture of health. In fact, she was more than that now. The glow of her olive skin, the faint shine of blue that flickered in her hazel eyes, and even her long and flowing brunette hair, accented with beautiful golds and browns, brought her image together to one of near perfection. There was no question in anyone's eyes that she had become a beauty rivaling Ree and Madeline. Zalterish, though, did not find this display cute at all. How many long weeks and months had he spent carefully and diligently plating food for Mithrander? How was he supposed to know that all he had to do was drop it to gain her affection? The world is so unfair. Zalterish couldn't even find the tears to cry. Ario's pat on his shoulder only made him feel worse. It's okay. All you have to do is rank highly and she'll acknowledge you, Arios said, trying to comfort his newfound friend. Zalterish's red eyes steeled as he nodded firmly. Right? I'll be number one. Maybe don't aim so high. Arios tried to walk back his statement, but it was already too late. The fire in Zalterish's eyes had been lit. Now, Elder Den's voice continued. We'll move on to the Meridian Formation rankings. I wish you all the best of Lou. Just as Elder Den was going to finish his sentence, he suddenly felt an outstanding pressure cover the arena. King Belmont's eyes snapped up to the skies, a massive grin appearing on his face before he looked toward Big Red. The pressure mounted as intent-level wills clashed and distorted reality. The skies bent and twisted under an odd force until eventually, they tore in half. The heads of the god-level clans all had their eyes trained on that single space. They had no idea who was arrogant enough to interrupt something on the scale of the World Tournament. This was an event that housed all of the strongest experts in the universe. This wasn't a small get-together. And yet, this person tore apart the skies themselves, ensuring that everyone was aware that they had arrived. In the Elven Kingdoms section,
Uncle Acacia stood violently as he was a tall man and a small Japanese woman descend as though they were a god and goddess amongst mortals. The pressure they placed on the arena didn't matter even a little bit to him. All he saw were two people he loved dearly. Uncle Acacia didn't hesitate, flashing into the skies with speeds as fast as his cultivation would allow. Did you have to enter like this, Idrim? You'll make our daughter think lesser of us. This was necessary. They have to know their king is back and he's not weak. No one knew more than him how much his kingdom must have been in turmoil in his absence. So he used the world tournament as a stage. He proved that he didn't care to offend any other god clan heads. In fact, he didn't care to offend any royal god clan heads. He had the confidence and arrogance of a king, and he was unapologetic about it. In what seemed like an instant, Uncle Acacia had made his way to the front of the two of them, his heart beating wildly and the excitement on his face palpable. The man and woman smiled sincerely seeing him, knowing full well what was about to happen. Uncle Acacia rushed forward, trying to take them in his arms. But the man who called himself king flashed away, leisurely walking past. Big brother, sister-in-law. Uncle Acacia fell to his knees, wrapping his arm around the beautiful woman's waist as they both stood in the skies. The woman lovingly patted Uncle Acacia's head like a doting elder sister. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her smile bloomed like the delicate petals of a flower. Though she held it back now, it was clear that she was bottling up a whirlwind of emotion. You're too old to still be such a crybaby. Come, come. We're back. The crowd immediately understood what had happened. King and Queen Acacia had returned. Uncle Acacia lifted his sister-in-law up, letting her small figure sit like a queen on his shoulder. The smile on his face was bright. So bright, in fact, that he completely forgot that he had been hiding from someone's view all this time. That said, he was clearly in too happy a state to think about that right now. Stop playing around, Jar Jar. Queen Acacia smiled sweetly. Take me to see my little Alex. Ah. About this, Uncle Acacia started. But before he could finish, King Belmont and Big Red had made their way out to greet the king and queen pair. It took you long enough. King Belmont smiled. If I didn't come out personally, the other heads would have a field day with you. King Acacia's smile faded a bit, his eyes training on Head Sidesprit in the distance. Their clash of wills lasted but a moment, but in the end, it was clear that King Acacia was still superior. My world tournament isn't a place for you to settle your kingdom's disputes. Come. King Belmont turned, leading them to their skybox before closing them off to the public once again. About the kingdom, big brother. Uncle Acacia started, gently putting down Queen Acacia. Did something happen? Idrim's eyes pierced toward his younger brother, questioningly. Queen Acacia was immediately greeted by Queen Belmont and Mistress Sicarius and had been playing with the little Belmont baby princess. But when she heard her husband ask about kingdom affairs, her head snapped back. No. Nothing about the Elven Kingdom until I see my daughter. Where's she and why didn't you bring her when you came up to us? This... Uncle Acacia scratched his head awkwardly, his long dark blue hair shifting ever so slightly as he glanced from his brother to his sister-in-law. Seeing a jar struggling, King Belmont sat on his throne and sighed. Kids grow up fast. What do you mean? Queen Acacia looked up in confusion. She just wanted to see her daughter, but everyone was being so cryptic. I don't know when it happened, but she must have left with her husband, King Belmont said slowly. Queen Acacia's eyes sparkled. Husband? My little girl has a husband now. Tears threatened to spill out of Kawa's eyes. It wasn't that she was for or against the idea. It was mostly that she as a mother had already missed so much of her daughter's life. King Acacia's face steeled. What is that supposed to mean? How could you not monitor the movement of children? Idrim didn't entertain for an instant that Rhee's husband was a top-tier expert. He was already having trouble controlling his temper. He didn't want to make it worse than it already was. King Belmont shrugged, taking a glance at his sons before looking back. Let's just say your son-in-law is quite the genius despite what's being said. What's being said? King Acacia didn't seem to care about this glowing endorsement. Or, more accurately, he didn't let his true feelings on the topic show on the surface. He felt the need to make up for time he lost as a father, and that meant properly vetting his daughter's man.
Seeing that no one else wanted to explain, King Belmont took it upon himself to. After a few minutes, King and Queen Acacia had a solid understanding of the situation. But before they could make a decision one way or another, Uncle Acacia, aka Ajar, also known as Jar Jar, made it a point to explain the happenings of the Elven Kingdom as well. These were things even King Belmont hadn't known about. But in that very moment, everyone became aware of Diane's deeds. Queen Acacia giggled, content with her new son-in-law as she played with the adorable baby.
Then let's wait for them to come back then. So, what you're telling me is that my son-in-law is an arrogant playboy who also happens to be a cheater? Well, I don't know whether he's a cheater or not, King Belmont responded. But I guess the other two descriptors are true, considering his second wife is the first-in-line genius of the Sapientia. King and Queen Acacia froze. You mean? Big Red nodded, interjecting.
She's their daughter. Who the hell is this kid? King Acacia's cultivation leaked, shaking the skybox violently. Oh, King Belmont smiled. You're quite close. Stop being so overdramatic, Idrim. He's no more or less arrogant as you. Queen Acacia reprimanded.
I never cheated to get to where I am now, King Acacia said defiantly. Like I said, King Belmont spoke. I don't know whether he's a cheater or not. Suddenly, Lionel spoke. Father, you're giving him too much leeway.
How is it possible for anyone to climb to first on the rankings after a single campaign?
If you want to praise his array alchemy, I wouldn't say anything. But to say that he might deserve his ranking is too much. King Acacia sighed. If I didn't have to leave, I would have married her to one of your sons instead. How could I have allowed this? And for him to marry their daughter as well?
We've truly failed. You're letting your emotions affect your logic. King Belmont warned. Don't ruin your relationship with daughter after already being away for 10 years. If the first thing you do is reprimand her choices, you risk alienating her forever.
And, from what I know about this boy, he'll care little for your threats. In fact, if you provoke him, it's likely that you'll be on the losing end. At this point, even Queen Acacia was surprised by King Belmont's words. Regardless of how talented this boy was, he was still a child at the end of the day. Why would that ever be something King Belmont had to worry about? Below their skybox, the next rounds of the World Tournament had begun. The contrast between the cheering crowd and the silent skybox was striking. But no one understood how to take this conversation forward from here. Well, that was until the second grand entrance of the day happened just moments later. A sonic boom sounded above the stadium as a dark tower appeared. But that wasn't what caught everyone's attention.
King Acacia's eyes narrowed as the tower disappeared, revealing a smiling and handsome teenage boy surrounded by three laughing beauties. One with fair caramel skin and gray eyes. Another with striking purple hair and eyes. And the final, one that made even his kingly demeanor shatter.
Is that really my daughter?
He said softly. Queen Acacia stood quickly, almost forgetting that she had been holding a little baby in her arms. Sorry, small child. Auntie's sorry. She cradled the baby as she slowly handed her off to her mother. Hold on, Kawa. Jar Jar, go and get them. Tell them to come here. King Acacia spoke. Kawa, however, wasn't listening. She left the skybox with speeds that exceeded Uncle Acacia by hundreds. In the air, Diane looked down at the fighting figures in the arena and smiled. It seemed they had made it in time. Diane, do we have to stand in the air like this? Clara clung tightly to Madeline, unwilling to let go even though they stood on Diane's array. She was clearly not used to this. Diane was going to respond when he sensed something quickly approaching.
Even he didn't have time to think. He had never felt something so powerful before. Without asking, Diane's figure immediately flashed backwards, grabbing onto the waists of all three girls as a massive sentinel appeared in front of him. Clara shrieked. The movement was too fast for her to handle, and she barely registered that they were falling from the air. King Acacia's eyes flashed at this scene. He reacted to Kawa's speed. How? King Belmont said nothing, instead sipping his wine with an "I told you so" expression. Even Lionel didn't know what to think. He couldn't see Kawa at all, but he knew fully well why Diane was reacting as he was. It hadn't even been a split second since Queen Acacia had left the skybox. Diane's eyes were flashing with a dense purple gold as he pushed his aurora to the max. Suddenly, his manifestation bloomed, his humanoid figure tearing its way into existence as his eyes considerably reddened.
Suddenly he could see. A beautiful Japanese woman was careening toward them with speeds he couldn't fathom. His sentinel was between them and her, but he wasn't sure if it was enough. Dian pushed the pace of thinking, erupting his soul power to the peak of the middle saint stage. Saint energy poured from his pores, reddening his skin under the strain of pushing his soul to this level. Think. Is it worth it to pull out the second puppet or not? Dian scanned the woman. But the first thing he noticed was the surprise on her face when their eyes locked. She clearly hadn't expected for something like that to be possible. The second thing Dian noticed was the softness in her eyes. And the third thing he noticed was how that softness became longing as her gaze shifted from him to Madeline and Ree. Japanese woman. Dian's eyes snapped to the Belmont skybox. He had calculated that must have been where she came from. His array alchemy pierced through their sound and visual protection, immediately landing on a tall and dark blue-haired elven man. King Acacia's shock only grew. How? Because he had noticed something else. That sentinel. It was too familiar. Suddenly Dian understood. He let out a breath of relief, his tense muscles loosening as he retracted his soul manifestation and his sentinel. Seeing Dian stop, the girls tried to catch their breath, looking up at him for an explanation. Everything had happened in less than a split second, but the drastic difference between the action and the stopping jarred them. If it hadn't been for Dian using array alchemy to protect Clara from the violent changes, it was likely that she would have been injured. Dian? What's wrong? Ree looked up questioningly. The three of them were still being held tightly against Dian, and maybe if it was anyone else, they would have thought he was being a pervert. But Ree was his wife after all. Even if he was being a perv, she wouldn't mind too much. The problem was that she knew Dian wouldn't have acted that way for such a petty reason. Little faux glacé. Dian took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. It had been a split second for everyone else. But in that split second, Dian had pushed everything he had to limit. It seems we were too worried about your parents. Too worried. Ree stared into Dian's eyes, confused, until she slowly started understanding what he meant. You mean? Tears glistened in Ree's eyes as she heard a voice behind her. Little Alex? The voice was so sweet that Ree broke down. Her vision was so blurry that even when she turned to face the voice, she could barely see through the onslaught of tears. Kawa quietly embraced her daughter, both of their petite figures trembling in each other's arms. Dian and Madeline smiled. Clara was a bit confused at first, but when she pieced what was happening together, she too smiled. I'm sorry, little Alex, I've been a bad mother. Ree shook her head adamantly, trying to speak, but the words kept getting caught in her throat, unwilling to come out. Dian remained silent, letting them have their moment. He didn't let the crowd impact this moment, having laid a concealment array over them. Come. Your father is waiting. Kawa wiped the tears from her eyes as she looked up to Dian. You went and got married behind my back, little girl? Hearing these words, Ree blushed profusely. Mom, this is Dian. He's my husband. This is Madeline. She's my close sister and sister wife. This is Clara. She's Dian's childhood friend. So it's like this? Kawa smiled at Dian, placing her small hand on his cheek. You're quite handsome. No wonder my daughter fell for you. Dian grinned. Mother-in-law, a compliment on my looks from you might be the peak my life ever reaches. Oh, and why's that? Other than my wives and my mother, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Kawa was taken aback by the purity in Dian's eyes. He didn't hesitate, and confidence exuded from his every word. There was no way to fake something like this. It was clear that Dian's arrogance seeped into his very bones. Such a sweet talker, Kawa giggled, taking her daughter's hand and floating toward the skybox. I warn you though, Dian. My husband might not be so easily convinced. Kawa looked back to see how Dian would react, but all she found was a small smile. But it was clear the fire in his eyes were lit. Kawa could only sigh and let them figure it out amongst themselves. Seeing Ree, Uncle Acacia gave her a massive hug, as he usually did before passing Ree off to his elder brother. King Acacia looked down at his daughter with a sad expression on his features. His large hand found a way to her hair, rubbing if gently. But Ree didn't seem to buy any of that, so she leapt into his arms, hugging his waist tightly. Clara had insisted that this was a family matter. So, against Dian's wishes, he had handed her off to Venus and Delia below. He didn't want her to be in an environment like this without him, but her cold eyes had given him an "I'm not budging" look, so he had no choice but to oblige. That said, Diane found his way to a couch seat and sat beside Madeline leisurely, clearly unperturbed by the seemingly odd atmosphere in the room. Lionel came over to greet Madeline, but after a few stiff interactions he went back to his seat. He hadn't bothered to say hello to Diane, but on the same hand Diane hadn't spared him a glance. In this room filled with outstanding lineages and powerful family ties, it was clear that Diane was the odd man out. Even Madeline, who thought she was in the same shoes as Diane, was actually more connected to these people than she knew. Ava wasn't present. Realizing that she wouldn't get her chance to fight Tammy, she had settled for fighting for a spot on the Meridian formation rankings and was currently below improving her stock. In the end, King Acacia offered Rhea a seat by him and Queen Acacia, but Rhea shook her head and instead sat to Diane's right while Madeline continued to sit on his left. It was clear that father's opinion or not, she chose Diane. Soon, the room became even more quiet than it had been before. King Belmont, his wife, child, and 2 sons sat in one corner. Big Red, his wife, and eldest son sat in another. King and Queen Acacia sat facing Diane, Rhea, and Madeline. And last but not least, Uncle Acacia stood awkwardly to the side, conflicted. On one hand he loved and respected his elder brother, but on the other hand he had seen firsthand the kind of man Diane was. He had already proven that he deserved Rhea. This was wholly unnecessary, especially for a father who had been absent for more than 10 years. You're quite rude not to pay respects to your parents-in-law, don't you think? King Acacia's voice finally broke the silence. Rhea's brows furrowed, clearly wanting to say something. It wasn't in her personality to hold back even when it came to her own father. But a strong hand found its way to hers. She looked up to find Diane still smiling. Madeline had to try and withhold her giggle. She had seen the smile one too many times. But what she had never seen was the smile come out on the losing end. Seeing Diane's intimacy with his daughter, King Acacia imperceptibly leaks some of his cultivation. But he could only pretend as though nothing had happened when Diane didn't react. Do you have nothing to say for yourself? That depends. Diane responded. On what exactly? Is my father-in-law someone capable of admitting when he's wrong? Or is he like every other supposed elder I've met who thinks his way is the only way? Queen Acacia sighed as she turned a gaze toward King Belmont. It seemed he was right again. This wasn't a child who ever saw it fit to lower his head. I don't remember agreeing to be your father-in-law. King Acacia's lip twitched. You are Rhea's father. She is already my wife. Whether you agree or not, it's already a fact. Diane explained slowly. King Acacia remained silent, scanning Diane's features. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find any semblance of wavering confidence. In fact, when his gaze shifted to his daughter, all he found was a small smile and look that seemed to be almost borderline reverence toward this boy. Tell me, King Acacia spoke, what would you answer have been should I be able to change my mind? And what would you answer have been should I be as stubborn as the other elders? Diane smiled. If you were as stubborn, I would have nodded and agreed with you. King Acacia nodded in satisfaction until he heard Diane's next words. And then I would never associate with you again. Queen Acacia snorted, holding back a bit of laughter along with King Belmont. It was clear at least the two of them were having a good time. If you had the ability to change your mind, though, I would tell you that I was only about as rude as a father who hadn't seen his daughter in 11 years, and yet insisted she come to greet him instead of the vice versa. Diane's eyes flashed with a hint of aggression that disappeared just as quickly as it appeared. It wasn't lost on him that Queen Acacia was the only one to come out. In fact, his small smile had been one of pent-up irritation. He remembered how many tears Rhea had shed for this man, and yet he had never told her where he was going, never sent any messages, then just one day showed back up perfectly healthy and had the audacity to make them come to him? If Diane was strong enough, he would have let his fists do the talking instead of his words. King Acacia froze, his eyes darkening. What did you say? Diane didn't respond. It was obvious that King Acacia had heard his words, and very clearly at that. Queen Acacia no longer giggled, but she didn't say anything. She too was unsatisfied with how her husband had handled the situation.
He had even tried to make her stay behind too. To speak to your own father-in-law like this. It's clear why you're nothing but a commoner from the dregs of the mortal realm. Lionel spoke out from the side of the room, leisurely sipping on spiritual wine. Diane didn't care to respond, instead continuing his stare down with King Acacia. Are you not going to respond? Or do you only talk big when you can use my daughter as a shield? King Acacia asked, probing further. In his estimation, Diane was only being so bold because he knew he would never attack him because of Ree. What a useless question. Why would I bother responding to either one of those Belmont boys? All they know how to do is drool over my women from a distance. Would you respond to such people? Elwing, Lionel's younger brother, grit his teeth in anger. He hadn't said anything, but Diane had still dragged him into this. But he had witnessed Diane's feats unlike his elder brother. He had a respect for Diane that Lionel didn't have. As such, he said nothing. Lionel, however, didn't seem perturbed on the surface, remaining deadpan. But a fire was slowly boiling over inside of him. King Acacia raised an eyebrow. Where's all of this confidence coming from? Did cheating really make you feel as though you have the cash to say these things? Ree stood abruptly. Diane didn't cheat. I can't believe you would say something like that. Taking Madeline's hand, Diane stood too. I think we'll be on our way now. Diane smiled. Ree was stuck. She thought that Diane was leaving her behind because of her father, but his next move shattered all of that. Little fou glacé? What are you doing just standing there? Diane stretched out his free hand. Seeing their daughter sigh in relief to something as simple as a handmade King and Queen Acacia very clear on how deep her love ran. King Acacia wanted to stretch out and stop Ree from leaving, but he suddenly felt a pinch on his arm. He looked to his side to find a very angry wife. Don't you dare. You've done enough. Kawa's canines grew and her eyes narrowed into slits as her bestial aura overflowed. It was clear she was pissed. King Acacia's brow furrowed. But he too thought it would be too much to keep his daughter from Diane. So he lowered his hand. That said, Diane's last words almost made him regret that decision. Imagine that. Diane turned back before he stepped into the skies with Ree and Madeline by his side, his eyes burning with a dense black flame. A supposed king so easily swayed by public opinion. It's no wonder it took a commoner to save your kingdom. King Acacia nearly exploded. But by the time his vision cleared, Diane, his daughter, and his goddaughter were gone. After returning to his section, Diane greeted everyone with smiles. He sighed in relief seeing that Clara was doing well and even winked at Eli. He wouldn't mistake his good friend's glow as having anything to do with something not Delia-related. But when he saw that Ree wasn't having so good of a time, he couldn't help but check on her. After all, they had a full day until the real-world tournament began. Ree. Seeing Ree look up with a dead look in her eyes, Diane felt his heart lurch. With a wave of his hand, the two of them disappeared from sight. Clara seemed to have noticed this and looked over to Madeline to find her smiling. Clara could tell that something had happened, but she had removed herself from the situation and didn't feel that it was right to ask. That said, she knew fully well that Diane's personality was quite abrasive when it came to dealing with authority, so she had a pretty good idea of what had happened. That said, her mind was easily distracted by the fighting she could see on the monitors. With her lack of cultivation, it was impossible to see what was going on from so far away. But she was very thankful that the World Tournament organizers took this into account. Amazing! She breathed out that word for what seemed like the millionth time. If you can believe it, Madeline said while giggling. This is about as weak as it gets. Clara blinked. Then what about you? Diane and Ree. Why aren't you three fighting? Oh, that's because we've already qualified for the main round. A sudden realization hit Clara. My dad was always worried about how Diane would take being at the bottom of the ladder for once. It seems he didn't spend a lot of time there. Clara pouted. She had wanted to make fun of him. Not many believe in him, though, Madeline said softly, looking in the direction Ree and Diane had disappeared. What happened? Clara asked. But the explanation she heard only made her angry. Diane is a lot of things, but he never cheats. Clara's cheeks puffed, clearly agitated. Madeline smiled. Diane is the type of person that would rather lose or die than to let someone think he didn't think he was better than they were. He would never cheat. Madeline confirmed Clara's thoughts. But they've made a mistake. Clara gave glance, understanding what she meant clearly.
They've made him angry. Ree sat facing Diane, her head laying on his chest as tears streamed from her eyes. I'm sorry, Diane. You shouldn't have had to go through that. Diane smiled, patting Ree's head. What do you mean?
Didn't you see how beautiful my mother-in-law is? I'm so lucky. Despite Ree's current state, she couldn't help but giggle at Diane's words. You know what I meant. Don't think about that too much. Your dad loves you too much to get between me and you. And, regardless of what I say, I know he wouldn't have left without saying anything to you without a good reason. Just like he knows his daughter would never fall for a man who could cheat. Really? Ree wiped her tears with her forearm, trying to compose herself before looking up. Of course, Diane smiled. It's definitely not a coincidence that they came back for the World Tournament. This wasn't on a whim. Everything is planned. I just don't know what that plan is just yet. That said, I'm sure they'll tell us when the time is right. But I'm still kicking the first prince's ass. He still thinks he's entitled to my Madeline. Imagine thinking you could flirt with my woman in front of me. Diane harumphed, pulling Ree into his arms. Ree giggled, kissing Diane's cheek and enjoying the feeling of being in his arms until she fully calmed down. I know you'll prove them all wrong, Ree said softly. About half an hour later, Ree's emotions had finally settled.
But in that time she had thought of something odd about her father's actions. Diane? Shouldn't my father be able to tell whether you're lying about cheating or not?
Why would he say something he should know is clearly false? Diane smiled. I remember that there was a point in time where I thought your father's disappearance had to do with the destruction of the celestial deer sect.
After seeing how being a true empath could burden a person's psyche with Jade as a prime example, I thought your father might have left because he had lost the ability to cleanse his thoughts and protect his mental health. Ree nodded. She remembered talking to Diane about this too.
But the reason he wasn't 100% sure about the theory was because of her mother. She too had disappeared.
At that point in time, the large stone tome hadn't been used to cleanse true empaths in millennia because its purpose had been forgotten. And because the celestial deer sect was gone, there was no celestial energy to cure my father of his ailments. Right?
But you know what my grand teacher told me when I asked him why he didn't just read my mind at certain times? Ree shook her head. Diane laughed.
The old bastard said he was insulted to be put on the same level as those other true empaths and he could turn his on and off at will. A sudden realization hit Ree. You mean? I can't say for sure.
But I think your father likely reached a level of mastery that he unlocked the ability to turn his on and off. That said, it isn't a level of mastery that matches my grand teacher, so he likely keeps it off so that he can maintain his sanity for as long as possible. If he didn't do this, he would be at a loss for how to handle the influx of bad emotions. Ree giggled. You're so bad. I have no idea what you mean. Diane grinned, lifting Ree's petite body up by her ass and gracing his lips with hers. Ree's laughter, though, hadn't stopped. Lifting a finger, she placed it between her lips and Diane's. How long are you going to make my father suffer? I dunno. My head is cloudy. I think I need a few more kisses from his daughter to clear my mind. The truth was that during Uncle Acacia's recounting of the elven story, for the sake of brevity, he had skimmed over a lot of the details knowing that Queen Acacia was eager to see Ree.
But right now, with time on their side, he had just begun going into the full details of the matter. The more King Acacia listened, the more his blood boiled. His face turned such a dense shade of red that Queen Acacia and King Belmont nearly had their sides splitting laughing at him. The son-in-law he just dismissed as a cheater and commoner was the last disciple of his longtime allies? He found their kingdom's next true empath?
He had cleared out their ancient tomb? He earned the 3 ancient texts? He made their sentinels his bodyguards? And worst yet, he could cleanse true empaths? Queen Acacia rolled over on the couch laughing hysterically, clearly unladylike. It was clear where Ree got much of her personality from.
It seems she wiped tears from her eyes, trying to catch her breath. You're going to need to apologize to your son-in-law if you want his help. Even Big Red was losing his serious demeanor, trying his best to withhold his laughter. However, he was failing terribly at that. His enormous, usually stoic figure was practically bursting with giggles. It was the kind of thing one would have never expected to see from the head of a clan of assassins so many feared. You! King Acacia turned his anger on his younger brother. Why didn't you tell me about these things before? Uncle Acacia scratched the back of his head. I told you that he had proved himself worthy. You should have believed in me. King Belmont took a deep breath, finally stopping his laughing fit. I warned you too, old friend.
Didn't I say you'd come out on the losing end? King Acacia was a very prideful man. In fact, judging by his entrance, anyone could tell that his arrogance reached the same heights as Diane.
Even in his youth, when he had yet to awaken his manifestation, he had a confidence many made fun of until he proved himself. So it was no surprise to anyone that the day came and left without him apologizing. Diane, though, wasn't worried. He had spent a day of leisure with his wives, laughing, joking, and eating like he hadn't seen a meal in years. But those who knew him could see the fire in his eyes. He was impatient for the day to end. You seem to be having a grand time. Ava plopped down next to her elder brother, Arios. Arios smiled, rubbing his little sister's head.
How'd you do? Top 5. Ava snorted. With all the truly powerful Meridian experts competing for the overall rankings, why wouldn't I be top 1?
Thanks for not watching me. Diane, who was laying down on a couch with his head resting on Madeline's lap, waved. I was watching, I swear. Liar. Ava pouted. I went to the skybox first. Why are you spending time with your in-laws? You can't kidnap poor Ree from her parents. Ree giggled, looking up from sitting on a table with Clara, Venus, Delia, and the elven girls. How much did my dad pay you to say that? Ava coughed, seeing that she had been caught red-handed.
Although she had a very small impression of King Acacia, he was technically still one of her dad's best friends. And she absolutely adored Queen Acacia. So they were like an adoptive aunt and uncle to her. As such, when she saw how red King Acacia's face still was, and found out the situation from her elder brother, Riley, she thought she would try to help. Diane, you're too overbearing. Ava harumphed.
Diane grinned, nestling his cheek into Madeline's soft thigh, clearly content with himself as she lightly played with his hair. It'll be time to go soon, Diane said suddenly.
Have they explained the format yet? Normally the way it's set up, Arios began to explain, is that the remaining 1,000 are split into 10 brackets, one bracket for each of the top 10.
Unfortunately, this year, they've been talking about the true top 10, so it probably won't be a surprise to you that they mean ranked 2 through to 11. Diane sat up, nodding. He had expected as much. As soon as he participated in the final selection round, he had already renounced his right to the top 10. Essentially, everyone has practically already decided that the final round-robin tournament will be amongst the top 10. But, in the essence of fairness to younger campaigners who might be just as powerful, these first sets of rounds are to gain the right to challenge a top 10 ranker for their spot in that penultimate battle. The idea is that as long as you manage to make it into the top 9 of your bracket, you get to challenge any one of the top 10 rankers. This is also for the sake of balance. Diane nodded. This way the top 10 will have to fight a lot of battles as well because there will be 90 challengers for 10 people. Right? But that's only in the case where none of the top 10 are replaced. In very rare cases, some actually do beat out top 10 rankers. But, in those cases, the replacement can also be challenged. Diane's eyes flashed. So that places people outside of the top 10 at a severe disadvantage. Arios nodded. Imagine having just fought a top 10 ranker. If you beat them, it's likely that it was not easy by any measure. Because, if it had been, you likely would be in the top 10 yourself. With little to no rest, you could be challenged immediately after that battle. Arios sighed. This is why, in years past, the amount who chose to challenge the top 10 rankers were very few. Unless you have supreme confidence in your abilities, it's just not worth it. Those who manage to earn the right to challenge instead decide to save their stamina so they can fight for a better position in the top 100. It all made sense. If you managed to be among the 90 who gained challenge rights, you were already crowned as among the top 100 talents in the universe. Why risk death or crippling injury? It was better to make a safer bet. However, this realization only made Diane's blood boil. He was only now starting to fully understand the gravity of what it meant to have his top 10 title stripped from him.
Diane smiled, chuckling a bit.
If I didn't give them a handicap, would it be any fun? I can't wait to see you get your ass kicked. Clara laughed. Someone sounds mad she can't do it herself anymore. Diane grinned.
Humph. Just wait on it. But then what's the format for deciding the top 9 of each bracket? Clara suddenly asked. It was clear that despite her words, she was still worried. Essentially, it's a battle for points. Arios explained. Everyone starts with a set amount depending on cumulative ranking. Top 20, of course excluding the top 10 who aren't participating, are given 10 points. Then, it works its way down by 1 until those who aren't ranked start with a single point. So, top 30, or ranks 20 to 29 in this case, would start with 9 points, and top 100 or 90 to 100 would have 2 points. Everyone from 101 and below will start with a single point. As you might guess, hitting 0 points means that you've lost and can no longer gain points. Fighting can be done in 2 ways. You can either use stock rules or betting rules. Stock rules are used almost every time.
Basically, the warriors with the lower number of points dictate what is being bet. This is to ensure that those with a higher number of points aren't always being challenged because the penalties are set to hurt the lower points holder much more.
If you have a single point, you can only fight to gain a single point. But, should you lose, you also lose a single point and are therefore out of the running. If you have 2 points, you can only gain up to 2 additional points, but if you do this, you must also lose 2 points should you lose. Basically, you can only choose to gain, and therefore lose, points within your range. In the end, though, this is capped at 5 points. Only a maximum of 5 points can be exchanged in a single match when using stock rules. Betting rules, however, there is no such limit. But this isn't as simple as it seems. Betting rules are named as such because instead of the lower point holder dictating the amount, it must be agreed upon by both parties. So then how does all of this come to an end? Diane asked. Simple, really. In a single bracket, since you can only challenge warriors in the same bracket as you, there's a set amount of points. When a pre-decided amount of those points is held among 9 individuals, the contest is stopped. If there are any ties, then those who have tied have a final battle to decide.
There are 990 people participating. There will be 10 brackets, so 99 to a bracket. The brackets will split the cumulative rankers up evenly or try its best to, meaning each bracket will only have a single top 30 ranker or a person ranked between 20 and 29, and so on.
Rankers 11 to 19 only have 9 people total, but rankers 90 to 100 obviously have 11. This means that there'll be one bracket with no top 20 members at all, and yet another with 290 to 100 members. This could be a good or bad thing depending on how it shakes out. That aside though, a normal group will have 54 points accumulated by 9 rankers, and an additional 90 points accumulated by 90 miscellaneous warriors. Once the top 9 hold 108 points combined, or 75% of the total points, the bracket will be closed. Just as Arios finished his explanation, the booming voice of Elder Den rang through the massive stadium. This what we've all been waiting for.
Would our final 1,000 warriors make their way out?
It's time for the final stages to begin. Diane stood and stretched. One last thing, Arios. MHM? How do the challenges work? Almost forgot. To stop the top 9 from avoiding competition and picking on the weakest and avoiding the strongest, 9 people from the non-rankers take up 9 spots on 9 stages. Then, people can begin to challenge them. Those people can choose to stay on the stage the entire time and accumulate wins from challenges, or they can step down. Because you are only obligated to accept a single challenge in a row, you don't have to stay on the stage. Those people can also choose to send out challenges.
But the difference is that if you're ruling a stage, your challenge can never be ignored, or it becomes a victory by default. The only exception is a person who just stepped off of the stage. Got it. Diane didn't even have to say anything.
Before he even finished his last sentence, Ree and Madeline were already by his side. He found the faint flicker of anger on their features adorable, but he didn't say anything. Good luck, Clara called out. She could only sigh back into her seat when all she got was a wink and wave from Diane. That guy never shows his true emotions. Tsk. Zoltarish followed them out. He had made it into the top 1,000 as well along with a few other elves. But Diane couldn't be bothered with the likes of Clarice Grimbold. "Be careful," Eli said softly, realizing that Delia would also be a part of this fight. Delia smiled. She was a head and a half shorter than Eli, who was practically as tall as Diane. But Eli never seemed to act his size. With speed too fast for anyone present to see, Delia stretched to the tips of her toes and planted a kiss of Eli's cheek before flashing away. It wasn't until she had already caught up to the group that Eli finally registered the faint wetness on his cheek. And it probably wasn't until the battles were underway that he moved. Elder Den looked down from the skies at the remaining 1,000 contestants. Aside from the top 10, they had all gathered at the center of the stadium, prepared for their final fights. Anger flashed in his eyes when he noticed Diane smiling and carefree, speaking to his wives as though nothing else of importance was occurring. In the Clyte Royal God Clan section, though, their king was focused on something else entirely. "It seems your bastard child is a lot luckier than I gave her credit for." The voice reverberated in Queen Clyte's ears, causing blood to drip from her nose again. But she had learned her lesson. After witnessing her daughter almost die, she cut off her emotions entirely. They were only a detriment to her now. As you all know, there will be 10 total brackets, and only the top 9 from each of these brackets will earn a right to challenge the top 10 rankers and fight for spots in the top 100. This will be on full display for all to watch, and there won't be possibilities for cheaters to prosper. The monitors focused on Diane, hoping to embarrass him. But all they found was a handsome young man happily laughing with his wives. The ire of the crowd seemed to be drudged up again. They didn't seem to want to allow Diane's powerful display to change their hate for him. King Acacia's eyes burrowed into Diane's back. "If you can't make it to the top 100, you aren't worthy of my daughter." "He technically already has, big brother," Uncle Acacia chimed in. "Don't give me that nonsense." A stubborn light flashed in King Acacia's eye. Kawa giggled. "Maybe if you were nicer, your son-in-law could have cleansed you. Then you could check for yourself." King Acacia grit his teeth, focusing his attention on the battle below. In the Sapientia sections, Madeline's parents were having a reaction not too far from King Acacia's. But no one wanted to see Diane fail more than Connery Sapientia. He couldn't confirm it because his sixth sense was nowhere near as powerful as Diane's, but he had little doubt in his mind that Madeline was no longer a virgin. He wanted nothing more than to see Diane killed. "Kill him," Connery sent a message covertly, his voice seething in anger. "You've already failed once. I won't accept failure again." The voice of a woman soon responded. "I think you have something misconstrued, Patriarch Sapientia. Regardless of the agreement we had before, I am still a genius of a Ragnar auxiliary clan. I hope that in your threat you're willing to provoke the Ragnars. I'm sure with the information the Sapientia have access to, you understand how foolish that would be. That said, I don't need your motivational threats to have enough incentive to kill him. For what he did to my little sister, he's already signed away his life." In the crowd of 990, a beautiful woman with striking red eyes and long jet black hair. Anyone who paid attention knew who she was. The undisputed genius of the Ipsum clan and top 4 ranker of planet Earth. What did that mean? It meant she held a spot amongst the cumulative top 20. She was without a doubt among the most powerful experts taking part in this round, and she only had one goal in mind: kill Diane. Everyone, please turn your attention to the monitor before you. Soon, 99 names will appear. These will represent the members of our first bracket. If you pay attention to the number that will appear beside the name, these represent your starting points, and over the course of the match, will represent your accumulated points. Elder Den spoke. In an instant, the names appeared. It was clear immediately that this would be a normal bracket because there was only a single member of each tier. At the very top of the list sat a name everyone recognized. The number 14 on the cumulative rankings, number 13 on the true cumulative rankings, and a beauty that fell just shy of the 6 known throughout the universe. That said, she was still among the 4 junior royals of Earth, widely known as the second most powerful after Prince Lionel Belmont. Iris Ipsum, 10 points however, before Elder Den could even allow volunteers to take the spots on the 9 stages. A very familiar figure had already flashed onto the one at the very center. He yawned, stretching his neck as he heard satisfying popping resound through his spine. There, a boy in sweatpants rolled to his calves and a crisp white t-shirt stood. his smile having disappeared. There was not a soul in the stadium or even out in the universe watching that didn't know who this young man was. The cowardly demon 1 point. I don't think any of you mind if I take this spot, right? The crowd didn't know how to feel about Diane being so eager and knew how to handle his lack of a smile even less. Ree and Madeline looked at each before shaking their heads. He hadn't even said goodbye. In fact, no one should have been able to go through a list of 99 people so quickly, even as cultivators. It was clear that no one had anticipated these final matches more than Diane. Elder Den laughed uneasily. It seemed Diane's actions had frozen the non-ranking contestants to the point where none seemed apt to volunteer. Well, that was until Diane turned his gaze toward the crowd of them. It's best you all don't waste my time. If you volunteer quickly, there'll at least be 8 of you I don't challenge. Diane's words seemed to jolt the non-rankers into a sudden realization. In a near instant, 8 more warriors appeared. They hadn't even had time to think about how embarrassing it was for them to fold to Diane's words so easily. But there was an air to Diane that made them feel as though he shouldn't be disobeyed. His demonic will was becoming tougher and tougher for him to rein in. Elder Den cleared his throat.
Challenges work based on you, Diane pointed out and into the crowd. Without a shred of hesitation, Diane had already picked his first opponent. He felt no need to wait for an explanation, and his anger was definitely not going to allow him to do that. He had waited too long already. King Belmont's lip twitched as he looked at his longtime friend, King Acacia. Did I say he was just as arrogant as you? I apologize, old friend. When everyone saw who Diane had challenged, a collective breath escaped the stadium. Not even the most ignorant found any room to laugh, and everyone had only one thought. If you truly believed you were number 1, isn't this how you'd act? Iris Ipsum's lip twitched. The crowd of warriors had separated from her. There was no doubt that Diane had pointed toward her. Everyone understood what it meant. For a person with only a single point to challenge a person with 10 points immediately was unheard of. Even if you had a grudge against a person, it was of little benefit to you. Even if you won, you would only take a single point from that person. But if you lost, you would be out. That's not to mention how powerful a person with 10 points would be in the early game. Diane's choice simply didn't make any sense. It was clear he only had one purpose, to prove a point. Are you going to get up here?
Or are you only good at sneak attacking people? Dense black flames danced in Diane's eyes as he looked down at Iris. He knows. Iris' features barely fluctuated as she made her way to the stage, gently and gracefully landing. It didn't seem as though anyone was intent on challenging anyone else. Everyone's focus was on this one fight. Do you know why I'm going to kill you today? Iris' sweet voice rang through the stadium, pushing everyone to the edges of their seats. Clara's heart seized when she heard these words. It suddenly dawned her just the kind of place this martial world was. Diane's life was on the line here. She couldn't forget something like that. The elven girls felt bad for Clara. They had gotten to know her well over the past day, and despite her cold eyes, she seemed to have a bubbly sense of humor to her that completely contrasted the feeling you got from looking at her.
But that personality was never more prominent than when she was interacting with Diane. It was clear that she cared for him deeply. So, to then have to hear someone so blatantly threaten his life, it didn't take a genius to understand what she must be feeling right now.
Diane, though, said nothing in response, instead choosing to stand there and observe quietly. There are a few reasons, actually. Iris spoke faintly. First is my sister. You had the audacity to cause her pain.
Who gave a commoner piece of shit like you the right to kill my sister's love? Clara gripped her fists at her knees. Although she had been aware that it was likely that Diane had killed before, but hearing it stated so clearly, she didn't know how to feel.
The second reason, though, is much more personal. Iris' eyes began to glow a dense red, her jet-black hair flaring outwards and fluttering in the wind. Dense red crystal veins began to appear in the air, as though they were living vines of themselves. Because of your senseless deeds, I missed a campaign year 2 years ago, tending to my sister. You are directly responsible for my not being in the top 10 right now. Rage built in Iris' heart. She too understood the importance of having a top 10 spot when it came to the final rounds. To her, it was because of Diane that she had basically lost her ability to compete for the spot. All she could do now was aim for 11th place. The crowd was shocked into a realization. Did that mean that Iris was the equal to the top 10 rankers? And lastly, Iris' veins of red crystals reached a tempest, blooming into roses that aimed their ire toward Diane. You've disrespected me in challenging me first. You don't deserve to be in the top 10, so you think you can trick others into thinking you're more than you are by using me? How dare you? Iris' Cultivation released the full brunt of its force. A dense red aura cracked the arena beneath her face as features of pure rage colored her once delicate appearance. The screech of a witch resounded through the arena as a forest of red trees sprung along the arena floor. Everyone had their eyes on a single event. What would happen? Diane remained completely unmoved by Iris' display. A dense and opaque white flooded Diane's general vicinity, cutting off the forest of red from reaching him. King Acacia's eyes flashed. Many didn't recognize this will, but he did immediately. Celestial will. Diane, though, still didn't move. Instead, his ring flashed as a familiar friend appeared, one he hadn't used in years. A 6-foot-long sword colored a completely light-immune jet black appeared. Draconic cries of happiness rang through the stadium as a blood-red aura began to drip from the sword. Diane's eyes flashed with gold. You've been suppressed for too long. The array he had placed on the sword so long ago shattered. The cries of happiness increased, beating against the ears of everyone in attendance. The spirit of Diane's transcendent sword roared into the skies, cutting through the air itself as a black dragon spanning hundreds of meters manifested. But then, Diane did something that no one could make heads or tails of. With one swift motion, Diane stabbed his sword into the ground, leaving it to his side. She's not worthy of you. The dragon in the skies seemed to nod in acknowledgement of Diane's words before curling in on itself in a napping position before disappearing. You must be wondering why I bothered taking this sword out. Diane stared into Iris' eyes, completely unperturbed by her output of cultivation. I think I'll make a list of my own then. Diane took a step forward, his skin searing in red as he pushed his Demon Emperor's will to the first level of perfection. For one, your bullshit speech was so long that my mind wandered, and I just so happened to remember this sword of mine. At least you managed to jog my memory of the last time I needed to use it. Diane took another step, a dense fog escaping from his lips as he pushed his Demon Emperor's will to the second level of perfection. Secondly, your cultivation is at the 6th essence gathering level, and you also happen to be an upper 4th grade expert. So, to save your pride, I was going to go all out. Diane took yet another step. His veins bulged, coursing a dense gold blood through his body. Lines of gold began lining his skin as though they were tattoos etched just below. But then that leads us to the third thing on our list. After I had decided to be the good guy and spare your feelings, I then heard nonsense about me not being worthy of being in the top 10. Diane flashed forward, rings of red gold being left in his wake. He didn't use his movement technique, his body was just too overbearing. Iris' eyes flashed. Veins of red crystals lashed outwards, sending spikes of red careening toward Diane. Brilliant purple gold formations blossomed in Diane's path, crashing violently in the crystal arrows. Showered of red, purple and gold rained down on the arena. But the beauty was lost on the crowd. They sat at the edge of their seats, intent to see the clash of geniuses. Iris didn't remain idle. Her arms spread from her, recognizing the threat Diane posed. Ipsum Tales, Witch's Forest. The forest of red convened, sending branches with a sharp killing intent toward Diane. There was nothing more familiar to Diane than these crystals. He had spent months struggling under the pain they brought, but that had given him an intimate understanding of just what this will was all about. It was an Earth-type crystal will. However, unlike Diane's version, which had the goal of amplification, this had the role of preservation. As nice as that sounded, it wasn't. These red crystals wouldn't stop until its target was completely encased. Even the smallest bit was like a parasite that would latch on and grow. There was only one reason why it was red. It was a blood-sucking leech. Wings burst from Diane's back as he clashed with Iris. Crystal roses appeared at her palms, leeching away the power in Diane's strike.
Iris flew backwards violently, her eyes widening in shock as her arms shook violently under the power of Diane's fists. Shock colored the faces of the crowd. Iris, the undisputed #2 of Earth, had lost in the first exchange. But Diane couldn't be bothered to let her have time to rest. His wings flapped a single stroke, sending a tempest of wind while crashing into the stadium below and shattering the stage. In an instant, he appeared above Iris' flying figure. The golden veins in his arms bulged as he clasped his fists above his head, a dense red-gold aura dripping from him as he slammed downwards. Blood flew from Iris' mouth, her body caving inwards under the pressure. Her vision went blurry as the sickening sounds of her ribs giving way reverberated through the arena. Diane's wings flapped again, sending hundreds of participants watching below flying. Iris could do nothing. Her problem was lack of versatility. As much as she liked to boast, she only knew a single will. But Diane's celestial will was cutting through it as though it didn't exist. Why? Because Diane had spent 2 months with this will living inside of him. No one knew its weaknesses more than he did. Iris hadn't even hit the arena floor before Diane's knee found its way to her face, sending her flying upward just as violently as she had crashed downward. No! Rose Ipsum, Iris' little sister, cried from a distance. How could she have known her sister, someone who was so respected and feared, would ever be on the side of a loss like this? Diane showed not a shred of mercy, flying upward and catching Iris by her long jet-black hair. Dense flames of black colored his eyes as a deep rage steadily built in his heart. This wasn't enough. Iris pulled a curved dagger from her hip, slicing her wrists before slicing off the hair Diane held onto in one swift motion. Blood flew from her hands. But it didn't fall far. Instead, it crystallized into 2 sacrificial blades she held in either one of her hands. The screech that resounded from Iris' techniques could no longer count as that of a witch's. It was without a doubt a banshee. Iris stabbed both blades into her chest under the shocked gazes of the crowd, slicing downward violently and tearing her clothes away. She was naked for but a moment before blood coated her so quickly that she became like a different person entirely. Robes of red crystals graced her as her jet-black hair became a dark maroon. A long staff appeared in her hand, seemingly made of wood but holding a large red diamond at the front end of it as its body curled to the natural whims of the branches of a tree. The sound of Iris' screech increased as her crystal will burst through to the level of an intent. But it didn't stop there. One with mind. One with heart. One with body. Blood seeped from Iris' mouth, but it seemed to sparkle into the air as crystals before anything else. Ipsum's tail. Scarlet Witch. Iris' red crystal armor seemed to screech. Her very movements were reminiscent of nails scratching across chalkboards. Both of her eyes had become an abyss of dark red as blood seeped from them. Whatever it is she was doing was at a massive detriment to herself. But she no longer cared. In the distance, in the same section as the Ragnar and Cavasitas, the matriarch of the Ipsum auxiliary clan shook violently. She knew all too well what this technique was. There was a reason Iris, despite being such a genius, only knew a single will. Red crystal will wasn't natural. It was fostered through blood sacrifice and often required rituals of untold pain to advance Indiana. That said, in exchange for that, you were able to grasp a will that was infinitesimally close to being a supreme law. But that was only the case while it was still at the level of a will. When this will stepped into the level of an intent, it underwent a conformational change. As a created will, red crystal will worked much like a technique. It had steps of mastery that provided better rewards. Unlike natural wills that often only improved in power output, red crystals changed their fundamental nature. Unfortunately for Iris, that wasn't what was occurring for her. She had artificially boosted her will to an intent by using a sacrificial technique. As such, she gained the power boost associated, but none of the fundamental nature change. Diane's 2 pairs of wings flapped in the skies as he looked down on Iris' still falling figure. His shirt had burst apart, revealing his bandaged sides, but he had grown used to ignoring that searing pain inside of him. After taking Madeline's virginity, the pain at his side has severely lessened due to the increase in his body cultivation. But it seemed a full heal would only be possible if he broke into the same body level. Something that was very much impossible for now. I'm glad you've decided to go all out.
Diane's voice penetrated through the screeches, seemingly effortlessly. In the Sapientia box, Esther snapped her head up. After centuries of working with music, how could she not tell what was going on? Intent-level music. This way, Diane continued, I'll hear less excuses. Iris didn't seem to be in a healthy state of mind. The bleeding from her eyes only increased as time passed, and her crystal armor was beginning to crack and her demeanor was crumbling under Diane's powerful voice. But the staff she held in her hand seemed to be glowing more and more feverishly. Act 1. Stage 3. Demon Emperor's Will. Perfection. The veins of gold raged through Diane's body, his muscles increasing a size before condensing. His skin seared red as the beating of his heart grew so robust that it could be heard by everyone in attendance. The eyes of Patriarch Pakel narrowed. That technique, Kedlam. Yes, father? Did you say you knew this boy? Yes. I believe you said you owed him? Did you give him one of our techniques as compensation? Of course not. My life was never in any real danger because I didn't enter the Legacy Tower along with the others. I was trying to learn demonic will because it was a good opportunity. Unfortunately, I failed. That said, it is because of him we found the whereabouts of the blood sacrifice technique. The brows of the patriarch furrowed. Am I wrong? Diane stood like a devilish king in the air. In response to the technique, his hair had grown out wildly, whipping about viciously in the wind. First-level wills began to spin around him. Sword will. Space will, time will, wind will, celestial will, demonic will. Black and silver clashed. The arena beneath Iris' feet burst under her, sending tears through the earth as her weight multiplied again and again. Her screeches increased in protest. The pace of the accumulating red light quickened, sending an eerie feeling through the stadium. Sword, wind, celestial and space will wrapped around Diane's arm, spinning viciously as he flashed forward. The impact of the flap of his wings was unprecedented. A crater spanning hundreds of meters appeared below his feet, creating an abyss that one could barely see the end of. In an instant, Diane appeared in front of the screeching, which as her staff screamed toward him. Diane's fist ripped through the air, shattering the crystal that held Iris' accumulated power. A stream of blood coated the surroundings as Iris cried out in agony. Matriarch Ipsum stood violently. Impossible. Diane's fist, though, didn't seem intent on stopping. It careened toward Iris' torso, tearing through her red crystal armor. Iris flew backward, her ribs cracking once again. You know, Diane spoke, his eyes flashing, causing a brilliant purple-gold defensive array to abruptly stop Iris' momentum as his wool-coated fist slammed into her again. I find it funny when you nobles think your lives are the only ones that matter. Diane's defensive array shattered against the strength of his fist, but another appeared just as quickly, catching Iris' momentum yet again. Because I seem to remember, Diane's fist pummeled into Iris' once delicate face. My life being threatened by 11 of you so-called nobles. Diane's gravity will slammed Iris downward, landing her squarely on his vicious kick. Queen Acacia cringed even as she giggled. It seems it's not too good to make our son-in-law angry. No husband? King Acacia's lip twitched, but he didn't respond. In my estimation, Diane's wings flapped, catching him up to Iris' flying figure in an instant. You're all quite lucky I only killed one of you. Diane's body rotated as he flexed his torso to the extreme. His heel jetted forward, graced by wind that increased even as he spun faster. First level, fourth level, ninth level. A sickening crack reverberated through the arena as Diane's foot nearly caved Iris' skull inward. Her body flew downward so quickly that a dense fire began coating her. But it didn't seem like Diane had had enough. His body flashed forward before he caught Iris by her throat. Stop! You've won! Matriarch Ipsum sent a message directly to Diane. She couldn't afford to anger Patriarch Ragnar, so this was her only option. And then you want to talk about how it's my fault you aren't in the top 10. Diane didn't seem to hear anything. You're at least 40 years old, maybe even 50. You think after all those accumulated campaign years that a single year is the reason you aren't in the top 10. Diane's grip tightened on Iris' throat as her nearly lifeless body hung in the air. The crowd didn't even properly register what they were seeing. Was this real? Diane's eyes flashed with gold as an array wrapped around Iris' neck and lifted her into the air. Then, with another flash, the arena was completely fixed. It was as though nothing had happened. An annoyed look appeared on Diane's face as he suddenly noticed he had hair in his eyes. How annoying! With a single sweep of his sword will, his hair was once again as short as it had been. You! Diane pointed out and into the crowd as he picked up his sword. Everyone looked around confused. What did he mean, you?
But that was when a sudden realization hit them all. Diane wanted to continue challenging. Elder Den's face twitched. What was he supposed to do about this?
The monitors flickered. The cowardly demon's name shot upward. The cowardly demon, 2 points. The person Diane pointed at didn't know how to feel. Was he really supposed to go up now? It wasn't as though he was weak. He was number 97 on the cumulative rankings. But how could that possibly compare with Iris?
He shook his head vehemently. I forfeit. The cowardly demon, 4 points, you. Diane pointed again, this time toward a woman, ranked 72nd.
In an act that was of no surprise to anyone, she too shook her head. The cowardly demon, 8 points, you. The cowardly demon, 11 points, you. The cowardly demon, 16 points, you. The cowardly demon, 21 points. Suddenly, the crowd understood what was happening. But before anyone could say anything, Diane began challenging those top 9 rankers twice to take away the rest of their points. After all, there was a cap of 5 points per battle. But did they dare to battle Diane?
In the end, the cowardly demon, 55 points. Iris' unconscious body had been challenged by Diane 3 times. And because she was unfit to battle, they were deemed as automatic losses for her. Others may have thought of taking advantage of this too. But did they dare to provoke Diane in such a way?
Everyone could only watch as Diane made a fool of the proceedings. He wiped out the top 9 on his own and had practically gifted 8 warriors a spot in the top 100 they didn't deserve. All to prove a point. Clara rolled her eyes. And to think I was worried for you.
Still the same arrogant S-hat? The elven girls giggled, very much used to both Diane and Clara's personalities by now. After accumulating 55 points to himself, Diane turned his gaze back to Iris, who was still hanging by her neck before snorting and dropping her.
You crippled your own self. Diane leisurely leaped off the stage, releasing his demon emperor's will as he was greeted by tens of bitter faces. Oh? Are you all angry with me? Diane's smile had come back. He was nothing like he had been. Cries of agreement rang out, especially from the top 9, excluding Iris, of course. Even if you had a grudge with Iris, why did you have to take it out on us too? Now we're eliminated. Using the mob to gain courage, one of the rankers spoke out. Diane started laughing. You want to be mad at me? How about you be angry with the organizers who saw it fit to put me here in a group with people at this level? The rankers froze. If Diane had said these same words just a few minutes ago, they would have been taken as a joke. But now, could he really have earned his number 1 spot? To call me the cowardly demon? The Cavasitas clown clan is nothing but that. Elder Den's features steeled at Diane's words. However, there was a single person who had rage building up that surpassed just about anyone else. The earth quaked and rumbled under his every step. He was a massive man, standing at 4 meters tall. His jawline was so large that he looked almost like an ogre, having both the size and muscle mass to be. Femi Geb, rank 11. True rank 10. Diane raised an eyebrow as this massive figure stood before him. The earth seemed to want to pull Diane in, and his weight seemed to increase with the glare of this massive man. A pseudo-gravity will? Interesting. Diane thought this even as his feet sunk into the earth below him, making him seem even shorter than he already was. The reason he was angry was obvious. He had spent his entire career within the top 10 until he got the shock of a lifetime just a few months ago. That anger didn't dissipate even when he found out that Diane was likely a cheater. It only made him want to crush this so-called genius. But now Diane was practically spitting in his face. Calling the organizers clowns was just like saying him being in the top 10 was nothing more than a joke. That he hadn't earned his spot. and that, if the Cavasitas were intelligent, he would be kicked out. Do you need something? Diane's eyes flashed, clearly unperturbed by the height difference. I came here to make sure that I was the one you challenged for a spot in the top 10. His voice was deep and coarse, as though there were rocks rubbing against each other in his throat. And why would I do that? Are you a coward? Diane scratched an itch on the back of his neck. Why would fighting someone who doesn't deserve to be in the top 10 prove my bravery one way or the other? Femi Geb's veins bulged, the reddening of his skin. My plan was to challenge the fake number 1 from the beginning. I'm not here to entertain you people, nor do I care about building up your suspense. Fake number 1? Suddenly everyone understood exactly what Diane meant. He had never planned on attacking the top 10's weakest link and hoping for the best. No, he had wanted to crush Lionel Belmont from the very beginning. He didn't want to hold anything in suspense, nor did he care to. King Belmont sent a glance toward his son, but could only sigh when he saw the same deadpan expression he always did. At first, he had wanted Diane to prove himself worthy of Madeline by beating his son. But Diane had not only proven that he had no need to fake rankings, he had also slipped away with Madeline right under his nose. King Belmont had little doubt in his heart that Madeline's virginity was gone, and he had no control over the matter. And now this child had no qualms about publicly slapping the royal clan in their faces. But could Belmont blame him? As a king, all he had done was allow his subjects to slander someone who was just a boy at the end of the day. King Belmont had little doubt that had he been Diane back in the day, or had King Acacia or Big Red been, they would be reacting in this exact same way. Diane brushed by Femi. He had no intention of wasting any more of his time here. But he then said something that made Diane freeze. Don't blame me for making things difficult on your wives and friends then. Diane turned his head back. Excuse me? Femi suddenly felt as though he had fallen into an abyssal hell. But, as an experienced warrior, he wouldn't let a look perturb him to the point of showing visible proof. I just mean that their brackets are coming up soon. And sure, they're very powerful. But this system allows for chain challenges, no? Planet Deimos has quite a few in these later rounds. It would be a shame if they didn't make it to the top 100 because they were too tired to. Black flames danced in Diane's eyes. This Femi character wanted to make use of the same challenge abuse Diane had used to force Ree and Madeline into multiple back-to-back battles. And say they get hurt. Femi's eyes get a sinister glow. Accidents happen after all. A few small cuts. And maybe they end up more than hurt. Maybe even dead. Diane suddenly held out a finger. No one knew what he was doing, but for those paying attention, he was clearly pointing toward the Belmont Sicarius skybox that housed his in-laws. Why? He was very clearly saying he'd handle it. Queen Acacia's blue-silver tails slowly dissipated in the air. Had Diane not done what he had, she would have flown out with speeds even faster than she had before. She hadn't seen her daughter in 11 years. She didn't care what war it started, but she wouldn't let anyone threaten Ree in front of her. Did this Femi think that her celestial-level cultivation was just for show? Did they think that they could just threaten to kill her daughter here and she wouldn't do anything about it?
Do you know the difference between you and Iris? Diane said faintly. She was weak. Imagine thinking you could have been in the top 10 with such pitiful cultivation and only a single mastered will. No. Diane replied. The difference is that I'll be killing you. With a flash, Diane's body disappeared from its position behind Femi and appeared Ree and Madeline, a smile gracing his features. He didn't seem anything like the man he had been just a few moments ago. Instead, he was caring, warm, and even a bit worried. It was at this point the crowd began to overlook Diane's cheater label to a certain extent. Whether he cheated or not, he had just made a very good case for why he should be in the top 10 regardless. And, as they all knew, the top 10 was a single tier unto its own. The disparity between 10 and 1 wasn't so large as heaven and earth. Or so they thought. Femi Geb's lip twitched. Unbeknownst to him, Diane's words had him frozen in place for a split second too long. But he quickly recovered. He didn't know what it was about Diane that seemed to constantly suppress everyone around him. But what he did know was that he had no intentions of losing. And since this Diane had insisted on provoking him, his allies would suffer too.
What Femi didn't know was that Dian's suppressive abilities were because of his soul strength. Even elders much more powerful than Dian always felt a constant pressure from him because a part of them would always be weaker than him. Dian didn't know it, but he was tapping on a door to something new. At Focus Academy, the very first confrontation he had ever had was with Akihiko's younger brother, Kami Mayumi. During that confrontation, Dian directly damaged Mayumi with a single shout, suppressing his soul and injuring it. Because Dian now had the habit of suppressing his own soul level, he hadn't used this ability since, even to the point of having forgotten about it entirely. However, the larger problem with using this ability was the vulnerable position it placed Dian in. The act of attacking with the soul, as Seeklam's passing would attest, was highly dangerous. The only reason Dian was on the winning side was because he had been severely underestimated. No one had thought he had any cultivation to speak of at all. Another problem that was probably just as important was the fact that an attacker had to either prepare for an extended period of time as Seeklam had, or, if you had enough talent, as Dian did, to skip over the preparation time, you still needed a soul several levels higher to be successful. And even then, you would still be at a severe risk. It was many confounding factors like this that often made creating soul-type techniques completely impractical. This was why the movement toward more supplementary soul-type techniques like manifestation and array alchemy were created. By using mediums like manifestation and the aurora, you had a shield to the direct damage of the soul. Top-flight manifestation could have a direct impact on the user's physical body or had a physical form of some sort. For example, Dian's wings. These were a physical representation of his manifestation. This same logic was also true of his weapons. Because of his soul strength was connected to wings, Dian could reach speeds comparable to lower-level saints should he choose to. That said, it put a ridiculous amount of strain on his soul considering that was his upper cap. At the same time, the rest of Dian's body didn't make fighting at that speed viable. Why? Because even if he could flap his wings that hard, the rest of his manifestation didn't lend to attacking with speed suitable for that. At the same time, because he didn't have a saint-level body, flying at that speed put a massive strain on him. Another example of this was how the strength of his weapons directly correlated to his strength. Because he had a saint-level soul, he could manifest grandmaster-level weapons. However, this was yet another example of how the rest of Dian's cultivation restricted his soul's full potential. After all, just having a grandmaster-level weapon didn't mean you were as strong as a saint. Just like Dian's spiritual sword didn't make him as powerful as a celestial-level expert. All of this to say that unlike body and energy cultivation, soul cultivation always came rife with caveats, exceptions, and limiters. And unfortunately for Dian, he was by far the most talented in this aspect with both his body and energy cultivation being completely average. In fact, if Dian's set of meridians hadn't come already tempered, who knew how many months to even years it would have taken him to reach the middle of the meridian formation stage. Never mind 108 open meridians. In the end, this was why Dian had suppressed his advancement to the essence-gathering stage. He needed more of an understanding. And, if he couldn't get that, he needed to at least gain the most solid base possible. Unlike body cultivation, energy cultivation was highly sensitive to the most minute of changes. That said, this was Dian after all. Just how many possible solutions did he already have in mind already? How could he possibly be like everyone else in thinking that the soul was the most useless of the three disciplines? Did body or energy cultivation directly increase your intelligence like the soul did? Did body or energy cultivation allow you to write the laws of the universe? Did body or energy cultivation allow you an understanding of the universe few could ever dream of reaching? The answer was no, to every single question. So, how could the soul be useless? Dian's senior first brother had failed. His grand teacher had failed. His master had failed. In fact, every expert to ever live had failed. Each one of them had fallen short of that penultimate goal of allowing the soul to blossom and display its true ability. So, considering how arrogant Dian was, why wouldn't he think that this task was left unsolved for him to write in a solution? "Are you okay?" Ri asked worriedly, reaching for Dian's bandages. They had been partially torn off because of Dian's wings, but because of the position they were in, they had mostly survived. Noticing this though,
Diane reached down, tearing them off completely. The crowd seemed to be watching Diane's every action. And it seemed like with his recent wins, his fan club was growing out of proportion. It wasn't as though no one had noticed how handsome Diane was before, but that was a trait that was normally ignored for males in the martial world unless they were powerful, something females didn't normally have to deal with. However, having now proven himself, he wasn't short of admirers, much to Rhee's admonition. For the shrieking voices to reach so far down, it was clear there were a lot. Madeline giggled. It seems they want to add our husband to the male suitors list. Her smile was bright even as she helped Rhee clean Diane's wound and bandage it again. Rhee's small hands glided over Diane's lean torso almost as though to say he was hers before she growled angrily. Diane, though, only had eyes for Rhee and Madeline. You two need to be careful, okay? I can threaten him as much as I want, but I doubt that would change anything. Regardless, for his words alone. He's dead. Madeline nodded. I'm 19th and Rhee is 27th. With any luck, we'll be put in the same group. That will lessen the pressure. Diane nodded. As much as he tried to rein in his actions to lessen rippling effects, there would always be people out there that cared more for their own glory than even the lives of collateral. What did Rhee and Madeline ever do to this Femi character? Wouldn't he have been able to fight Diane anyway if he waited? The more Diane thought about it, the angrier he got. Hey! Madeline's small hand found its way to Diane's cheek. We're warriors too. Rhee nodded affirmatively. Neither her or Madeline had gone all out yet. And that was on top of the fact that dual cultivating with Diane had major benefits to them as well. After all, how could dual cultivating with a saint not? Looking at his wives, Diane nodded. All right. In the stands, though, there was another heavily debated topic aside from where Diane ranked on the male suitors list, and that was Diane's weapon. It wasn't lost on the experts how amazing that weapon was. To manifest its own soul, and for it to be so large, there was no question that it was extraordinary. But no one dared to speculate about the rank of this weapon, because if they did, it would cause chaos. Dayu Changlei had had a spiritual weapon, yes. But how many others had a weapon of this caliber? Without a deep family lineage and legacy, how was it possible to such a thing? Even the elves had lost all of theirs. That weapon, there's no question. King Acacia spoke. You know that sword? Queen Acacia asked. King Acacia grit his teeth. Ah, husband, are you struggling with acknowledging your son-in-law? Humph, that kid doesn't even have any awareness of what he just exposed. He was so focused on looking cool that he even took out such a thing. Kawa Acacia poked her husband's face playfully. Doesn't he have your sentinels to protect him? Who here could hurt him even if they wanted to? Seeing that King Acacia was reddening again, Kawa giggled. What sentinels are these, Idrim? Big Red asked. Down below, it seemed the monitors were randomly selecting the next group. Luckily, that next group had no one of note, so Rhee and Madeline were safe for now. They're the Dao Formation puppets of the Elven Dead King's Valley. King Belmont noted. Dao Formation? Big Red nearly choked on his food. King Acacia shook his head. They should have long since fallen from that level. But it's clear they're still in the celestial realm. The worst part, though, is they're comparable to first-grade experts, right? King Belmont finished his friend's sentence. Silence reigned in the room. It was one thing to be a celestial expert, but to be a first-grade celestial expert was completely different. Even in this room now, aside from Kawa, they were all at most third or second. This was because although they were all geniuses, they were capped by the poor cultivation in this universe. Kawa was lucky enough to be raised in a different universe entirely. As such, her talent wasn't capped. But even they were the exception. Most celestial experts in this universe were extremely old fourth-grade experts who managed to stumble onto some luck to break through. I don't mean to rain on your parade anymore, friend. King Belmont cleared his throat. But both Madeline and Rhee are both peak first-grade experts. What? King Acacia's head snapped. He felt like his vision was going blurry. There was a massive difference between just being a first-grade expert and a peak first-grade expert. But that wasn't what really pissed King Acacia off.
If the two of them were the only ones who happened to be of such a level, there was only one linking factor: Dian. Even Queen Acacia was surprised. Are you sure? What about Dian? King Belmont shrugged. I'm not sure about his energy cultivation. He never seems to make use of it directly. It only seems useful to him for balancing out his body and soul prowess. But his soul. I don't mean to tease you too much, husband, but his soul isn't that far off from being comparable to ours. What do you mean? I've already scanned his soul strength. He's at a measly middle foundation stage level. Dian had of course felt King Acacia scanning his soul. But, despite the breach of etiquette, he had forgiven it since he was Ri's father. That said, Dian had learned his lesson from Ulu. So, he lowered his soul to an even greater extent. But, this time he had lowered it almost too much. It seemed his father-in-law was looking down on him. Queen Acacia sighed, looking at her husband pitifully. King Acacia used to be a genius among geniuses, and his perception surpassed nearly anyone. In fact, his battle prowess used to be far higher than his cultivation dictated because he could simply read everything his opponent wanted to do ahead of time. Even when he was a lower celestial expert, fighting a half-step to Tao formation expert wasn't a problem. However, as he felt himself losing his mind, he had researched ways to cut off his true empath abilities. Unfortunately, his method was nowhere near as perfect as Dian's grand teacher. As such, his cultivation had to be suppressed to the first celestial level. He could no longer manifest his soul, and without Kawa by his side, it was likely that he would have died 100 times over in the past few years. It could only be said that the lack of cleansing was impacting this Acacia king far more than he was willing to admit. He was a shell of his former self. The truth was that Queen Acacia felt very much responsible for this, seeing that she had been the catalyst for them leaving in the first place. But that was a memory she didn't want to have to revisit, not now. That said, she still felt guilty about accelerating her husband's mental illness. He had pushed himself so hard for her benefit. Now, though, there was a solution right in front of them. And, as fate would have it, it came in the form of their son-in-law, a son-in-law Kawa had a very good impression of. Husband. Dian's soul strength is no less than the higher essence stage. That I'm certain of. King Belmont nodded. It's likely even higher than that since he can hide it from us so well. Even when he was going all out against Kawa when he thought she was a danger to them, he still kept the leak of his soul power restrained. Despite his personality, it seems this boy is quite cautious. King Acacia paused. So, that's how he reacted to you so well. How is something like that even possible? The four of them looked at each other. They had each thought of an answer, but they each knew very well that if they said those words, they would be severely punished. Knowing this, Kawa shook her head. You never finished explaining the story behind the sword. Ah! King Acacia looked off in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh as he watched his daughter so diligently and lovingly tend to Dian's wound and bandages. I don't think describing it as just a sword is appropriate. But I have no idea how he gained the approval of such a weapon. If Dian thought back to the time he found his black jade sword, he too would have had shivers down his spine. At the time, the sword had every intention of killing him. In fact, it had pierced toward Dian so powerfully, and with such killing intent that it had even projected Dian's death to him. There was a moment where Dian really felt that he was dead. Had it not been for his soul strength, he would have likely had a mental breakdown. But there was something else Dian's soul had given him that day: affinity for weapons. Unbeknownst to even King Acacia, it would likely be harder to find a weapon that wouldn't accept Dian than it would be to become a transcendent expert. And that was simply because of his weapons hall manifestation. I'm not sure if the child has realized this yet, King Acacia continued. Not that weapon has the ability to change form, whether that be its size or essence. And most glaringly, it can hide its power. It's just that a spiritual level weapon is as far as it's willing to belittle itself. The fact it allowed Dian to hide its power even further is, I don't know. During Dian's fight outside the legacy world, he had used his Demon Emperor's will body technique. However, at the time, he hadn't mastered the perfect form. As such, he expanded to a 3-meter-tall version of himself. But the surprising part was that his sword had grown with him. Dian had assumed that this was his fault. Because he didn't have enough strength, the sword was suppressing itself to be with him. Although Dian was partially correct, he wasn't entirely so. The sword didn't have to increase in size to increase its power output. It had only done so to suit Dian's increased size and maintain proportions. No other weapon had the ability to do such a thing. Or, more accurately, very few did. In the past, as you might know, the 25th White Mother married into the Demon Qilin family. Because of the lineage of the celestial deer was so robust and profound, this marriage was wholeheartedly accepted by the Demon Qilins. At the time, the celestial deer sect was the most powerful sect in this quadrant. Well, it was among the most powerful but was normally accepted as the best due to its array alchemists. In fact, the 25th White Mother's husband jumped over many obstacles to marry her. Despite being a half-step to supreme-level beast, much like the 25th White Mother, the celestial deer had once been favored as supreme beasts themselves. It was only that their blood was beginning to dilute with each passing generation. Because of this, they fell from the ranks of supreme beasts and into the ranks of the transcendent beasts. However, there was only an infinitesimally small disparity between them and that next level. The lineages necessary to once again become supreme beasts were still being held in their blood. It was just that it was so diluted that it required more and more talent with each passing generation to reach that level. So, the solution that the Celestial Deer clan, not sect, found was to marry their best and brightest to beasts capable of birthing children that could break through this barrier for them so they could once again become supreme beasts. As you might guess, the Demon Qilin clan wasn't the best option. Not by a long shot. Despite not being supreme beasts anymore, there were many other supreme beast-level clans willing to marry into the Celestial Deer clan because their affiliated sect was that powerful. To have the backing of the Celestial Deer sect was something to be proud of. But the 25th White Mother fell for the first-in-line genius of the Demon Qilin clan, and he decided that he'd fight for her. So that's what he did. His competitors weren't few. There were countless beast races willing to fight and claw for this opportunity. There was no doubt that it was a bloody battle and one where many tears were shed. Who knew how many geniuses fell just for the chance at this union? However, among those that participated, none were more powerful than the Black Jade Dragons. Black Jade Dragons? King Belmont's eyes flashed. The Dayu. King Acacia looked off toward Dian. The sword still hung loosely from his hand, even as he was oblivious to the story behind it. Queen Acacia was starting to understand the direction the story was going. After all, although she hadn't known about the weapon, she was very clear on the enmity between the Dayu and the Celestial Deer sect. It was just that she hadn't expected it to reach so far back. But then she suddenly thought of something she hadn't been able to connect until just now. If what you say is correct, husband, and the enmity between the Celestial Deer sect and the Dayu started over marriage and not their clash of philosophy, how was this even allowed? Qilins and dragons are all under a single banner. They thrive together as a mix of transcendent and supreme beasts. Shouldn't they be together? Kawa didn't pull this ideology out of thin air. Kitsunes were divided into 13 distinct factions, and yet they were still together as one. The same should have been true of Qilins and dragons. They both originated from the same tight-knit bloodlines. Usually their decisions should have come together. So, why then were the Black Jade Dragons allowed to war against a sect one of their own had married into? That should have brought backlash from the other dragon and Qilin clans. Especially since that alliance should have benefited them all as a whole, no matter which of them married the 25th White Mother. A sad expression appeared on Kawa's features as she really thought about what she said. Were the Kitsune really so united? If they were, how would her husband ever be in such a state? Seeing how his wife almost immediately regretted her words, King Acacia thought nothing of it. Instead, he lovingly covered her hand with his. How often had he let her know that he would do it all again 100 times over? But it seemed to still weigh on her heart. It's because of this that this weapon is even here now. King Acacia continued. Because of their culture, the Drago Qilin universes place emphasis on your own strength. Because they're so promiscuous, family lineage takes a backseat to acute power. So, the demon Qilin was given a chance to prove himself. However, this was a tall task. The Black Jade Dragons were supreme-level beasts with access to supreme-level legacies. But the demon Qilins were a step below that, being only transcendent. And as such, they were capped in their capabilities. The demon Qilin knew this, so he took a risk. Are you all aware of how the dragons and Qilins came to be? King Acacia asked. King Belmont nodded. Unlike us humanoid beings, meaning humans and elves and the like, beasts are often born of necessity. They fill in a need of universe. Our totem beast, the ice and fire phoenixes, are responsible for life and reincarnation. That is what they were birthed into existence for, and that's the role they fulfill. Even though they are now gone along with dark phoenixes due to their inner warring, their will is still very much alive. This role is also true of beasts like Kawa. Her Kitsune bloodline is specifically linked to the rivers and streams of the world. It's a tranquility that her personality doesn't exactly match. King Belmont coughed, averting his gaze from his longtime friend. Queen Acacia rolled her eyes, ignoring the statement and continuing. Dragons, though, they have an innate wildness and power. They're meant to rule over everything. It's not that they're the most powerful. It's just to say that the perfect dragon would be unmatched under the heavens. What Ree's mother meant was something you had to have a nuanced understanding of. Just because a beast tribe was meant to represent something, doesn't mean they could without any boundaries. Dragons were meant to be kings, but that didn't always mean they could rule. By the same token, despite being masters of life and reincarnation, phoenixes were extinct. Beasts were meant to maintain a natural balance. They were almost like footholds for laws that fundamentally connected with what the nature of things wanted to put into place. This was exactly why beasts could practically cultivate without any more effort than eating and sleeping entailed. They were already created to grow along a set path, and only the greatest among them reached that peak height. King Acacia nodded. That peak level of sovereignty and reverence was something that only a few dragons and Qilins in their long and storied history had matched. But none were more polarizing and arrogant than the Dragon King. Big Red raised an eyebrow. Such a simple name? His wife shook her head. And Big Red is what exactly? A light laughter filled the skybox. Even King Acacia smiled. Like I said, he was arrogant. He was so sure that his life would place him among the legends and so sure that no one would surpass him, that he gave himself an easily replaceable name. And even to now, no one has dared to name themselves as such. But what is the significance of this Dragon King? Big Red asked. Well, as his legend would attest to, he transcended. But, because of his arrogance, he absolutely abhorred the idea of anyone ever obtaining his faith seed. As you all know, dragons are promiscuous, and the Dragon King was no exception. So, the possible landing spots for his faith seed were far too numerous and would only increase as generations passed. However, he thought of a solution to this. On the day he transcended, he sealed away his faith seed. The demon Qilin, knowing he needed to become more powerful, had one goal. And that was to unseal the Dragon King's faith seed and take it for himself. You mean like Amethyst? King Belmont inadvertently trained his gaze on Madeline, not able to stop himself from sighing. King Acacia shook his head. Not like Amethyst. She used the gates and a temple. But the Dragon King used a weapon. You don't mean? King Belmont nearly jumped in surprise. No wonder King Acacia had said that Diane had no idea the kind of thing he had brought out. But there was something off. Something like a faith seed. It should be much more obvious and much more powerful. The presence of a spiritual level weapon was far below the type of presence a faith seed should have. King Acacia sighed. Like I said, the Dragon King was arrogant. The weapon acts as a seal not only for his faith seed itself, but also the power it wields. It's just that his arrogance didn't allow him to seal any more of his power than he did. From King Acacia's explanation, anyone could tell just how eccentric such a personality was. The Dragon King didn't want anyone seeking to use his power, but at the same time he couldn't stand the idea of anything attached to his being too weak. As such, he sealed himself away, but not completely. He wanted others to know that even in a weakened state, a mere piece of his cultivation was still at the level of a weapon others could only dream of having. But then, if he didn't want people to know about his faith seed, how did people come to know? Big Red asked. This can't be blamed on the Dragon King. The reason Amethyst trusted the Belmonts in protecting her temple before it disappeared was because faith seeds cannot be hidden. Think about it, even death and reincarnation cannot erase a faith seed from existence. No matter how many times the seed is passed along from generation to generation, it will always manifest again. How can something like that ever be perfectly hidden? King Acacia replied. So, the Dragon King never bothered to hide the fact that he sealed his faith seed. What he did do was set up a trial, much like what I assume Amethyst did. Was someone like him really okay with basically being used? A weapon is nothing more than a tool after all. Queen Acacia murmured. Kawa was correct. All of this seemed highly counterproductive. For someone so arrogant to want to be used as a weapon seemed odd. King Acacia nodded. This is exactly why the trial wasn't so simple as it seemed. Before the time of the demon Qilin, many had tried to surpass the trial. But the problem was different than you might assume. Every single one of them succeeded. What? Big Red spoke out, trying to make sure he hadn't heard incorrectly. That's right. King Acacia confirmed. The trial was a joke. Or, more accurately, it seemed to adjust its difficulty just enough that you would have to try your best but would succeed in the end regardless. If 10 people took the trial, 10 would pass. If 1,000 people took it, 1,000 would pass. So, you're probably wondering why the demon Qilin would try this then. How would he prove himself by passing a trial anyone could? Well, the problem lied with the weapon. In a weapon-to-master relationship, there's a soul bond. This is how it works with beast companions as well. For convenience, Kawa and I also have this soul bond. It allows us foresight into each other's thoughts, information about each other's whereabouts, and a connection few others can reach. Normally, the reason why this isn't possible from human to human or elf to elf is that humans and elves don't have a strong enough connection to the natural order of things. But that's a complex topic for another time. The problem with the Dragon King's weapon was that it would take advantage of this soul bond to take hold of the relationship. A large part of the reason why the Dragon King's legacy lives on even millions of years after his transcendence is because he's essentially forced his consciousness upon hundreds to thousands of hopeful warriors. That said, the demon Qilin still tried his luck. As one might expect, he was ridiculed as a wishful thinker. Many in the Drago-Qilin alliance wrote him off as a dead man and began to prepare to choose the best suitor for the 25th White Mother among the Black Jade Dragons, who, at the time, had 3 geniuses that were of very similar stature, talent, and potential. However, the demon Qilin had one thing that no other attempter had before: the love of a celestial deer. Down below, as King Acacia was speaking, the second round was raging onward. Zaltarish and his elder sister, Akash, were a part of this round, and they seemed to be doing well. To the side, Dian still held his sword in his hand as Ree and Madeline tended to him. But suddenly, something odd happened. It had been years since Dian had even thought of his jet-black sword. In fact, the most time he had ever spent with it was likely right now. In their previous interactions, it was strapped to his back. And he had only used it to fight a single time. Neither were occasions like this one. Dian felt the sword shift in his palm, causing him to look down in confusion. Ree and Madeline, seemingly noticing the oddity, looked down as well. What the 3 of them saw was a slowly warping sword. It began to shrink from its 6-foot-long length. 5 feet, 3 feet, 1 foot. The blade completely disappeared. Then the handle began to warp as well. Its foot-long length twisted around Dian's wrist, sliding around his fingers and almost becoming a liquid in the process. Soon, a black band sat on Dian's wrist. It was at least 3 inches wide and fit snugly, as though it was perfectly customized for Dian. However, that wasn't the most shocking part. Dian suddenly felt as though an entirely new world had been opened up to him. Where before it was difficult for him to sense energy cultivation energies, it was almost too easy now. Where before he could hardly sense the demon sage blood within him, it was almost too easy now. Diane's body had undergone a qualitative change. If he had to guess what it felt like, he would describe it in just a few words. This must be what having a constitution feels like. Diane looked down at his wrist, astonished. So, this is the true you. Madeline, having seen Diane use this weapon before, was the more astonished of her and Ree. She had never heard of a spiritual-level weapon-changing form. In fact, she had never heard of any weapon-changing form at all. "What is it?" she asked. Diane shook his head, still surprised by all the information being filtered into him. It wasn't just about the history of the Dragon King, but also the world that was just opened up around him. The truth was that even with the set of meridians his grand teacher gave him, his energy cultivation was still poor. The meridians were no different or any more special than any other set of meridians. The only thing that made them stand out was that they were perfectly tempered and opened by gamma energy. This tempering allowed Diane to be more powerful even compared to other peak first-grade experts, but it didn't improve his ability to energy cultivate. This was why he repressed his cultivation. Diane fully understood just how difficult his energy cultivation technique was. When his grand teacher called it the best in existence, he wasn't exaggerating. But the problem with using the best method was that it often came with the best difficulties, as ironic as that may sound. Inner world, sanctuary, Diane's energy cultivation technique, was perfectly tailored to fight in a world made for wills. In the future, when Diane needed to conquer universes, that would often mean entering the domain of others. This would put him as the aggressor in a disadvantaged position. Why? Because the ruling experts or clans would have a monopoly on the wills in that universe. If Diane suddenly stepped into a universe that didn't allow him to use his wills to their fullest extent, wouldn't he be handicapping himself? In the past, experts leaped over this hurdle using two methods. The first was to make sure that your ubiquitous wills were powerful. These were wills available in large quantities in any universe. Simple wills such as wind, fire, water, etc. The second method was to be completely overbearing. To be so much more powerful that any suppression of your more powerful wills didn't mean anything. However, this energy cultivation method provided a third solution. Why allow yourself to be suppressed at all? By using your meridians as a map to construct your own inner world, you could maintain your wills in peak condition no matter where you were. In addition, it also came with the added benefit of allowing much more energy storage than any other energy cultivation method, aside for a select few like Ree's void cultivation method. That said, imagine the difficulty of constructing your own world. Now imagine the difficulty of constructing that own world when your energy cultivation talent was so poor. The first and second steps of inner world, sanctuary, were the same as any other cultivation method, with the caveat that its foundation stage was much more thorough than many others. But its third stage, the beginning of the essence gathering stage, was entirely different animal. If Diane was correct, had he entered that stage without the Dragon King's help, it would have taken him centuries to construct his world. Maybe even more than a millennia. That in itself wasn't the problem, though. The real problem was what sacrifices were necessary to construct this world. In that time, Diane wouldn't be able to use his wills, his soul strength, or his energy cultivation. He would only have access to his body's strength while everything was diverted to the creation of this world. The truth was that it was only because his soul was involved that creating that world would only take centuries. His soul's prowess was able to make up for his lack of energy cultivation talent. But even still, it would take that long. However, this treasure he had just stumbled upon changed everything. Coupling the boost in his energy cultivation talent with his ridiculous soul talent, it would only take 5 years, 10 years at the most. That cut down the time needed for his world construction by fractions of the original value. In addition, if Diane hibernated during that length of time, he could ensure that the time needed would be closer to 5 years than 10 years. This made Diane sigh a breath of relief. He had been warring with himself recently about this. He had even spoken to Ree and Madeline about it. To them, they would rather deal with centuries of Diane being weak by their side than a less amount of time with him hibernating. But
If the time was significantly shorter, even they might find it to be worth it. Diane suddenly grinned, picking up Ree and Madeline in his arms and twirling them around happily. He didn't seem to care about the gazes of jealousy he was receiving. In the distance, though, there was another character watching this scene angrily that Diane had long since erased from his mind. He didn't think this person was relevant anymore. But maybe that was a mistake. Evelyn Nivius, the first-in-line genius of the Nivius God sect, a sect that only accepted women with God and heaven-level constitutions and was previously Delia's home. She was currently stewing in her anger. Because she knew she was too weak to compete in the overall rankings, she, much like Ava, had chosen to partake in the Meridian Formation rankings. However, who would have thought that she as a first-in-line genius would lose to a girl 2 years younger than her? She sat at second place. And, just when she thought she could watch Diane fail miserably to make her feel better, he had broken out and outshone her yet again. Breathe. This is all because of a calculated sacrifice. Evelyn had a God-level constitution. In fact, it was in the top 10. Although it wasn't as powerful as Delia's or Ree's or Madeline's, if Evelyn was placed in any other universe, she would be an unprecedented genius. But she had given up her virginity to her fiancé, now husband. And because she had been cultivating a technique that required chastity, it had ruined her entire foundation. The mere fact she was still powerful enough to place second was a testament to how truly talented she was. However, she wasn't stupid. She had done all of this for the benefit of her future, and there was no future in this universe. All she needed was a cultivation cleansing pill and she could start over. And, because she had stolen Delia's pill, she would cultivate even faster with a fully awakened constitution. That said, she still wanted revenge. Just wait, she thought to herself. My husband will come claim me soon. We'll see how long you can smile for. What do you mean he had the love of a celestial deer? Did the 25th White Mother help him? Queen Acacia asked. King Acacia nodded. In a way, yes. Have you all never wondered why, despite the fact celestial will is so rare, even across all of the universes, that it still isn't classified as a supreme law? This was indeed an oddity to them. Usually, a supreme law was assigned as such based on its complexity, power, and by proxy, its rarity. After all, if it was very complex and powerful, it would without a doubt also be rare. It was even weirder because celestial will originated from peak supreme level beasts, the celestial deer. Although they had fallen from those past heights, that didn't belittle the origins of the will itself. However, celestial will was never classified as such. In fact, Diane was aware that despite its potent levels of purity, celestial will was actually second to another unnamed will when it came to purification. Many thought that this was the reason why it wasn't labeled as a supreme law. After all, a supreme law should be in a category by itself. There was a reason space will wasn't a supreme law, and that was because void will existed. But those who thought this would be wrong. The reason that celestial will isn't known as a supreme law is because it takes a special type of person to raise it to such a level. King Belmont scrunched his brows. He didn't seem to agree. Why would there be such a restriction? There are plenty of supreme laws that are restricted to certain people. For example, our neighbors, the Wuxia. We had many battles with them in our youth. Over that time, we came to understand that their ethereal permeation was a supreme law, albeit even the best of them only reached the 5th or 6th level of it. That aside, the Wuxia have a special bloodline that allows them to learn ethereal permeation. No matter how often we battled them or studied them, we were never able to learn such a will. But isn't ethereal permeation still known as a supreme law? You aren't wrong, King Acacia continued. But it doesn't apply exactly as you'd assume. Celestial will and ethereal permeation are similar in a few ways. For example, they are both exceedingly difficult to learn. If you don't have a person willing to give you a kernel of it and don't have the affinity or genius for it, you will likely never learn it. King Belmont and the rest of them nodded. They all assumed that Ree and Madeline learned celestial will because Diane was of course willing to diligently guide them. They also knew that with Madeline's constitution, it was no wonder that she raised it to the levels it was at. After all, Her constitution was purity incarnate and her personality matched it to perfection. It was also fairly obvious that as the primary and only disciple of the 25th White Mother, that Dian would have been guided by her. In fact, they even sensed her essence blood within him. However, that is where the similarities stop. If someone is willing to guide you in ethereal permeation, you too can come to understand the first level. It's just that no one of the Weta clan would ever do such a thing for an outsider, and it's punishable by death to do so. But the difference is that when guided for ethereal permeation, you come out with the entire supreme law. However, when you are guided in celestial will, whether you can manifest it into its true supreme law status or not depends on you and no one else. A sudden realization came over those listening. Celestial will could be learned by anyone, just like anyone can learn any will. But what separated it from others was that a set affinity was needed to bring it to its optimal level. Celestial will is special, and the people who can make it shine at its full capacity are even more so. King Acacia continued. So, the 25th White Mother could? Big Red asked. Surprisingly, King Acacia shook his head no. No, she couldn't. Or what I should say is that she only could for a brief moment in her life and she never reached that peak level again. Confusion colored their faces. What kind of breakthrough was it that could be rescinded just like that? Why was this celestial will so fickle? King Acacia sighed. What I'm trying to say is that there was only one moment of perfection in the 25th White Mother's life that led her to having the perfect mental state. When the demon Qilin needed her most, the White Mother was willing to give up her life for him. She had no regrets or qualms. In fact, she believed herself to have reached the peak of what it meant to live. There was nothing else that was important besides the moment between the two of them. Everything else seemed insignificant. The clash of their clans, the raging suitors, the demon Qilin's competition, the views of their parents and ancestors. Nothing mattered. In that one moment between the two of them, the celestial deer bloodline reached supreme levels for but an instant. And in that instant, her celestial will became a supreme law. Just what happened? Queen Acacia whispered. The same thing that always happened. The same thing that had every time before repeated itself without missing a single step. The demon Qilin passed the trial with ease. In fact, his trial was slightly more difficult than the norm because he was already talented to begin with. And as you all know, the trial adjusted just enough to make it a difficult task, but not beyond completing. But when the demon Qilin finally got the sword in his hand, he lost himself. He was no longer himself, but had become the Dragon King reincarnated yet again. King Acacia sighed. The demon Qilin's gamble failed. He had thought that his one chance to win over his competitors was to use the talent of the Dragon King. But the Dragon King ended up making use of him. King Acacia began to recount the happenings. It seemed that having taken over the body of yet another person, the Dragon King once again began to assert why he was the best. The problem was that there was nothing the Dragon King hated more than peace and unity. Or, more accurately, he didn't want peace or unity unless it meant that he was the ruler of all things and things went his way. However, being in the body of the demon Qilin, he obviously didn't have the power to do such a thing, not yet anyway. So, he bid his time pretending to be the demon Qilin. Surprisingly, despite being arrogant, the Dragon King was also intelligent. He didn't mind pretending to be something he wasn't for the sake of his survival. After all, if people found out that he was here to sow chaos yet again, they'd kill his host and send him back to the body of his weapon. The truth was that the real Dragon King had already ascended. But, as Dian's grand teacher would attest, being ascended only meant constant warring between factions. The Dragon King loved conflict, but only if it meant he had a clear path to victory. It was like he wanted the game mode on difficult but not impossible. And, when you were stuck in an all-out war against those equally as talented as you, that was exactly what the game mode was on impossible. Much like Dian's grand teacher, he enjoyed projecting his mind to the planes of existence and asserting himself again. As such, the demon Qilin was the perfect opportunity. Covertly, he began to sow discord. He slowly revealed his talent and raised himself up in the demon Qilin clan before asserting that they should have more power in the alliance. All the while,
He was also proving himself to be one of the better candidates for marriage with the 25th White Mother. But with the lifespan of martial artists, and beasts especially, no one was in a hurry to marry her off. So the Dragon King had plenty of time. Soon wars began to break out. They were small at first, just between lesser transcendent level beasts, something the upper echelons would never pay attention to. But soon it began to grow in scale. And it seemed that only one clan was winning time and time again: the Demon Cheelans. Many didn't understand what was happening, and why their once peaceful alliance was breaking apart. But the more astute began to connect events back to the Demon Cheelans' wish to conquer the Dragon King's weapon. The problem was that by now, the Dragon King had already cultivated the Demon Cheelan into a formidable mid-level Dao expert. That in and of itself wasn't so impressive. The cultivation level, that is. After all, these were peak-level existences. Even half-step to transcendent, although rare, did exist. What was a mere mid-level Dao expert to them? But that was only if you were referring to a normal Dao expert. Not only had the Dragon King made the Demon Cheelan and peak first-grade expert, the cultivation methods, wills and techniques were all so far past what they had access to, that even those peak experts didn't dare take him lightly. The Dragon King came from a time even millions of years before even that day and age. The knowledge he had was untouchable. And when you consider the insights to cultivation he had as a transcendent, it was like inputting cheat codes to a game you had already played hundreds to even thousands of times. By the time everyone realized that the Dragon King had won yet again and was about to rule them all, the 25th White Mother was already in despair at having lost the love of her life. What was the use in having his body if the person inside wasn't the same? But what she also knew was that the Dragon King couldn't be allowed to rule again. The Dragon King had a habit of taking multiple wives, but he would always have one trophy wife. Usually, he chose the most esteemed and talented woman of that generation and would swap her out as long as someone better was born or came along. In that generation, it just so happened that the 25th White Mother was the best there was. There was a beauty beyond words and a talent the celestial deers hadn't seen in millennia. So the Dragon King wanted her. Having no need to hide his identity anymore, he proposed marriage to the celestial deer sect, something they had little to no choice but to accept. On their wedding night, the 25th White Mother resigned herself. She had no intention of losing her virginity to a man that only looked like her love, not without a price. At the same time, she didn't want to leave this world without ensuring that he regained himself, even if that meant it would be in her absence. As you all know, King Acacia continued, there are two wills that celestial deer excel in more than nearly anyone else. The first is celestial will, and the second is the not as rare, but very powerful crystal will. Crystal will is meant to amplify and celestial will works to purify. The 25th White Mother devised a plan to use the celestial will infused with a celestial deer's virginity, coupled with a crystal encasement technique to amplify its effect to the extreme. King Acacia took a deep breath. The problem with this crystal encasement technique is that the 25th White Mother just wasn't powerful enough to seal the Dragon King. If she was, this would never have been a problem to begin with. So, she had to make a sacrifice. For the sake of saving who she saw as her true husband, she planned to use her life force to fuel the technique. Something that would without a doubt lead to her death. They all remained silent. This was truly a sacrifice etched with deep unselfishness. If she became the wife of the Dragon King, her life would be prosperous. After all, he was the most powerful man in the universe at that point. What worried would she ever have? It wasn't as though the Dragon King was a cruel man. He only sought power. Even if he replaced her in the future, he would never treat her poorly. The 25th White Mother had seen all of this. But she still chose to give up her life because she knew there was at least one person that wouldn't be able to ever be at ease, her love, the Demon Cheelan. But before she could sacrifice herself, something amazing happened. King Acacia continued. In the instant she lost her virginity and she prepared herself to give up her life, her celestial will broke through the barrier and became a supreme law. In that instant, her celestial will, which was already at the 9th level of an intent, one with Tao, suddenly became a supreme law, One cannot fathom the level a supreme law of that level brings. We had enough issues with ethereal permeation, and it was only at the lower will levels. The Dragon King's consciousness didn't stand a chance and was completely cleansed from the demon Qilin. After that, the Dragon King's weapon was sealed away in the celestial deer sex vault, never to be touched again. King Belmont, Acacia, Big Red and their wives looked off into the distance, all towards one young man happily spinning with his wives in his arms. Until now, Diane, still being spun around in Diane's arms, finally called out, blushing profusely. Diane finally settled his wives down, but the grin on his face hadn't disappeared. "What are you so happy about?" asked, patting down the wrinkles in her dress, clearly exasperated. Madeline giggled. If Diane was happy, she was happy. "If what I feel is correct," Diane secretly messaged with using his wind will, "then it might only take me about 10 years instead of the centuries it would have before." "You mean?" The two of them looked down at Diane's wrist. Was that weapon really so spectacular? In typical fashion, they had already understood why Diane's master's memories had no information on the weapon. It without a doubt had to do with the destruction of the celestial deer sect. And Madeline smiled. They knew how taxing it would have been on Diane's psyche to not be able to protect them. If that feeling was extended for centuries, who knows if their husband would have come out the same on the other end. But, if it was only such a short time, then even Diane would find it acceptable. After all, they could spend all of that time cultivating in the epistemic tower. They wouldn't have to challenge other universes until Diane was ready. Suddenly, though, their smiles froze into bitter ones. Looking past Diane, the second bracket had just concluded. Akash, who was ranked within the top 80, managed to keep her spot and move on. Zaltarish had also managed to replace the top 100 ranker and take his place in the final rounds. However, what left and Madeline feeling bitter was the fact their names were set for the third bracket. On the surface, this was good. The fact they were together meant there was less pressure. If Planet Deimos wanted to work together against them, they would have to split their forces. But what wasn't so good was the list of names aside from them. The truth was that there was little to no one who could rival Madeline outside of the top 20. Even when she fought she was handicapped. After all, one of her most powerful wills was sealed. Music will was something that Madeline based much of her combat on. Before she earned Amethyst's faith seed, all of Madeline's attacks were a combination of celestial will and music will, usually with music will amplifying the former. So, when she had that stripped from her, her combat prowess dropped to Ree's level. That wasn't to say Ree was weak, of course. After all, Ree was still a meridian formation expert and Madeline had long since stepped into the essence gathering level. This was because Ree had restarted her cultivation twice and she was also 2 years younger than Madeline. The problem was that Diane's enemies also knew this, so they faced a dilemma. In a system where only one expert per rank tier was allowed into a bracket, how could you possibly pressure someone as powerful as Madeline? And the answer they found, ironically connected to the true top 10. Because Diane's name had been smeared, the top 10 was actually taken to be as the top 11. But the problem with this system was that it resulted in one less top 20 member and one more top 100 member. This meant that no matter what, there would be at least 1 or 2 groups that did not follow the normal rules. Knowing this, the organizers took full advantage. Suddenly, the booming voice of Elder Den filled the stadium. As you all know, there's been an imbalance caused in the bracket due to some unforeseen cheaters. Elder Den wanted to sneer, but the response of the crowd shocked him. Boos rained down at Elder Den's words. Curses began being flung at how rigged and biased the Cavasitas clown clan was. The crowd had clearly had enough of being manipulated and were tired of being seen as stupid. They had seen for themselves how powerful Diane was. Even if he did cheat, it wasn't so blatant a difference between him and the top 10 for the Cavasitas to keep revolving the matches around his mistake. A mistake they didn't even have proof of. Hearing his clan being called a clown clan, Elder Den broke out into a mix of a cold sweat and anger. If he lost control of the crowd, especially like this, he'd be dealt with just like the previous announcer. He had to quickly remedy the situation. Please understand. By unforeseen cheaters, I only meant those who mislead others into falsely assumed the great demon sage was a cheater. Unfortunately, we cannot undo what has been done, and the tournament must move forward. Seeing that this appeased the crowd a bit, Elder Den seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. But Diane wasn't taking this so lightly because he too had seen the names on the list. Regardless of what they said, they were clearly still plotting. And they had brought his wives into the situation. All of Diane's previous happiness disappeared as his fists clenched. Because of the imbalance of the brackets, and to make up for our mistakes, we've decided to spice things up a bit. We won't insult your intelligence by saying that this was the most efficient way to do things, but what we will say is that this is the most interesting way to do things. The interest of the crowd was clearly piqued. They were only in this for entertainment after all. If these new rules gave them more entertainment, they'd be quick to forgive. It's clear that we've made a few mistakes, Elder Den continued. So, it's become even clearer that there may be those ranked highly that simply don't deserve their spots. To counterbalance this, we've decided to pit those high rankers against each other much sooner. Cheers erupted in the stands. Pit them against each other? Did this mean they were going to get top 100 caliber battles sooner? Elder Den sneered. I introduce you to our death bracket. Worry not, Elder Den continued. In consideration of the brave warriors who will be undergoing this final test, we will make sure to hold this as our last bracket. We only introduce it now to build up anticipation and allow those participating time to prepare. By now, Queen Acacia was boiling in anger. She had previously seen Diane's signal to allow him to handle it, but how could he possibly handle this one? They were essentially sending off her daughter to die. The crowd, though, could care less. This twist was something they found entertaining, and Elder Den's explanation was good enough for them to accept, although, in reality, the explanation meant little to them. Don't be mad, Madeline said with a smile, looking up at Diane. We would have had to fight them anyway. Diane took deep breaths, trying to calm his breathing. Calling this a death bracket left the title with little exaggeration. The Cavasitas had decided that, to solve the imbalance of rankers per bracket, they would flood a single bracket with every remaining top 30 ranker, come the final round. Essentially, of the remaining 7 top 20 rankers, every one of them would participate. This of course excluded Iris, who had been defeated by Diane in the first bracket, and the top 20 ranker that participated in the second bracket along with Akash and Zaltarish. In addition to that, Ree just so happened to conveniently be the final top 30 ranker left to complete the brackets, and as such was also placed into this death bracket. This shouldn't have been a big deal in reality. This was because if there were so many powerful foes at the top, there shouldn't have been a need for them to fight each other. Just by leisurely challenging non-rankers, they could have made it into the final 9. However, therein lied a problem. This wouldn't have been a death bracket unless there was actual competition, so the Cavasitas played a very underhanded trick. As an apology to those who were eliminated by Diane, that should very well be in the top 100 finalists, they were allowing those who had failed in previous rounds to participate. In the end, the death bracket was organized to place all rankers on the stage. Unlike in previous brackets, the stage rulers were put in place rather than volunteered for. But maybe the worst change was that stage wielders would no longer have the right to priority challenges. Instead, as they again tried to mask as an apology, only those not ruling a stage would be allowed to challenge challenges that couldn't be ignored. Many of the following bracket parameters were the same. However, instead of top 20 rankers getting 10 points, it was number 12 on the rankings that received 10 points. Then number 13 would receive 9 points. And finally, Madeline received 4 points as the 7th lowest ranking ranker, and Ree received 3 points as the 8th lowest ranking ranker. In this bracket, there were no other rankers unless they lost in other brackets and chose to participate. But even then, they would only be given 1 point. Belmont, are you just going to allow this? Kawa's bestial aura was already threatening to tear the skybox apart. If it wasn't for the fact she was restraining herself, everyone's attention would without a doubt be on her. King Belmont sighed. The worst part about being a king is that you never have as much power as you think you do. I'm a monarch, but if I unilaterally make decisions, it will shake the balance.
We've spent so many years making the Ragnar think that we care very little for things outside of cultivation. It wouldn't be good to alert them of our power now. The only reason I didn't stop Idrim from doing his little display when he arrived is because we're all aware that his cultivation has fallen to the first celestial level. That isn't something the Ragnar Patriarch would put in his eyes. You should know that the Kavasitas never act unless with the approval of the Ragnar. It's not just the Gebgod clan boy that's seeking to prove himself. They're only using that as an excuse to deal with Diane. Like I said multiple times before, he's dangerous. Lionel lightly snorted in the corner before going back to meditating. In his eyes, Madeline should be his, and his father was being much too lenient. Even knowing how dangerous the origins of this boy were, King Belmont was still willing to test him. That made Lionel angry despite the fact he didn't show it. "Don't give me bullshit about how dangerous my son-in-law is," Kawa responded. She wanted to continue, but that was as much as she dared to say. Anymore, and even she didn't know if she could hold off the action of the treaty. To Kawa, much of the superstition around mortals was baseless drivel. In fact, there was a reason why even in all his anger, King Belmont, despite knowing the truth, didn't use Diane's mortal status against him. Although he did call him a commoner, or, more accurately, he agreed to Lionel calling him a commoner. The truth was that Diane wasn't the one who was dangerous. It was the bastard who sealed the mortals in the first place that was dangerous. Some so powerful that even celestial experts like them, and former Tao formation experts like Elder Dayu, could do nothing in the face of his treaty. But who cared how dangerous that entity was? Were they not trying to find a way to fight him right now? Did King Belmont not want Madeline's virginity for his son as a way to bolster their clan's power to then fight this entity? Was their goal of sending their young talent to the epistemic tower not set in place in order to groom the future to be able to fight this entity? So, what was this nonsense about how dangerous Diane was or wasn't? With or without Diane, they would be diving head first into the danger anyway. King Belmont sighed. "I understand, Kawa." He too understood this. This was why he had been willing to give Diane a chance to prove himself. He didn't need Kawa to remind him. That said, we can't shelter them if we hope that they'll supersede our accomplishments. Look at Diane. Despite his boiling anger, he still has ever intention of letting the two of them fight. The more I watch him, the more I understand how he grasped the hearts of my two goddaughters. He'll let his rage sit and simmer, but he also wants them to be great in their own right. Then, when the time is ripe, he'll unleash that rage and set fire to his enemies. So Diane stood and watched as the brackets raged on. Nothing too outrageous happened from bracket 3 to 8. Thor and Vidar made the Ragnar look strong and capable as usual. Thor with his stoic and firm martial arts, and Vidar with his savage and often tasteless torturing of his opponents. Kedlam treated these rounds no differently than he had the previous few. He used no weapon, preferring to use his fists as his main tool for combat. His red skin seemed to glow with every punch he threw as he effortlessly glided his body through his fights with an elegant ease. However, this elegance was very clearly backed by powerful and robust bursts of energy, giving his style a shift from hard to soft and a snappiness that made him unpredictable. Delia, who Diane had been the most worried about in the non-death brackets, seemed to have the easiest time. Diane could tell that she was being targeted by some Planet Deimos rankers, but they had been much too low tier to handle her. Something had fundamentally changed about Delia, and although Diane didn't know exactly what it was, he was happy that it seemed like it was for the better. Surprisingly, the reason Diane had been the most worried never manifested itself. He had been apprehensive not because he doubted Delia, but more so because from what Ree and Madeline told him, she had had her psyche attacked by an elder during her last fight. However, it seemed that that elder was either being held at bay or had forgotten about Delia. There was also the possibility that they were biding their time for something else. But Diane didn't want to think about that too much. All he could do was keep Delia by his side. That said, although things weren't too out of the ordinary, there were some odd occurrences. For one, a few top rankers never challenged during their brackets. This led to the top 9 accumulating 108 points and excluding them from moving onwards. It had gone under the radar for the first few, but after the third time,
Diane realized that something was wrong. "They're stacking the deck," Diane said softly. He was proven even more correct after the occurrences stopped at 3. Why? Because if you excluded Madeline and Ree from the death bracket rankers, there just so happened to be 3 top 9 spots remaining. Ree and Madeline, though, were much more carefree. They didn't seem to mind. While Diane felt like his arrogance had brought trouble to his loved ones again, Ree and Madeline felt different. To them, they didn't want Diane to have to lower his head to anyone. They had been more angry than even Diane was when his name was being smeared. So, how could they possibly trade a bit of safety for their husband's pride? They would rather face the dangers with him. And, should anything happen to them, they knew fully well that he wouldn't rest until those responsible paid. "Ree, I understand the sentimental value of the sword your mother left you. But would you like another one? I have plenty of spiritual swords you could use," Diane asked. The truth was that he had a whole armory of transcendent-level weapons. In his first visit to the Celestial Deer sect, he had found a special door using his innate aurora that led him to their most valuable possession. An ancient god clan like the Celestial Deer sect, who had experts as powerful as Half-Step to Transcendence, wouldn't have a lack of spiritual-level weapons. In fact, considering the Demon Sage had a supreme-level tower, it was almost disappointing that the Celestial Deer sect, as an array alchemy sect, didn't have even more powerful weapons. But the truth was that even for them, supreme-level weapons were a bit much. That said, Diane's spatial ring and the Dragon King's weapon likely surpassed even that grade. Ree's hand flashed as a sword appeared. It was normal in every way. In fact, it was the lowest of the common-level weapons. Ree had always hung on to it because it was the first gift her mother had ever given her. Because she missed her mother, she refused to switch. She wanted it to act as a piece of the mom she remembered. But her mother was back now. Kawa Acacia seemed to notice when Ree took out the sword nearly immediately. Tears welled up in her eyes as her sharp eyes trailed along the length of its common metal body. As a martial expert, she could see the amount of work Ree had put in with this weapon. She saw the chips on its body and the wear of its handle. She even saw evidence of it being repaired again and again. "Little Alex," Kawa whispered. King Acacia lightly held onto his wife's hand. "You'd handicap yourself like this?" If Queen Acacia knew that Ree had fought for months on end with this weapon as her only protector, words would not be able to express her level of guilt. Without doing so intentionally, she had placed a cap on her daughter's potential. Why did Ree insist on learning the sword? Because Kawa was a swordswoman. Why did Ree insist on learning Ice Will? Because it was Kawa's best will. Why did Ree fall in love with Diane so easily? Because her mother told her it was okay to trust anyone who could survive in the cave she left behind. Kawa's impact on Ree's life was more than she knew. "Little Alex?" Kawa's voice made her way to Ree's ears, causing her to pause. "Release your shackles." Ree smiled, nodding firmly. "Diane, can you turn this sword into something for me?" "Of course." Diane's eyes softened. "What do you want?" "Make it the belt that holds my new sword." Ree's smile was brilliant and blinding. Diane placed his hands on either one of Ree and Madeline's shoulders before his eyes flashed with a deep purple gold. In an instant, everything around them changed. Madeline's dress was once again her long white qipao, a spiritual-level treasure. Her purple hair flowed and her eyes were just as deep and sharp. Ree dressed in a silver and crystal-lined armor, resized to her perfectly. It transitioned into robust white leather that clung tightly to her curves, sculpting around her immaculately. But her most standout feature was the new belt around her waist. It was a striking silver of interlaced chain, reflecting the sunlight to perfection. Its center held looked like a miniature ice petals dance fruit that doubled as a buckle. That said, it was the 3-foot sword to her waist that shined. It had a frosty white handle wrapped in a soft but comfortable leather. But when Ree pulled it out, its blade erupted in a dense darkness, adjusting to her affinity immediately. Queen Acacia's eyes widened. "Idrim, Alex, she's not a river-type kitsune," King Acacia finished. But there was nothing the couple could do. It was clear that Ree wasn't surprised by this. They had been away for too long. that said what they were about to find out was that their daughter's wasn't so simple as just not being a river-type kitsune. She was the peak most of all void kitsune. The time for the final bracket has come. Elder Den's voice boomed before his eyes trained on a certain triplet family. Please come to the stage, rankers. His eyes narrowed with an almost unconcealed glee as a sneer colored his features. Diane sat silently, watching as Ree and Madeline proudly stepped onto the stages. Suddenly, a piercing and rumbling voice entered his ears. Watch carefully. Let your anger stew. I want to defeat you at your peak, so I'll be sure to tell my juniors to slowly tear your wives apart. Diane didn't need to look to figure out who this rumbling voice was from. It was clearly Femi Geb. But he kept his emotions locked within himself. How often had he tried to allow Ree and Madeline to grow on their own? He had trusted them during his first campaign. It was time to do so again. That said, this Femi character would die. And he would die a horrible death. Almost immediately, their plan was put into motion. There, in no time, there was a line of eager challengers waiting. And it was no secret to anyone that most stood before Ree and Madeline. However, the crowd didn't think anything of it. After all, Ree and Madeline were 7th and 8th ranked. Seeing as there was no 9th for this bracket, they were the weakest by rank. To the crowd, it only made sense that they had the most challengers. Madeline calmly took out her lyre. She remembered the day that Diane had first gifted this to her. It was the same day she had decided that she always wanted him by her side. In response, her first opponent stepped onto the ring. He was a no-name and completely unranked, but Madeline hadn't expected anything different. After all, they likely wanted to tire her first. That said, the weapon he took out made it clear that he had ever intention of going all out. On Ree's platform, she too prepared herself as her first opponent stepped onto the stage. Because she was ranked last, it was likely that even more challengers would come to her. But she was ready. Madeline's opponent laughed, looking at her weapon. My senior brother told me that I should have a nice time playing with you. But, from what I see, your husband seems to favor one of his wives more. Her weapon is clearly much better than yours. Ree's opponent laughed. It seems he's quite selfish. He probably favors whoever the newer wife is. I wonder how long it'll take him to forget you too. They were clearly trying to agitate Madeline and Ree, grasping onto whatever they could to make them spend more energy than they needed to. Ree and Madeline knew this, so they didn't say anything. Ree knew very well that Diane loved them both equally. The fact he hadn't offered Madeline a spiritual weapon only meant one thing. Diane raised himself in the air, lording over proceedings. With a wave of his hand, the array he had long since placed on Madeline's lyre shattered. A resplendent glow filled the arena as Madeline smiled and plucked the first string. In a flood of white light, Madeline's music will tore through its bottleneck, ascending to an intent in an instant. Her opponent felt his legs weaken as all the strength seemed to leave his body. The soothing nature of Madeline's music filled the arena, and it also quite subtly boosted Ree too. But not too much lest they be accused of cheating. The words of Ree's opponent were caught in his throat. He had just said nonsense about how Diane favored one over the other, but it was very clear that he had provided them both with high-level weapons. Although he couldn't tell of what level, it was clear enough that what he had said was completely ridiculous. Ree didn't bother to transform as she flashed forward. She wanted to maintain her stamina at its peak for the longest time possible. Well, the truth was that with Ree's cultivation, it was almost a joke for them to want to tire her out. Who could match a void kitsune in stamina? It was ridiculous. Ree's sword felt like an extension of her hand. Without her previous handicap, she could flood her energy into her weapon without reserve. Her once crude and clunky sword play became fierce and ferocious. Her bestial aura flashed as a growl escaped her delicate lips and her canines flashed. Madeline's opponents fell to his knees, his ears bleeding. The tune that was so sweet to everyone else was nothing but a death sentence to him. From beginning to end, Madeline had not moved a single inch even as Ree's sword cleaved downwards. The first matches lasted but an instant. In the time it took, none of the other rankers had even accepted challenges yet. There was not a single pair of eyes not focused on either Ree or Madeline. And then, Ree's opponent too collapsed to his knees. A clear line of blood ran down the center of his face as shock colored his features. He hadn't even been able to see his demise. All he felt was an endless abyss of darkness and the feeling of everything being torn from him. He hadn't even had the time to comprehend the fact that he had been cut in two. Diane watched this scene, an anger still boiling in his heart. Ree didn't mind killing, but he knew fully well that this was Madeline's first. She had never taken it so far before, but she, just like he had thought, realized that there was only one clean way out of this mess. The most important people in Madeline's life were Ree, Delia, and Diane. Although she avoided killing whenever possible, she never turned away from it. When Diane killed, she supported him. And now, in order to prevent those most important people in her life from suffering, she too killed. Diane's voice rumbled through the arena, a clear and deep anger reverberating as his music intent stomped on the hearts of those who had queued and eager to challenge Ree and Madeline. "You can challenge my wives if you like," he said faintly, "but no, it'll mean your death."